Hello and welcome to the 2025 Circuit Breaker Invitational. My name is Andre, hailing from the Metch Ball Grid. I go by he, him pronouns, and we're about to begin a journey. This is the second leg, the America's Pod here in the Circuit Breaker Invitational. We're about to start round one, but I'm not alone. Firstly, I'm joined by Juniper. Juniper, how's it going?
It's going great. I'm excited to be here. Excited to see all the interesting decks today.
I think we're in for a great day. We're also joined by Pride of Wisconsin. Cranked, how's it going?
Yeah, I'm doing great, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. This is our second day, mind you. It was only, it feels like 12 hours ago that wrapped up. It was the APAC pod. So for those who don't know, this is the Circuit Breaker Invitational. This was one of the very few invite-only tournaments that Null Signal Games runs. So all of these players you're going to see across this whole weekend have won a CBI, an invite for coming in generally first or second at any tournament of a certain size across this whole last year, across most organized play. These players are all coming in today. Yesterday we had 27 players. Today it's almost twice that field. It is 59 players are showing up. We're going to be playing 8 rounds of single-sided Swiss, and very importantly, only the top 5 players from today will be returning next weekend, along the top 5 from each other pool and our reigning Circuit Breaker Invite champion, Tuno. So that will be, again, only 5 players today from 59 is an absolutely, that's a very razor's edge cut. Now, round one is starting. Let's look. I think I have on the stream right now just a bit of the identities that we're expecting today. Very different on the runner side from what we saw yesterday at the APAC, if you followed that. Mind you, that is up on Twitch and YouTube. You can watch that. But we're looking at a lot of Lats and Sables, S's and Kits, all seeing more play than Hoshiko, which was the dominant Anarch runner of just last night, really. What do y'all think about this meta?
That is genuinely shocking to me to see so much belief in identities that aren't Hoshiko. Hoshiko, just there's a myriad of different builds you can play out of that identity. You can play regular stuff with turbines and real breakers. You can play the virus-based strategies with mulch and Lago Piranha shelter. You can play the ice destruction builds with Ahuaceras crew and turtles and what have you. But the fact that Hoshiko only has 6 players representing it is a real shock to me.
That might be the lowest we've seen from that identity in the last year or so. A pretty common identity, again, a lot of flexibility, but seeing some more Lats. Huge to note that this is after the 24-12 ban list. The ban list at the end of last year that banned out Trickshot, one of the most powerful Shaper cards that has come out in a long time, that was definitely buoying Lat, that showed up. Not Trickshot, well, sorry, not Lat, but Trickshot was like 11 of the top 16 decks at Worlds just last year. So we'll see how Shaper comes back in force, and Shaper's been doing relatively well at the last tournament since that ban list regardless. On the corpse,
it should also be noted that this will probably be one of, if not the last major tournaments before the new set comes out.
Yeah.
Whenever that happens, so a lot of players might be using this as a chance to play their favorite old identities, play with their favorite old cards, take them out for one last big spin, see what Ag Infusion can do one last time.
I know that's been.
It's basically this event, and then any of the districts that happen to play out before Elevation comes out in April. I believe that release date was just announced very, very recently.
Yeah.
So yeah, the last hurrah for a lot of these old FFG cards.
I know that's been impacting my choices in tournaments just to get some of those old FFG identities in. And on the corp side, ASA group, the most popular yesterday, tied for most popular today. We've seen a lot of strong ASA group variants over the last competitive season, whether it's things like the jukebox list we've seen from some of the Californian players, taking those clicks away, MC austerity policy, a lot of 5-3s, or just scoring out with Holloman, that sort of golden path thing that we see players like Jai and Tuno play last year, both very strong options. Of course, we have Ag Infusion as well. Asmari, I'm assuming Asmari most often than not will be some sort of Neurospike or Jupes.kill list, something I was expecting to see even more maybe tomorrow from the EMEA players. That's a very big UK deck. And we see a lot of Wayland representation from that point on, Op and Outfit. And mind you, Op did okay yesterday. We saw a lot more Wayland than I think we might have expected. Now,
I think some of these players, real quick, I want to say this real quick. I think some of these players on Outfit, maybe looking at the breakdown of IDs here, seeing so much Lat and kicking themselves. That deck historically pretty weak to deep dive, but I have it on good authority that there might be some pretty spicy Outfit lists floating around in the field. But we should probably figure out what game we're going to start with, eh?
Yeah, so we do have our pairings up. Again, this is single-sided Swiss, so 40-minute round. Is there a table you want to jump into?
Well, we could start out with a real show. I see the man with the 3 letters CTZ playing over on table 2 against Augustus Caesar. That's quite the matchup.
I think that's a fantastic matchup to start on. Would you be able to just dive in and ask them real quick if they're okay to be on stream?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Yeah, today you can see again, you can follow along. If you go to tournaments.nullsignal.games, you can get access to this tournament page. And in terms of the players playing today, you expect this to be quite a strong field, considering you have to win an invite to be here. But this is quite a strong field. Whether you see these names of world champions, former world champions in here, whether you see names of national champions, continental champions, it's a long list of strong netrunner players.
I got the thumbs up to stream over on table 2. We got CTZ representing the outfit against Augustus Caesar on Hoshiko Shiro, and it looks like a mulch build. We see an Audrey and an Imp on the board already. So pretty big clue as far as what Caesar's going to be up to today.
Awesome. And we're off. Apologies. We're catching up a bit here. So CTZ here scored a hostile takeover. Going to get our third bad publicity already. This is only turn 4, turn 5. How many turns did we miss? We're already at 3 bad publicity. And bad publicity, mind you, 4 is the biggest breakpoint here. There's a card, Regulatory Captor. It's a 6-2 agenda. That's a terrible series of numbers. But it gets easier to score. It reduces its advancement difficulty for 1 for every bad publicity. So now we're looking at a 3-2 agenda, and eventually a 2-2 is exactly where CTZ wants to be.
Meanwhile, on the Hoshiko side of the board, we see pretty well set up for Augustus Caesar. We got Audrey, we got Imp, Simulchip on the board. With the books are cooked with that very cool mini plural cookbook.
Yeah,
mini plural paladin on the board. I actually did not know those were on JDEC.
Me neither.
Oh, I love
we do lose the DJ Fenris off the top of the stack from the Lago Piranha trigger. That's not generally one you want to see hit the bin.
So we look at the Hoshiko, we get to see in the bin, there is Diesel, 1 Simulchip so far, not too much influence. We're assuming there's going to be that end game recursion loop with labor rights, maybe even Ashen. It's hard to count. We've seen very little influence so far. But outfit, getting some ice on HQ, there's always a bit of a fear if you do not be aggressive enough and CTZ can get a couple more credits. You're worried about that sort of like big deal into Atlas line, which is definitely a possibility to get a massive amount of Atlas counters to just kind of force through the combo of the end of the game. So we'll see how that plays out. CTZ also does love Tempo Rush. Gatekeeper, I think, is a very big CTZ type ice, and we'll see if he's actually going to push in a remote server and try and score everything from hand.
What do you think that upgrade is on HQ?
It could be Holoman, could be Chrysium. I think Mavirus would be, it's a very common card we're going to see today. And to purge at the right time, mind you, we did just crack a Fermenter for 6 can be important. Chrysium Grid on HQ, I don't know what run events you're worried about, DJ Fenris, or successful run triggers. DJ Fenris just left. So I'm not honestly too sure. But we got a Revolver there coming off the Gachapon. This is a very important card if you want to face check. Trebuchet does trash any program, and you can get through that relatively cheaply with that bad publicity and some bullets. But we'll see if the face checks happen here now. Buffer Drive as well, getting a bit of recursion to start that Audrey engine. You can start just pitching your steel skins and your strike funds.
The strike
upgrade
fund
is also important
That
upgrade's also important just as a potential bluff. It could be a Mavirus, and if it's not a Mavirus, the runner has to constantly be thinking, well, can I run here? If that is a Mavirus, will I lose all my Audrey counters halfway through the run? What's going to happen there? Even if it's just a Chrysium Grid that they don't need to worry about, he still has to constantly be thinking, well, it could be a Mavirus. It's so important to have that out.
Now, I want to point out we have hit the magic number of 4 bad publicity with the second hostile takeover being scored. Right. So the alarm bells may be going off for Augustus Caesar that the red caps are going to be online.
We'll see how aggressive he is. Notably, too, okay, we're charging HQ. Botchla is going to get another counter with the cookbook on the Valenchow. That'll get you through that guaranteed. Outermost Ballista, not a card we see very often. This is a sentry that will end the runner trash program. So that's only going to be a revolver bullet and some bad publicity, which means Mavirus into Purge. Here you can flicker with the Simulchip if you want to get through here. Our Imp is also emptied on the runner side, so we're not going to be able to get, I was going to say Audrey counters, but the Audrey's gone there. Looks like
losing the Audrey definitely an interesting line to take, but I guess Audrey not really going to match up super well against a lot of the common ice in an outfit. Very expensive in terms of both pumping Audrey with the cards in your hand and very intensive on those virus counters.
Yeah, sometimes you expect Magnet as a nice 3 strength to get through, which is going to be tricky in a very relevant card. Notably, too, here, Augustus has an MU issue. This is a really big deal. Audrey is a 2 MU program. If you have some Trojans like Botchus, that adds up too. But we see that lovely Keiko in the bin. We're probably playing a second copy, but Augie definitely wants to get some MU sooner than later to continue building this board.
Yeah, and usually Keiko's the only, speak of the devil, it shall appear, but typically Keiko's the only extra source of MU in these mulch decks, so they tend to be pretty reliant on finding it at some point.
So there's a really cool line a turn ago when CTZ scored out the hostile takeover that's dependent on Audrey. If you have an Audrey and you have a simul chip, if Augustus is playing Clot, you can always throw the Clot out to Audrey at instant speed and simul chip it back. I don't know if CTZ asked around that on comms, but it is a line that can be surprising if CTZ is trying to close the game with extra copies of regulatory capture. And there's the magnet. Again, 3 strength. Audrey can get through that if you want to, but you're going to have to figure a way to get through the balance out. Now, credits can get your way through the bully, but right now that magnet is going to blank that Botulus, so not getting counters. Looks like we're going to go deeper. Ballista here, 4 strength, 1 bullet, some bad publicity. This Valen Chow. We're going to simul chip through this, replace that Botulus.
Get into HQ here.
Yeah, we've gone through 17 cards so far. I've seen 3 agendas, only 4 points. You're definitely looking for those regulatory captures, but I wonder if CTZ could have scored out if he had one. Access is a big old expensive government subsidy. 10 credits to gain 15. Again, big money. Sometimes you have to worry about punitive, but also big deal. So we'll see what CTZ does. The remote server is not looking like a safe place to push out agendas.
No, but I gotta think that CTC's not really interested in utilizing that remote server anymore. Now that he's on 4 bad publicity, like I said, that's typically the magic number where the reg caps are 2/2 agendas. Plus, as you mentioned, the big deal line comes on the board, and I gotta think that that's going to be how CTC wants to close out this game. The remote served its job. It was maybe a bait into something that we didn't see, or he's pushed out the first agenda behind it. Now it's done, and we can just pretend that remote server is not even there.
So install Ice into draw. If CTZ had a regulatory capture, would he have sent it? My guess is probably. So whether Augustus now wants to pivot to running R&D and locking the top of the deck, we've seen no multi-axis so far. I think MU might be a bit restrictive if a Stargate comes down, but there's the twinning. Not using the Paladin Puemo credit is very thoughtful here, because if you install a card, you will get the twinning counter to be able to use on the following turn. Install the remote server. Again, no simul chip, no fear for Clot. We're going to lose Gachbon, and just an Audacity going to score out. Just a 3/2. It's above the law. Taking down the twinning as soon as it shows up is a huge hit here.
Really well timed. Really, really well timed from CTZ there. That's exactly what you want to be doing.
Now cracking the buffer drive right away just to put the twinning on the back at top of the deck. I thought Augustus might pursue this line, understanding you have to lock the top of the deck. CTZ has no cards in hand here. So we just want to keep checking, keep the corporation honest. Trebuchet on the outermost. Revolver will make short work of that. You are going to run out of counters eventually. And innermost, another one.
A second Trebuchet.
6 bad publicity. Again, you'll get those credits for the next run, not for this run. And top of the deck, we're going to see 2 here with the twinning. Azyef off the top, and the next card is known. CTD, if he can find a big deal and enough credits, can just close off by scoring a 5/3, but regulatory captures is definitely the name of the game here.
There's one guaranteed turn when Augustus Caesar can get back into R&D with the simul chips. Oh, 2 simul chips. Okay, never mind. Yeah, we're going to get labor rights just to bring those back in. And there's Wraparound. A very good card in the meta right now. A lot of folks are relying on AI breakers, and forcing out a Fractor can be quite difficult. There's a chance this deck doesn't have a Fractor at all. This will just be a 7 strength for the rest of the game. Now here, one of those cards Augustus did see. You can maybe sweep 2 of them here. You have a twinning counter. Now, if you do draw a regulatory capture, that can put CTZ on game point. Whether you want to lock the top of R&D, do you think this deck is running honest 3-pointers? Can you just run R&D, steal an SDS, and win as the runner?
It's not super common for these sort of no remote style outfit decks to be running real 5/3s, but it's not outside the realm of possibility. I could see something like the Basalt Spire being quite clutch in these sorts of decks.
But this is going to be hard to deal with. Generally, you're going to simul chip on or Botulus. Now, we do have 2 simul chips and a lot of options in the bin. We will have to trash a program. With the empty imp, shouldn't be too big of an issue, whether you're looking to flicker that. And we'll see now, after the end of the run, whether Augustus is just going to send that pressure R&D to C2. If Augustus has a Clot, this game gets so much more difficult, but CTZ is on path here to maybe win in 2 to maybe 3 turns.
People are not slotting their Clots anymore. We saw this at Worlds as well, where there was just absolutely no respect for any sort of fast advance hate.
1 click left, 5 cards in hand. Audrey has no counters on it. You at instant speed can just throw your strike funds, or sorry, your steel skins as well to this if you just want to draw cards and get more options. Hoshiko hasn't touched a card. I think Augustus has no problem paying a credit to get another card. So running R&D, we're going to throw the gun. At this point, you can consider tracing through one of the subroutines. It might be reasonable, but we're just going to go straight for a reload. Very important, if you throw the gun, you actually have to interface twice, which with bad publicity is not too expensive, but you have to interface on the same gun twice. It's kind of weird. Augie asking for an undo here. Not wanting to make that run. Now, there are cards face down in archives thrown out from the Audacity, but there's also Mavirus in the bin, which, while it will upset only the botchless on the table, there's always a cost to checking archives when you're playing these virus-type decks.
News about. I saw Augustus go and fire the simul chip before asking for the undo. So I'm wondering if there's no program trashed and Augustus doesn't want to lose any of these programs for whatever reason. I'm not sure, but in any case, CTZ allowed the undo this time.
Yeah, I reckon you can let that imp go. Now, imp is important for Audrey, but as you said, like these are 6 strength ice. Sometimes it's okay for 2 cards to get through. But I imagine Revolver and bad publicity is relatively cheap. This game is going to come down to management of simul chips, and we haven't seen any recursion so far besides the 1 buffer drive removed from the game. So we're looking at probably 2 labor rates is my guess. But it might be too fast of a game for that.
The only reason that Augustus might be kind of leery about pitching so many cards to Audrey is there's 2 copies of Oziev Protocol in his score area, so you can't go down to 1 card in hand, or I guess 0 cards in hand with Lago in play. But you can't dip down too low, or you put yourself at risk of dying to Oziev instead of 7 agenda points.
So we're gonna Revolver Recycle, gonna break through. Gonna see 2 cards here off the top. No steals, no trashes. So it looks like what's coming off the top there aren't agendas. The 3 regulatory captures haven't been seen, but we're starting with a hedge fund, so CTC doesn't have it. Attitude Adjustment is also going to shuffle the deck. Now, this breaks lock by a card, and a Basalt Spire is going back to R&D. They're real 5/3s here. Augustus should be able to see 2 cards on R&D this turn, barring maybe a border control showing up on R&D. So Basalt, still 22 cards in R&D. CTZ has probably a known card there. Still in HQ that was seen off the top deck 2 turns ago. With 3 bullets and the gun itself, you can run R&D entirely for free, but we're going to put something in the remote server. Whether this is a Spin Doctor is maybe my guess. I don't know if you play Rashida that often in these decks that don't always build remote servers. You probably still do.
Probably still worth it just in case, yeah. But I think Spindo is probably a good shout for what's in server 1.
Now, at the end of CTZ's turn, Augustus there is going to pop the simul chip. This means anything that has a start a turn clause like Fermenter or more likely Botulus here will come in with an additional counter, let alone the additional counter from the cookbook. So Mavirus, I don't know how many copies we're expecting, and we haven't seen a lot of influence, so I'm relatively sure there might be a big deal around here somewhere. You're going to have to trash something here with the simul chip. It does have an additional cost there. Now, Paladin Puembo, you'd love to be able to charge the twinning on the corporation's turn, but the problem with the simul chip is that it reduces the install cost by 3, which largely makes just about every program you'll run in this deck entirely free and stops you from charging the twinning at double the turn pace. So we'll see what we grab here. I don't know whether we just put a Botulus on one of the Trebuchets on R&D to save some of those revolver bullets, but if that's the case, you might as well just like recur the revolver. Audrey's coming in with a counter.
Yeah, second Audrey is really interesting.
So we're checking server 1 here, trying to flesh out potentially a Spin Doctor to avoid an R&D lock shuffle. Steel Skin to draw 2 cards. We're going to throw out a Lagu to get to 6 strength, and that will be 1 virus counter for those 2 subroutines. It's a Chrysium grid. CTZ just baiting the remote server. Trashing it for 5. We have bad publicity, and it gives you 2 Audrey counters, so it'll push you forward regardless.
Yeah, I think really good run there from Augustus. I was very nervous that was going to be a Spin Doctor, which is going to deny the Audrey tokens, but Augustus probably breathing a sigh of relief seeing it's an actually trashable card rather than the Spin Doctor is going to get removed at instant speed.
Now, nothing was installed this turn, so this is only a single action. I don't think Augustus can install anything at instant speed here, so not getting something down with the Paladin on the twinning. So maybe the hand is all operations, but this will just be a look for a single. We know there's at least 1 5/3 in the deck here. Oh, Mavirus off the top. Huge hit. Now, trashing that will recharge the Audrey. But that is not going to be the top decks. No, Mavirus, very important. But when your opponent that's trying to fast advance the game out, top decks that, or any card that's not an agenda, you're generally okay with it. But this was one that's very tricky to allow the corporation to put into their hand.
I don't think you can let CTC have that one because you can't allow them to have control over when the next purge happens.
Now, Augie here can just drop an installable, run R&D to see 2 more cards and lock the deck at this point. We check archives. In terms of spin doctors, we've only seen one removed from the game, one attitude adjustment. And in terms of influence, very low so far. A magnet, a wraparound. It's on Tomb of Iris and the attitude adjustment. So definitely a lot of room still. Augustus is thinking here. If we look at the heap, we'll use all 3 simul chips. So our recursion here is limited until we hit that labor rights button and start to shuffle those back into the deck. We're going back in R&D, not an install here. So it's only going to be a single axis. Trebuchet. We boost for 4. That's mostly bad publicity. We're going to break 1 and throw the gun. So now Audrey can deal with the second Trebuchet for 2 cards in hand. Oh, wrong order? Yeah, right. Wrong order. Yeah, you have to not throw the gun before you break the subroutine.
Yeah, both of our players played pretty fast today.
20 minutes, mind you. These are 40-minute rounds, single-sided Swiss. So the tournament software will tell you which side you are going to be playing if you're new to organized play. Single access off the top. Regulatory capture is a huge hit.
That's one.
Yeah, that is huge.
Now, CTZ is still on track. And now the cleaver comes down. So that was to deal with the Paladin Puemo there, but the twinning counter coming in just a click later here. CTZ going to be drawing to an unknown card, just clicking for a credit. So stealing 1 regulatory capture means that it's still possible to fast advance. With 2 red caps, you still get to 7, a single red cap, and potentially the 3rd hostile takeover. There's a lot of lines here. But if CTZ also finds another government subsidy and gets to 15, we're actually pretty close to what could be a big deal score out, even a 5-3.
Cleaver install also making HQ a bit softer too. Now that wraparound's down to 0 strength, it is really no obstacle for Augustus Caesar.
Ooh, Descent.
Descent to shuffle and
Oh wow, the Descent
shuffle
extend.
as a back in.
Playing as an operation. So we have an ice out most of R&D. Labor rates, we're going to start playing our first. We trashed the price of Botulus and the 3rd Shelter. So I'm assuming Augie here will shuffle in. Yeah, there you go. 3 simul chips is what you're expecting. And just being able to break most ice for free. Not a lot of cards in hand, though. Don't know if we have concern for Snare, but we can see 3 cards in R&D if we can run it down. You're going to have to trash your card to get in a revolver, but running is relatively cheap with 6 bad publicity. Ooh, no Snare respect. I don't know if we've seen any damage, so that makes a fair bit of sense. 7 bad publicity brings you a Valenchow. Now, you can't just let this fire. You have more credits than the corporation, so this is just a bit of a financial swing. You lose your bad publicity, so not your real credits, but you still, that matters during this run. And we're going to see 3 cards here. It's very likely Augustus can find a single point in 3.
Yeah, given that we know that there's a Ozief and Assault Spire in the more than likely in the deck. Yeah, there it is.
There's the last red cap. Getting to 4 points there, but just getting cornered out of that point. This breaker suite with, let alone 4 bad publicity, 6 bad publicity, is going to be running relatively cheap with that revolver. But Augustus finds the pressure there, locks the top of the deck, and locks the game. Well played to both players.
Absolutely.
All right, we got like half a round left. You want to jump to another table?
Yeah, let's do it. Let me take a look at some of these pairings here. See who might still be.
Yeah, let's see what we have.
Still be playing.
Give us 1 second, stream. We have a lot of these games ending. We might just, I don't know, grab something that is open, that's higher up. Table 18 is Cold Lava versus Fire RL. Those are both fantastic players.
Fire RL, I think.
I believe was on the.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not do that one.
Right on.
Yeah, let's see if we can find a different one. 26 is Fa Wiccadometry.
Sick. Against Oriades? Yeah. If you want to ask if
Yeah, let's see if we can. Yeah, I'll pop in there really quick.
Thank you.
Oh, looks like that game is over. Never mind.
You might just want to dive into like one of the top games on the list and ask if they're okay.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can grab table 25. That's Weltgeist and Binkboggle.
You might want to grab another table there, yeah.
Yep, my bad.
24, Gatsa and Radish?
Sure.
If you want to ask, that'd be great.
24, odd radish. There we go.
If you're just tuning in, this is the 2025 Circuit Breaker Invitational. This is the second heat. This is the America's Pod. We have 59 players today looking for that top 5 position.
Yep, looks like we have the thumbs up to stream over here.
Thank you. And we're in. This is Radish playing Asmari. Now, Radish played this Asmari deck at the last showdown and did fantastic in the top cut. This is a Better Citizens Program Asmari list that is playing the sort of bouncy, like, tag punishment cards. This card says the first time a turn the runner plays a run event or installs an icebreaker, that's going to be a tag. And while Gothson here is relatively set up, this deck playing Swift is going to be running a fair bit. Now, on 5 points with 4 clicks left, this might be the last turn of the game with just a simple deep dive coming with HQ and Archives open is my guess here. Let's see how exciting those 8 cards revealed is. Hedge Fund from HQ, top of R&D, unknown. Running to Archives and just sending the dive will likely put a button on this game. Checking Archives, there you see the self-growth program, Public Trails alive and well, and we'll see if we pay 2 credits to look at 8. There you go, tomorrow's headline, let alone a Better Citizens. That's a good game.
In there.
Yeah, that's 2.
Yeah. I love that BCP is seeing play. It rocks. This card's so cool.
Yeah, it's like really well positioned again. A lot of those lat decks where, what do? Install programs and play run events. We lost Trick Shot, but there's still a lot of good run events. But Gatson definitely getting through there, stealing the 7 points with a 9th point if you want to get that BCP for that extra click. Rips were rough, says Radish. Yeah, Radish has been playing this archetype for a while and it's been doing really well. It's great to see that it's still being played. All right, we are flying through our first round.
Want to check table 3 maybe?
Yeah, I'll pop in there.
If you wouldn't mind. So yeah, I'm not great at cut math. I do think today, if you're trying to make the top 5, you want to only lose 2 games, which is pretty difficult in 8 rounds, I'll be honest. So maybe some players that have 3 losses can make it. There's also like really great prize support for things like top half, and let alone just coming out for, a weekend or for just to play some Netrunner. There's a lot of good reasons to get involved in organized play.
We are good on table 3.
Thank you.
And I just happened to notice this is an ISWAC game.
Cool. So Foley's up 6 points. Playing good stuff. Hoshiko, it looks like the Daniela, Jorge, and the compilation. We're assuming this is a punitive ISWAC. So no Tattoo Bola swap. We're going to see a card here on the top of the deck. Hoshiko's going to turn digital after this turn. For those who are not familiar, ISWAC Adaptic says if you score an agenda without advancing it this turn, you get an additional agenda point. Just about. So a lot of these decks will play things like La Costa Grid and Seamless Launch, and we've seen punitive forks, things like Data Loop we also see in the archive. So this looks like it's a punitive version. And Foley is not ahead on credits, but unfortunately on 6 agenda points, if you don't get punitive this turn, if you stole an agenda, punitive seems to be entirely off the table.
It is important to note.
Punitive?
Sorry?
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna point out it is important to note with that ISWAC ability, they don't actually get another agenda point. It lowers the amount of agenda points you need to win, which is really important for threat. The numbers for threat can often get thrown off by this. So cards like that you would normally see in punitive Jinteki, like Boto, are a little bit trickier to play because you don't ideally get to threat 4 as the corporation.
Yeah, Bodo in any deck that plays only 3s is kind of risky. But this is a finality. We took a core damage. We get through the Tattoo Bola. We're going to see 4 cards here. And there's the Bacterial just at the end. Before that text will matter, that is going to be a clean 9 points to ISWAC. That's definitely cooking something in the remote server. Seamless Launch will functionally make it a kind of a 4-pointer next turn. Well played to both players.
It's so hard when you're running the punitive deck or something like that and you see the 6 points because your entire strategy has to change immediately.
Yeah. I'm assuming that hopefully for the corporation came out on a couple turns, but Hoshiko in a relatively good spot there. Only 5 cards left in the stack before we get that recursion loop, but I imagine that will come through. Ooh, Divide and Conquer's in the heap as well. Pretty fun. All right, we might have a couple more minutes left in the round to jump into a game. Would you mind maybe table 1? Might be an option.
Fleabag, yeah.
Cool.
Fleabag's the Wisconsin guy.
Let's go.
Looks like that game's over.
Well, there we go. Table 14 just wrapped up.
We're wrapping up fast.
Table 4 is a Snare Bears team kill. Hate to see it. Hopefully everyone's doing okay in there. Maybe table 8. I think it's Kato versus Thomas Haas.
Yeah, I think that one's.
If you wouldn't mind asking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Let's go take a look at that.
Seems good.
Waiting for Thomas Haas. Yep, I have received thumbs up from both players.
Thank you. All right, we're loading in. What a board stays. Thomas Haas here with a Ken.
Whoa.
Definitely built up on resources. There's a lot of numbers on those cards. Twinning on 7, Debbie on 4, Bones on 10. But this Atea that's playing Sisyphus has an Archer on the table. If you want to break that twice with Carmen, you're going to have to spend a lot of money. It's just 4 to boost just to get to strength. So we'll see. Audacity going to start off the turn here.
God, it was cooking. Audacity, Atea.
Moonpool. We're going to get big points here.
Are we going to see a... Is it... Oh, there's already a Sisyphus card. Are we going to see another Sisyphus?
I mean, I think you pack him up at that point. I don't know how criminals ever beating double Sisyphus.
We're revealing 6 points, putting him back in R&D behind that mighty Archer, and this is going to be another 5 advancement. Now, this takes all the cards out of Kato's hand, but Audacity into Moonpool is such a cool interaction. Now, Bacterial Programming going to just set up the next 7. Notably, there's about 9 minutes left in the round, and Bacterial Programming has this, I would say, feature in which you can really just stall the game out. You know where the agendas are, so you know if there's 7 cards down, you know exactly the speed the game's going to go. It can also just draw an agenda into your hand right now that you can just jam into the remote server. Maybe 2 cards to set up a really nice Atea ability, and then you know how safe central servers are. So Kato, they have a lot of options here of how they want to close the game out. On only 8 credits, hopefully Sisyphus gets you there, but this one run on R&D, if you can pay the fortune, you're going to see a lot of cards of the twinning, that's for sure.
Yeah, I believe if my math is correct, it's 8 times. It's 8 to fully break Archer with Carmen once. So yes, casual 16 credits for the privilege to look at the top card of R&D.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope you give them just 4 credits and they pay for that. But it looks like we drew 5 cards. So we are going to be jamming their remote server. Hermes also, not the worst thing sometimes with the Atea that just helps get you those setups. We have an upgrade in server 5. 2 cards on top of R&D are known. I don't think she trashed anything. And we're going to go get that Atea trigger. Put something in server 6. If it hasn't fired already this turn, maybe it has. This is a cool board state. We got a game here for sure.
Awesome. Yeah, this is really interesting.
There you go.
I love to see Sisyphus protocol when I'm not playing against it. When I'm playing against it, it's the absolute worst thing in existence. When I see other people playing this, it's like, oh, this is such a cool card.
It's such a nightmare. So Mystic and Paladin taking in. Ken wants to play a run event a turn. We have that stone chip for some good old safety there. No class hack right now on the table. That's usually those two go together. And if you look at the bin, this actually might be, I can't tell. We had a really cool Ken deck win the showdown. It looks close to this, but a lot of Ken decks can look relatively similar. Not sure if that list was on a compilation. Probably wasn't on Debbie either. No, this looks like a cool build.
Yeah, it looks like a brew. I love the Debbie Downtown inclusion. It makes sense with Ken. I mean, rewarding you for doing the thing you already want to be doing, right? Those tend to be pretty successful.
Now, very scary, Kato, they're playing hybrid release. So like she can just score out a 2-1 from hand at any moment if you don't keep the pressure on. We saw 1 forfeited to the Archer. So Thomas Haas, the Ken here, really has to put the pressure on and get some good runs. Double Chesva is going to help a fair bit. And inside job means that you'll still have to Sisyphus it twice over because it's a pass ability, not an encounter ability. So at least we're only breaking the Archer here once. Now, Kato knows the top 2 cards of the deck that can be seen with the twinning, the top 3 cards. So we'll see if they have like put a shuffle effect, whether it's a moon pool or even the spin doctor, because there should be information of how bad this axis is. Inside job getting through. We're going to be sent back for Sisyphus for a credit. Breach R&D. We're going to be seeing 3 cards here. Stealing a Vampire Nasa off the top. The second card, I believe, is also known if I did not track the bacterial incorrectly. There's a Sisyphus. Hey. 5 points. Hermes can get some good work in here if you're worried about the card just installed in server 6. And now an unknown card. Nothing. Oh, I think the Sisyphus was the final card, so it's actually just beyond the bacterial lock. So it looks like Kato saw that the top of the, I believe the top 2 in R&D were clean there. It was the Sisyphus, the third, that was the betrayal.
It looks like left on Thomas Haas's side of the board. He could do some real damage here with this compilation. You could either go sweep the hand between compilation and winning, see the whole thing. You could try to charge the remote because Sisyphus protocol can only be used once.
Yeah, I assume you might charge HQ here. If Kato has an agenda off the bacterial, I think that they have to add it to hand. And so now, yeah, as you said, with compilation into twinning, you see basically the whole hand here.
It's $5 on the Debbie Downtown Marrera, so you have all this, house money to make a run. Yeah, here we go. Let's run the hand.
The fact that you can use Debbie to pay for the compilation as well, like you can use this for anything. It's fantastic during the run. So Saisantan, 2 strength is going to line up perfectly with Carmen. You got to play your Karunas if you want to make that one a bit more annoying. So that's going to be 3 credits. We'll see a full swipe here, I think. Snare is going to be okay. We still have a stone chip if you're worried about damage. Mindscaping into spin. Considering the trash there, we do have Debbie credits. You can't use Miss Bones on this.
This could be it.
Into a Charlotte, into a Tattoo Bola, into a second Tattoo Bola. So the hand is entirely clean. Kato probably only saw one agenda unless server 6, the card that wasn't bounced. It's a Rashida. So that wasn't bounced. It was the ice that was bounced. And I think a lot of times you want to bounce the ice because installing the ice is more expensive. But in Atea, that's not the case. This Rashida breaks lock. Kato can find the hybrid release. Generally, you're playing, I think, 2, maybe only 1. It depends because you can play 6 3-pointers. Oh, I guess Sisyphus is a 2-pointer. So my math is not going to be correct there.
Yeah, and with Archer, I think you're kind of incentivized to play more 2-1s than you otherwise normally would. So I wouldn't be shocked to see 2, maybe even 3 in the list.
So we have Lacosta. It's been advancing itself, not the upgrade in server 5, so we're pretty sure it's not a Bio-Vault. Easily can be. A lot of times these decks will enjoy things like Adrian and Vovo that slide around. Makes it very easy to get installs. Mindscaping after the double install there. Now you can fast advance even 3/2s from hand if I'm not mistaken using, again, this is a fast advance deck. We see 2 Audacies in the bin and Moon Pools. So there might be 1 Moon Pool left, but you can just fast advance with Moon Pool using it when installed click compressed with Atea. It's really, really fast.
Moonpool, another good argument for playing the maximum number of 2-1s allowed to you.
Yeah. Yeah, this list might be playing Longevity. Maybe you even play Yagi Uda. I'm not sure. So Mindscaping setting off the top of the deck. There's only 6 cards left in R&D, and Thomas Haas can see 3 of them. It's probably going to want an inside job because it does get very expensive as much as you do have Debbie and Chesva. Bocado here needs to put problems on the table. We know the hand had multiple installables, Spin Doctors, Charlottes, so cards in server 5 and server 6 could be any of those known cards that Thomas peaked at last turn. Rashida count, we got only 1 left in the bin. And the last Moon Pool is actually in the bin, so the fast advance options are probably just Audacity. You can start counting influence here.
Only 6 cards left in the deck.
Yeah, that's frightening. The agendas have to be somewhere. And with a loaded twinning here, it's not too hard to install or play an event and then see 2 on R&D, or sorry, 3 on R&D, 3 on HQ. Starting up with that sure gamble. We're going to launch it straight into HQ. This is a nice way. Again, Sisyphus, it's optional, but it's the first time you encounter a Sentry or Code Gate. So the size of 10 should be cheaper to double break, much cheaper than the Archer. So I think Thomas is going to try and touch as many cards as possible. Going to Debbie R&D after this, I reckon. Break that again. Kato also can use the Sisyphus if you have a Spin Doctor on the table to jettison an agenda. You can get it out of HQ if you're worried about the multi-axis. It does give you flexibility. And it looks like that's going to be the case. I would be pretty sure that that's an agenda entering archives. We'll see if Thomas Haas wants to pressure that before going R&D. We're paying back again. You can take a bit of net damage here. You have 7 cards in hand. It looks like we're going to fully break. So we'll see if we see the 3 cards here. Spin Doctor from HQ could have been the same from last turn. Hybrid release. Hybrid. That is a huge 1-pointer. Going to get a Hermes bounce here. That'll affect the axes, but Kato definitely wanted to hold on to that. Followed up by that Tattoo Bola. We know there's probably another in hand. Inside job. We're going R&D. We're going to see a lot of cards here. 3 more.
With the Sisyphus having already fired, this one's good. This one, you don't even have to pay for this Archer.
This is just an Archer. We're through. We're going to see 3 cards here.
Easy as that. We had the solution in core set the whole time.
3 out of the 6 cards left in R&D.
Nothing.
Not a single agenda.
Nokado is still left with the table. We know there's a Spin Doctor in hand. Whether there's the 3rd and final Spin Doctor in the table is maybe my guess here. An agenda in archives would make a fair bit of sense. Kato maybe she needs to keep her credits up for the remote server if you expect the push here. But there are server 6. There could be an agenda on the table. It's hard to be threatened by a 5-3 or a 5-2 on the table unless you have other combo pieces. And Thomas Haas knows exactly almost the entirety of the hand here. Now, time is coming up. I do think we have like 2 or 3 minutes. The timer is not incredibly accurate on JNet because the lobby starts at a slightly different time. So we'll know soon enough, but we should be able to see a proper full ending of this game. I don't think we're going to be going to time here. Thomas, 11 credits, 3 on Debbie, Dirty Laundry. We're playing more than one run event a turn, that's for sure. Let's see if we pressure archives here. Or whether we're going to charge one of these remote servers.
I think this Dirty Laundry is going to kind of dictate how this game's going to turn out, I think. I think it's all going to hinge on this. Here's archives. Love it.
Yep.
There's a pressure. Big old Anansi. Kato spending most of their money on this. Now, this is still expensive. It's 5 to break. Now, you're going to make functionally 4 credits back with Dirty Laundry and Debbie, so that's okay. We're definitely going to break our way through that. And 7 face down cards in archives. A card was just discarded. Now we'll see what the other agendas are. There has to be more agendas. I don't think this deck is just Bacterials, Hybrids, and Sisyphuses. I'm imagining there might be some like 3/2s. Maybe even some cool Atea 4/2s, but we're going to access here. 7 cards. It was a Bacterial thrown out from hand, and there's a Regenesis in there as well. Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. Just another way to get that Sisyphus protocol in your score area without having to, advance it to 5. Really sweet decks on both sides.
Yeah, I believe right after Atea came out, Sokka was playing a list kind of like Audacity into Moonpool. And that Fast Events list, I haven't seen a lot of other players playing it. And this version with Sisyphus that Kato's playing, very, very cool. But Thomas has the pressure, has the economy. Look at that board state. Just touching so many cards in those last 3 turns we got to see on stream. I meant to install Spin. Oh, no. Sorry, Kato.
It's my favorite type of modern Jinteki deck where you're playing to all possible outs, looking at so many different options for what you can potentially do, and always trying to make the runner make a mistake and to punish them for it.
Yeah, you got really cool tricks. Especially Atea on the runner's turn. Like, we didn't see any Tattoo Bolas fire, which is like such a hard thing to deal with on the remote. So Kato there just getting the centrals pressure. Good ice on the centrals, but hey, Ken runs really fast.
I also want to point out, look at these stats, these post-game stats. Credits spent by the runner, 108.
Oh,
just Sisyphus
no.
protocol things.
Yeah, Chesva goes far in those matchups. I closed the post-game stats, so apologies, stream. All right, that will take us to the end. Just about a round 1. We might have a couple more minutes in the round, so we'll see how many standings we're still waiting on. It looks like just a couple players left to report. We're going to have a fantastic day today. Again, we have 8 rounds of single-sided Swiss. Shout out in chat if you're just tuning in. This has been a year in the making. So many of these players here trying to secure that Circuit Breaker invite just to participate here on the world stage. And mind you, this is not the end of it. This is only the second section of games. Tomorrow, it's kind of like tonight largely, is the EMEA section. So if you're not subscribed here or you got the notification on Twitch or YouTube, you got a whole weekend of Netrunner to watch ahead of you. So hopefully you're doing well.
And also next week when the finals happen.
Yeah.
This is after this weekend of all of the pods. Next week, for my time, Saturday, Sunday-ish, depending on your time zone, will be the finals where the top 5 from each pod, and Tuna will battle it out.
Yeah, it's 5 from each pod now. Yesterday there's 27 players. We've locked in our top 5. Today is 59. I think tomorrow we're expecting about the same, 59 to 57 players. I've heard somewhere between that, but it's gonna get pretty hard here to lock in those top 5 slots. That's for sure. And with
no one said it would be easy to break the circuit.
It's always really difficult. And with that, I think we're going to be throwing just to a little break. Give me 1 second to get my numbers, but we're going to throwing to some music while this round wraps up. There can't be more than 5 minutes, so we'll be back in a second. Again, thanks so much for tuning in. We'll be back with round 2 coming right up of the 2025 Circuit Breaker Invitational. Don't go anywhere.
Consortium. Build to last. Consortium. Builder of nations.
Welcome back to the 2025 Circuit Breaker Invitational. My name is Andre from the Metro Grid. I go by he, him. Really excited to be here on the Null Signal Netrunner Twitch and YouTube channel. We're just about to get into round 2. So we have 8 rounds today. This is single-sided Swiss, just 40 minutes. 40 minutes is all you have to play one side of the table. Now I'm joined by Juniper. Juniper, how's it going?
It's going well. Excited to see this next round. I'm here for the interesting decks, and we saw some great ones last round.
Yeah, we saw some great decks yesterday too. I have no doubt that's going to continue as well. Also joined by Cranked. How's it going?
Doing great. We did get some good ones last round, and I think we're gonna have about 7 more rounds of good ones if I'm doing my math correctly.
So as the math goes, half of these players now have taken their first loss. If you're aiming for that top 5, obviously loss is not what you want, but everyone's still in contention for that really difficult top 5 spot. Round 2 should be just starting. Apologies. Thank you for your patience. Sometimes it just takes a bit of time for these things to spin up, but we look like we're in a great spot now. What table are we looking at?
I am on table 4 with B-Bomb versus Larea, because I really want to see Larea's deck. Larea's playing How Salonga, and we have the thumbs up from both players to stream table 4.
Awesome. Welcome to round 2. On the bottom, that's B-Blum. They've been playing op just for such a long time, making top 16 at Worlds in Toronto 2 years ago in 2022, and they've been playing like tempo op. We might see an Arella Salvatore too, one of their pet cards. So we're going to see how this goes. Self-modifying code into overclock, just pulling that immediately to deal with the potential of the border control is really well thought out from Larea. She has a Dao and a cleaver. So if B-Blum wants to res this, Benvelopment, they're going to border control maybe into a code gate is the best you have here. Maybe you can tax out a cleaver into a sandstone.
Yeah, I think it would have to be border control into what's the HQ one?
Afshar.
Drawing a play. Afshar. Yeah, Afshar is pretty common as a 1x just because it is a good 3-cost ice to cascade border control into, and it's just not a barrier. That tends to be the most important thing. Who cares if it's not an HQ? It's just not a barrier, so the cleaver play like this doesn't actually beat it.
Now that SNC pop immediately into overclock, you have to do into border control. Once you pass priority, you lose the credits. So really well thought out here. We'll see if we're going to pull a sandstone, which is 5 to break, definitely possible, or just a magnet. Another nice option as well. Just 3 cost, 3 strength. We'll see what Larea gets here. And the remote server probably is what you want as Rashida. If it is just an eminent B-Blum, they're just missing the credits to score this out, which is often the first agenda. Mavirus into Regolith. That's the classic here to stabilize your economy. Yep. Please, no pinhole threading. But we're going to start by taking 6 credits off of that. Actually, 6 credits. Yeah, we had to click for a credit to res the Mavirus. For the uninitiated, this is op. It says once per turn when you trash one of your cards, one of your resed cards, you can go get a card from your deck that costs 1 less and res it for no credit costs. So you see cards like Mavirus for the uninitiated, really powerful because you can trash this at any paid ability window to go to get any 2-coster from your deck, whether it's a Piece of Ice, a Regolith, a Tucana. There's just so many options, and it's tricky for the runner to play around all the possibilities.
It's a really interesting matchup. I actually think that the Tau ability might be quite impactful against Op. Op really hates getting its ice moved around. Op really wants stuff like border control, like Archer in very specific places, and Tau's ability to just move that around to wherever he wants it to be is genuinely quite annoying for Op to deal with. You don't want to trash stuff like Archer to extract. You don't want to put border control on a non-impactful server like Archives or something like that. So this is a really interesting one, and I really wonder what could be in Larea's deck. Is this Tau good stuff? Is there a combo at play here? We're about to find out.
My guess is this Tau deck is going to be on Hermes. Yeah, there you go.
There it is.
Pretty common. So we'll see Conduit coming down too, which into a Mavirus deck sometimes gets stopped mid snowball, but the Hermes is going to come down. Now this is a very important turn.
So great in Tau because Hermes lets you, when you flip that stuff around, you can then pop it.
Yes.
So if you're like right now, if the runner wanted to get into server 1, season agenda could potentially swap around R&D and server 1 and then pop off server 1, and now that's open. Or do the same to get into any central server. Just keep messing with the corp constantly.
Yeah, you'll often see
here.
Conduit come down as a way to just make sure there's no ice on R&D and then just keep snowballing. Every time you hit it, Tau deals with the rest of the board state. Malapert, the 1-coster here, this can tell you something. Generally, you're going to go for a Malapert, either that or an Ice Wall, or sometimes even a Tithe. So B-Blum, they're probably pushing out here. An Eminent would be pretty sweet. That gets a resed Ice on the table, which is relatively important against Dow that's playing Hermes. Now, Hermes fires after you get the Ice on the table, so there's still going to be some option for Larea to move that Ice and then swap. But an early Turbine, Cleaver on 5 does matter if you want to deal with envelopments or sandstones, but otherwise she is just building her board state, saying score out, I'll have an open R&D. We'll see if she can bring the conduit to get that pressure on. Now Beeblum, they're not just ripping it here. Whether we're going to try and get Tucana on the table, another really nice way to slow down Dow, bouncing all those unresed ice to get more ice on the table. But Spin Doctor is going to be the start here.
Maybe Managarb Skunkworks in server 1 as well. That tends to be the premier defensive upgrade for Obdex, just because it's so easy to chain into off of something like Mavirus.
Yeah, I've been a big fan of Beeblum's list. A lot of times you'll see things like Arella and Seamless, I think, for the influence. I do think, yeah, we've seen a whole bunch of Managarm lists as well. I'm not sure if Beeblum goes for strong defensive upgrades. Likes to do a bit more of that tempo play. Larea, she's drawn well. Again, 2 daily casts almost empty. Aeneas Informant tells you for sure this is going to be a conduit deck. And that card snowballs. You're going to see cards in R&D, not trash them and gain credits, which means every conduit run gives you plus credits. Challenging the Spin Doctor. And this is really interesting because it's not so much that she wants to trash this. If she doesn't trash it, she clicks for a credit. But if the Spin Doctor goes, well, then you also don't have the Spin Doctor to break R&D lock and shuffle in some of your more important pieces. It looks like she's actually...
Conduit also...
Sorry?
Conduit also means that Beeblum needs to be a bit more careful, perhaps, with the Maviruses, thinking about whether or not those are going to need to be used against the Conduit.
And the fact that you can purge and then get ice on the table, right? The op can purge a Mavirus and get a 2-cost ice on the table, which might be all you need to deal with that sort of like, oh, I've moved all your ice off of R&D. So there's a lot of very interesting lines to slow down Conduit Deep Dig. Beeblum, 3 cards in the remote server on top of a Malapert Data Vault. Tucana, Arella, all of these cards snowball, but so far we've seen no agendas whatsoever. We're down through 16 cards. I think Op has fired twice so far, and that makes the density of R&D a bit higher because you are, by definition, removing non-agenda cards from R&D. And it looks like we're going to score out Arella into Tucana into. I would love to see an Eminent, even in a Zeph here would be reasonable. Not sure exactly what on the table you're trashing. Maybe making a Thimble Rig out of the Magnet would be okay to deal with Dow. There's the Eminent. So an Archer... going to hit the table here. Often you'll get a Winchester pretty quickly, but as you said, you don't want to ice up servers you don't want to ice up because then you end up with your best ice on the server you marginally iced up. So probably going to get something on R&D is my guess, but Dow is definitely still going to be able to move that around. Whoa.
Oh.
Whoa.
Hold on. Hang on. We're cooking.
Now you
you
don't take the bad publicity from this because Eminent Domain gets all res cost it avoids. That being said, if you do this with Tucana, you will have to take the bad publicity. If you get this on the table with Op, you will take the bad publicity, but this is a nice way to cheat it down. And there's the Winchester on HQ. So Larea, she has another angle to move some of that impactful ice. Arella on the table. This can sometimes you can just Hermes the installed card because it gets more value because you lose the advancement, but it does have to fire before Hermes. So we'll see if Larea just takes the ice off of R&D or not. Extract off the Malapert. Good money there. Whether you want to just get through, and we're going to move the Winchester to server 1. That's sometimes the issue there. An open R&D. We'll see if she just drops the conduit in full sends. Finds that Hermes trigger, bounces the card on server 1. This can snowball so well for her. And there you go. There is trashables in this deck. Aeneas is going to see these cards, and either you can trash them to see deeper or just gain 2 credits. Rashida Rezing, not to get the bounce. And so we're just going to build a big conduit. See how quickly a Mavirus shows up. There's a Rashida 2 cards down. Or on the top, excuse me. Not trashing that 3 cards down.
Effectively free off these Aeneas Informants.
Yeah.
So much money.
Now Beeblum's going to fire the Rashida here. Very importantly with Rashida, you can shuffle the deck with Op and fail to find a -1 coster. So if you didn't want to see those cards, now those cards seem to be non-agendas, and that's probably what Beeblum they want here to get ice on R&D. But it is really tricky. Definitely a snowball of a deck here. Getting rezzed ice on R&D it's a possibility. You might need a Mavirus into just getting more ice on the table. I'm not sure how you get out of this. Definitely want to purge sooner than later.
Yeah, the tough part with the Mavirus to do an ice play too, though, is 2 tends to be one of the weaker slots as far as ice is concerned in a lot of these op decks.
Yeah. You got Thimble Rig? That's okay.
Yeah, Thimble Rig's probably your best bet, but like historically, the 2 slot is stuff like Hofrune, which is not really where you want to be against a big cleaver like this. You just don't really have a ton of great options at 2. Descent, I guess, is okay until
if it ends the
Lorraine
run.
is able to find her. Descent's okay until she finds her decoder, but I don't think you have very long to wait on that one.
Now we'll see how cautious she is. If Larea wants to face check into this, the concern is always, well, an archer is a possibility. That wasn't grabbed with the Valenchao. Maybe that tells you there's no archers in the list. But also importantly, Stavka, whether it's 2 strength or 7 strength, not only does that trash your breakers, it functionally gets you a purge if you destroy the conduit. So she might have to be a bit careful here. We went for hedge fund. Install some cards in Server 1 in front of R&D as well. 1 face down in archives. And people needs to discard 1 extra card here to hit hand size. I do think the last list that BBLM published, they were only on 2 Mavirus. It's very common for these decks to be on 3, but I think only on 2. And this is the matchup where you definitely want to get as many Maviruses as possible to slow down that rolling rock of the conduit.
It makes sense too, because with something like Malapert, you have a lot of control. You have a lot of tutor effects to just find the stuff you want, regardless of what it costs. So I can see the logic in shaving a Mavirus if you're going to use something like Malapert to just bake in even more value onto your agenda scores.
There's the Echelon coming in at 4 means that even if it's a 7 strength, you're going to have to spend a fair bit of money, but Larea has a fair bit of money. Oh, straight into Archer. So getting that killer down early is fantastic. This evens out the score area 0-0, and you're going to break that. That's a lot of money, but you are going to maybe see a lot of money back with the Neos into Conduit interaction. You're going to see 4 cards here. First card of the deck, if it's an SDS, what do you trash? I'm not sure, but it's an Eminent. Now, Hermes interrupts this. We're going to get the Winchester there in R&D. Technically, you'd love a barrier there, but that's not too bad. And we're going to be bouncing the installed card in Server 1. And now this Winchester is only 4 strength. You break it for 2 credits.
This is what I was talking about, where I think the Tau ability is really, really relevant in this matchup, because now this Archer is basically a non-factor.
This board state is sliding backwards. Aziev getting scored there too. We saw Spin Doctor getting credits. We made money on those runs. Don't like that is what BBLM says in chat. This is a hard board state to get out of. You need a code gate that ends around on R&D, and it needs to stick, and then you need to purge. These sort of Hermes decks snowball so hard, and this is exactly what we're seeing here. BBLM has a lot of work to do, and while Arella can snowball, Chukana can snowball, we need to score something straight from hand, and if you're not playing Slash and Burn, I don't know if you can Audacity with as probably multiple agendas still in HQ. Extracting Thimblerig, there you go in R&D, open HQ as well. Again, icing HQ was an issue because it allows Larea a place to put ice. That's not R&D or the remote, but now this Thimblerig is going to be demanding what I assume is going to be a buzzsaw sooner than later. Tithe, Stone Chip Chart Room, mind you, a little sentry there on HQ. We're pretty sure in Server 1 this is the Spin Doctor that we saw off the top of the deck. Maybe Rashida snuck through.
Thimblerig going to be really, really critical in this matchup. Yeah. I think the only way BBLM's going to have moving their ice back to where they actually want it to go. So I would imagine beginning of this turn, we're going to see the Thimblerig swapped with the Archer.
The question is, do you take a turn off to purge here? BBLM might be thinking whether you want to fire for Rashida. If you fire Rashida here, you're definitely not purging. Also, if you want to res a Spin Doctor before start a turn to get the Mavirus back in, that's always another option. But you need to consider purging at some point in this game. You'd hope to do it with a Mavirus that fires op, but if you can't, well, sometimes you just have to just purge. Again, Larea has only 15 cards left in the stack. This is a 40 card minimum Dow ability, so finding the decoder will happen sooner than later. Unfortunately, MU is a bit full, so it's hard to install SMC here, but it looks like Thimblerig's going to swap the Archer, start a turn ability. Looks like no Rashida. Whether you just purge and discard a card, it's an option. Again, it's very frightening to understand. Whenever the runner runs R&D, you're going to see 5 or 6 cards. That is very hard to deal with, especially for a deck that shuffles R&D a fair bit by firing their ability.
And thins their deck as well. Yeah. You can't search for agendas off of the Ob Trigger. And I don't think you can search for agendas off of Malapert Data Vault either. So R&D tends to stay pretty thick.
Ooh, Seamless into Eminent with a click left, either to repair the Hermes or to jam something in Server 1, let alone Arella. So again, we've only seen 4 points so far, 5 points, excuse me, because of the Archer res. So we'll see what BBLM gets here. Again, we've seen Valenchao, we've seen Archer. You're probably expecting another massive res. It's getting, hard to tax out this Breaker Suite. I think a high strength sentry may be the best you have. Infinite possibilities. A lot of choices.
I don't know about infinite. I mean, there's a finite number of cards in the deck.
None of them get into Turbine. Yeah, that's a problem. Like Envelopment, you get broken for like 2 to 3 credits. The cool thing with this ordering 2 here is you can grab something with Malapert and then install the Malapert thing with Arella. Now, it can't be an agenda, but technically you have some options here. Your order of triggers really does matter when firing at these couple cards. Gloria. saying you can take your time here again. It's only 50 minutes in the round, and with that conduit as big as it is, Beeblem here can use the Malapert to grab him a virus, and then even just like install them a virus with Arella. The problem is like Larea can bounce that before you have a paid ability to res it. So whether you want to spend your third click, just getting that back on the table, that's definitely an option. But you want to get them a virus sooner than later for sure.
The experts like really pull in a lot of weight here for Beeblem. It basically turns off it turns on the ability to actually make sure that whatever you search for and install off of the Arella can stick if you choose to. Because yeah, the Hermes into Arella interaction is I gotta think really putting the kibosh in a lot of Beeblem's plans.
I've heard folks talk about this, and I think Beeblem was talking about this, that it's like, it's not bad into Hermes because it just solves your Hermes problem, right? Like it's just an upgrade that undoes Hermes. And I hear you. I want my cards to do something, but
yeah. If I'm spending 3 influence on a thing that's like pushing me forward, I want that thing to actually like do something.
And we'll see what it does here. We're going to rescore that eminent domain. So it looks like Beeblem either didn't like the order of triggers or the option that they chose. So Seamless Launch is going to go back to hand. It looks like we're going to go for the aggressive scoring line. So not pulling potentially a virus there, hoping that R&D will hold. But we know for sure R&D as of the next turn can easily just be Thimblerig Winchester, no other ice. And if Larea can find a breaker, now Stavka on HQ, that's another breaker that you break for 2 credits. Rashida's going to go in the remote server. That's coming in with... Oh, we use the Stavka to trash the Malapert, which fires Op. So again, Stavka, whenever it's installed, or sorry, rezzed, you can fire it to give it 7 strength. It has no impact because it goes back down to 2 strength immediately, but you can use that to trash the Malapert to go get a Rashida, and the Rashida will be rezzed because of the Op ability. So we still have Arella.
Op is so cool.
Yeah. I've seen players where like you'll fast defense an Azyef and use the Azyef to trash a 5-coster. Like you can do weird things where like you get with Tucana a 4-coster that trashes a 1-coster to get a Spin Doctor to bring your slash and burn back. But it looks like Whoredom's on R&D here and an ice on server 1 with an advancement. Now Larea, if she finds a decoder, can run R&D for I think 3 credits if she sets it up. 1 for Whoredom, 2 for Winchester. Stavka is also very cheap, but it looks like the Archer is actually going to stay on R&D. That's the most expensive ice to break on this board state. Obviously, we don't have a decoder yet, so you can run this. It's possible.
The worst to run because the Stavka is cheap. The Winchester is cheap with the turbine.
Yeah. And
most of the ice is pretty trivial for Larea's breaker suite, although, the lack of a decoder notwithstanding.
You're assuming she's going to get good credits back with the conduit. So actually you can make a profit making this run until you find him a virus. But at that point, you've already locked in seeing those extra cards. So you will get the rest of your Aeneas. Rashida also going to fire here. But seeing 6 cards on R&D wouldn't be out of the thought to think you can just steal 4 points.
Oh, totally. Yeah. Very doable because Op is fired a lot. Malapert's fired a lot. So again, you can't search for agendas off of either of those cards. You have to just draw them through draw effects. You can't tutor for them. So what that means is that R&D tends to stay pretty jam-packed with agendas throughout the course of a typical Op game, which makes it generally the place you want to be anyway. And the conduit is just adding even more fuel to that fire. But overclocking the remote, we're going to see if we can take apart the remote here.
Wow, this is a great play. Euler coming down as well. So not the decoder you're expecting, but coming in at 4 strength, breaking subroutines for 0. This should be a relatively cheap run. Now, border control is really important. It's probably what's on the outermost of R&D. But if you want to pop the border control, not only do you end the run, but you can guarantee him a virus on the table, which is exactly what you need on a board state looking at a conduit. So we'll see again. You are going to force the runner to pay through the server as much as possible. So far, relatively cheap. 2 for the Valenchow, 1 for the border control, 1 for the Thimblerig. We'll see if we get swapsies or whether we're just going to straight for the border control or just let the server get destroyed.
I think some of it might stay. I mean, the Arella's not going to get trashed. That's 2 credits off the Aeneas Informants. I could see Larea potentially leaving the Tucana as well, if she's really confident that any extra scores out of that server won't matter. The Rashid is probably going to go.
Yeah.
But I mean, some amount of this run's going to pay for itself, if not actually come back at a profit. If assuming Beeblem lets her in.
That's the Aeneas problem. It's like you sometimes don't want to trash because it gets you credits. Tucana is important in this matchup as much as we still have a lot of ice on the table for a Hermes Dow matchup. The Tucana's been doing a lot, but we'll see. Asking for breach, and Beeblem here can still use the border control. Omp hasn't fired so far. So it looks like this one's going to go through. We need that border control. Notably also now border control Thimblerig is a play on R&D. After you pass that Thimblerig, you can swap the border control and end the run right before that successful run step.
That's a really neat little skateboard trick that Op players love.
Arella, we're going to bounce gain 2. So trashing that was almost nearly free. We're going straight for the conduit here. I'm pretty sure we're going to see Thimble Rig into the border control, unless this is an outermost border control. That's exactly what Beeblum needed there. They're only on 2 credits, but this should get you a Mavirus for free. I'm not sure if there's an economy card on 3 you can get on the table. Not a lot of assets on 3 that you'll play in this deck that give you money. So we'll see how many of the credits.
Not on 3, but it is. Beeblum has not used Op yet this turn, correct?
No, not yet. So
okay.
I'm assuming we'll see the border control fly in here, and we probably see a Mavirus come down. Oh, going for the Hordem. Interesting. So this run's actually going to go through? Or no, we're going to just use the border control on the outermost. That's totally fine.
Right. Yeah, no, it is interesting that Beeblum cannot go border control into Mavirus and then use that Mavirus to or turn the Mavirus into anything, because Op can only trigger once per turn. So I think in a perfect world, Beeblum would love to turn the Mavirus into another 2, potentially another mining license or another defense, some sort of defensive upgrade. But that plays off the table if there's going to be a purge this turn.
So Lorea needs to chase this down, whether it's just force the awkward purge where Op doesn't get value, or run server 1. It looks like she's going to go for R&D here, so we'll see if Beeblum does just fire the Mavirus for no additional value, just getting those 5 massive counters off the conduit. And I reckon accessing 6 cards here is going to be really dicey for the corporation. Looks like we're just purging. We're going to see a single card get a conduit counter. Ania sees a Spin Doctor on the top. Beeblum down on 2 credits, and the conduit is going to build up again. Running R&D only cost 5 credits, 6 credits, 5 credits. And you can let the Hermes go if you really want to save credits on the most important runs of the game. Server 1 swap, Thimble Rig, again, that gives you the border control reach, which is quite nice. We have the Winchester on HQ, and the remote server is still tricky. Archer into border control is not that bad. The problem is Beeblum doesn't have a lot of credits here. You can do credit, extract maybe the Winchester on HQ to go get a 3-coster. If there's a third Mavirus, that's pretty good. Interesting board state.
I don't know whether the 3-clusters would be super impactful at this point, short of third Mavirus.
Sandstones are cooked with Cleaver.
Yeah, Sandstone's not going to cut it here. Those are blank, basically.
Yeah, it's tricky. No, an important thing too, and I don't think Beeblum's on it, but you have to watch out. If there's a 3-coster like a Mavirus on the table, you can just like on the approach to the Stavka, you can go get an Afrune and force the Stavka, even if it's already been rezzed on the table. Now that plays around having exactly a Mavirus on the table, or even like a calibration testing any 3-cost advanceable or trashable card. I don't think that's what's going to be here, but there's technically like a fear line that you can always just like pull an Afrune when they encounter the Archer, and that's kind of mean. We'll see if that ever does come up. I don't know if there's an Afrune in this deck.
I don't know if there is either. We've seen a decent amount of influence.
Yeah.
Hoffered only 2 influence though, so it's not certainly not impossible.
Card on the remote server, Spin Doctor getting challenged there, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, just firing in the middle. Looks like we're just removing that from the game between clicks 3 and 4. Lorea drawing up. Again, Oiler 4 strength. You have to pay for subroutines, so slightly more expensive. And Spin Doctor and Mavirus are going straight back in. Not sure why that's done mid-turn, but it looks like server 1 might be maybe another Spin Doctor or Rashida. We want to just draw into those cards.
I think Lorea was running the Spin Doctor server.
I don't think she made a run. She did draw. Oh, no, she did make a run. That makes so much sense. Yeah, okay. I missed it. I had the archives open. Excuse me. So 3 credits here with Seamless. You can score out even a 4-2 if it's in the deck. Sometimes Off-World Office shows up. Azief to do damage and to search through is an option here.
Only being up 3 credits though is just not really where you want to be, especially when I guess everything's res, so the Hermes isn't really doing all that much at the moment. Short of just, being a threat for any other cards that get put down on the board. But
yeah, the question is like, what are you extracting? That's the big way that Beeblum gets back into the credits. You can extract the Stavka, which is only a 2-cost, annoyance to go get the Mavirus, which was shuffled back into R&D. But speaking of R&D, like 12 cards left after that Spin Doctor draw. There is still a lot of agenda points. Again, we've only seen 5 so far. There has to be a ton of points in hand.
Feels like HQ might be loaded here if I was a betting man. As for your question about what to extract, I mean, there's just a lot of ice on this board that's not really doing a whole lot against what Lorea is doing. The Stavka's not great.
Yeah, the Hordem's
pretty much blank. The Winchester's not great.
Yeah, the Hordem breaks for 2. Same with the Stavka. I guess you could go for either of them if you want a 3-coster. So
then again, that goes back to the question of, are there any 3-costers here that are,
that matter? Yeah, it's the Mavirus, because one Mavirus went back in. Now that Spin Doctor brought back in a Tucana and a border control. So Tucana means that BBLM definitely is fighting here, wants to get more agendas in that score area, like wants to get more ice on the table. But it, as you said, what ice on the table is really that impactful? A tie was annoying if Larea feels like she has to break it for 2, but she can probably just let that fire if she's conduiting for 3 or 4 cards.
Yeah, Tithe is great in these op decks, but yeah, the value proposition, as you said, gets kind of, the scales get tilted one direction if you're seeing, 2, 3, 4 cards. Yeah, I'll take it at damage and give you credit for that. That's a good deal.
8 cards in hand, thinking. Again, we have about 15 minutes left in the round, and we've been only seeing 1 point per every 3 minutes. Again, wait, no, my math is 5 minutes, 1 point for 5 minutes. Yeah, that's our math. There's not been a lot of points, is all I'm saying. They need to be somewhere.
And that does not favor BBLM. At its core, most op decks are going to operate on some level as a rush deck. And with every passing turn where BBLM isn't scoring an agenda, I got to think that some amount of win percentage is going down the tubes.
Yeah,
BBLM needs to find a way to claw back into this one, and quickly.
Yeah, they need tricks. They need enough money to score out. HQ is definitely going to get some pressure. Sometimes the issue is like if you have a conduit and you have Aeneas's, you can just tunnel an R&D. I would love an HQ run here. I think it only costs 3 credits. Got to be points there in hand. And even if BBLM pushes into the remote server and you pressure HQ and steal an agenda, Hermes undoes anything that gets put in server 1. It's very, very hard because functionally to Hermes here, you have to protect every single server. Otherwise, you can't push on the table in the remote. And I don't know if this deck has more fast events than maybe a single copy of Audacity, maybe 2. Thinking.
Yeah, most of these op lists have gone away from agendas like Oaktown Renovation that are actually Hermes proof. That it was pretty common back in its day, but not so common anymore. Folks would tend to just prefer to score Ozievs and Atlases.
If I'm not mistaken, in the Elevation article that just dropped the other day, there's a bit of a tease about the ability to install agendas face up. Now, while we're losing Oaktown, I think if you're a Hermes disprover, you're going to love that sort of technology. And there you go, Extract opening up HQ, but getting them a virus as a way to protect and single advance on R&D. Larea, if she can get a bounce here, she can dismantle this board state. The Mavirus can grab a 2-coster at instant speed. Again, I don't know what 2-cost dice we can't break for a single credit, so I'm not sure if there's anything you have to watch out for. I think the one thing you could watch out for, again, is there's an Afrun. You can force a Stavka, you can force an Archer. Whether that's respected or not, we'll find out whether it even is an option. Starting there with the Sure Gamble, we're just running their remote server saying, I can run this down, not running HQ or Archives to get the Hermes. We're going to go through border control for 1 credit. Valen Chow is going to be a bit more credits, 2 to boost. Again, you don't have to break all these subroutines, only some of them matter.
Yeah, I love the charge on the remote here. Just, Larea saying, I don't have to get cute to score agendas. Let me just lock your remote.
7 for Echelon. Her money is getting challenged here. While border control can fire you up right away, it looks like if we did have an Afrun, we probably would have got it there, a Mavirus into Archer. So it looks like I don't think that's a card we have to play around. So border control probably will do it. She has 2 clicks if you're going to do Mavirus into a Mana Garden, but it looks like it's just going to be a Sandstone, which you break for 1 credit. Now it's the Archer that's a hard thing. If you want to run the server back, I still think it's like 9 to 10 credits. So Larea, if she wants to stop the score, has to get a Hermes bounce. And I think HQ, Archives, R&D are all very good options. There's no server that's not going to have some points in it. Oh, Trojan.
Oh, Trojan Horse. Wait, whoa.
Into creative. It looks like BBLM's going to score out here. We'll see what agenda you need this to be to feel very excited about board state, but a single advancement. Atlas with a counter gives you flexibility on R&D, but does force a shuffle. Here you can seamless out the big old 5/3, the Basalt Spire. If you're playing an SDS to trash the conduit, also seems relatively cool.
CS could also just trash a Breaker.
Yeah, Breaker.
I mean, we haven't seen a Simulchip out of Larea yet.
No, we haven't.
There's none in the bin. It's possible she's not playing it.
With SMC, maybe you play 1 or 2. It's a hard call to make.
I mean, 40 cards in the deck. You got to cut slots somewhere, right?
Yeah. Start a turn. Looks like we did swap that Thimble Rig to get the Archer on R&D, so it looks like we might just be scoring out and holding down against the conduit. Again, all the border controls. We have 2.
This feels like a 5/3 score. We know BBLM has a seamless launch from the Malapur way back when. I can't imagine that they've thrown that out. It seems like a very important card for, actually scoring agendas.
They played 1 on the Eminent, I think, but there might be another one.
Oh, did they play it on the Eminent? Okay,
Yeah.
I must have missed that.
Oh, BBLM said I drew the border
you're right,
control.
it's in the bin.
I drew the border control. I was going to get with Tucana. Sad face. What Tucana? Oh, Mavirus was going to be the Tucana. Yeah. So Beeblum's plan there was to purge them of virus, to go get the Tucana, score on an agenda, but it looks like the top draw there is a border control. Now you have to take your opponent's word for it. You like, maybe they drew an agenda and you don't want to run HQ. Like, it's hard to tell. But
that would be an incredible bluff.
yeah, right? You're allowed to do that as long as you don't misrepresent obvious board state, like actual board state. And it is the SDS. Let's see what they want to take down here.
Maybe the Echelon might. Well, actually, I think shooting the Cleaver. It's tough. I actually don't know what the choice is here. Maybe the Oiler, because you have so many stop and the run code gates on the board.
I'm assuming if she's playing Oiler, she probably has simul chips, so you just need to be annoying. I think Turbine and Conduit are the annoying ones. It looks like it is going to be the Echelon. So again, you have to reinstall that to deal with Archer. Technically, also the strength of Echelon gets challenged if you trash another breaker, but it looks like we're just going to make that one server cost only 2 credits to run here on this board state while R&D will hold. Larea has open HQ, open archives. Drawing up, looking for that simul chip and finding it. Now, the problem is if she doesn't have another program, she still has to trash a program to get something back in. Probably will be maybe the Turbine or the Oiler, but Beeblum has a window here.
I think you need both those programs, though, because the Turbine's what's kind of allowing you to break stuff like even just Hordem, let alone the Archer or the Sandstone. And then the Oiler, there's enough end the run code gates. This Thimble Rig's just going to mess you up if you bin the Oiler.
Now, money.
So I don't really know what you throw out here.
Money willing, Beeblum needs to put, I think, the border control in server 1 and start pushing the next agenda, but they can't really res that, let alone afford the install. The Sandstone is only 1 credit to break with the Cleaver Turbine, so you could probably trash that if you wanted to. I think the 3rd extract would be sick, but it looks like we are going to push what we're assuming to be the border control and just click for 2. Say, I'm going to push next turn. Larea has an open HQ. Second simul chip here, so she can fix everything. We're going to see an agenda here for sure. Same the Trojan Horse. Creative. So now double simul chip, she can rebuild whatever board state she wants. Beeblum had a small window, but didn't have the credits to push. Now, can Larea run server 1 twice to deal with Archer, assuming this border control gets res for 4? That drops Beeblum down to only 1 credit. That's not that much to score out with.
I'm running out as well. Not literal time, but just only 9 cards left in R&D, so Beeblum going to have to make a push at some point here.
So this list doesn't look like it's on a Hostile. Hostile would be pretty easy. Hostile into Audacity is a nice way to close. I don't know if we've counted enough influence to know that Larea definitely is not on Claude, but Ice on HQ, just clicking for credits. Playing 2014 Netrunner Telework contract and daily cast. Larea saying, okay, you want money? I'll be able to run the remote server. All I need is money, and that is good money coming in across the next couple turns.
I think there's 4 influence unaccounted for on Lorea's side of the board, so who knows what that could represent.
Yeah, I don't know if you're on 3 Hermes. You're probably on 2, so I think, yeah, you have a bit of influence left over. Now, Val and Chow getting swapped down. So now R&D seems a bit softer to run. The remote server, we're stacking the bigger ice on there. Val and Chow into Archer into what we believe is a board control in front of all of that stuff. Beeblum, if you do install advanced credit, you end on 6. You res board control, you're on 2. That maybe gives you enough to score at a 3-2, but you're going to have some issues from that point forward. Server 1 gets a card. We're going to click for 2 more credits. Again, engineering the future. Type tactic. And Larea going to riposte by clicking for 3 with still 3 clicks left. Charging. Border control is the outermost. I'm betting. Now, this is expensive. You have to break all of this stuff. And then the border control will fire. I don't know what 3 costs are going to get out of R&D. You might just not want to get cards out of R&D. And Oiler going to save you 3 credits potentially on this run. Because you did reinstall it.
Really nice here.
Yeah, really, really useful. Now she's only on 4 credits. Overclocks. We've seen 2. There could be 1 more. Larea asking for the border control. This would be a huge bluff if this is not an agenda. It's an above the law, though. It is an agenda. Just saying, I need to keep the border control not for this agenda, for the next one. Build your own scoring window. Yeah, not on a turn where Oiler breaks. That's really, really good. So now Larea up on game point. All the eminence are accounted for. So everything from this point forward is probably a 2+.
It seems like it's going to be tough for Beeblum to score 2 2-pointers from this position, which is, I think, how they'd probably prefer to score out most of the time. But
there's like this frightening outcome where, like, if time comes up, you just Audacity out the 2-pointer and go win 6-5. But I imagine Larea can find a point before that happens.
I would agree.
Ooh, net damage for starters off the Mavirus, but I think Larea here has to figure out Hermes and Dow before we go deeper. So Archer on HQ, that server definitely has agendas in it. And the Mavirus, we're not going to purge. That's going to be a card out of hand. Ooh, it's an overclock. That's a huge hit.
Big. That's big.
That is a massive hit. Now, she does trash it to prevent the purge. She's going to get 2 credits that Aurelia has given her so far a sure gamble worth of credits. And BBlum's board state now with 1 fewer ice on server 1 means that you have to get the Archer there. It's actually hard to build a big server because now you have to move the Thimble Rig, swap it onto server 1, then swap the Thimble Rig for the Archer. It's going to take you multiple turns to build a good remote server. Dow's doing a lot of work here, as much as Larea's on her last 5 cards. Now it's up to BBlum to push the points. We have about 5 minutes left in the round. Whether you're worried about that Audacity closer just to get to 6 points, we'll see what happens to the Thimble Rig. That's this big pause before start a turn. Thinking about moving this around. And what do we know about hand? It's only Trojan Horse, which is a favored credit trace. BBlum, a big fan of that card as a win button into mid to late game situations. Whether there's a third simul chip is the question, but whether you want to, firstly, you have to do that trace because a card was touched or accessed, but then you have to succeed by a number of credits equal to the install cost of the card you're trashing. So Euler is definitely a soft target here. But that's going to be all your money if BBlum doesn't have a hedge fund. This deck sometimes only plays 1 or 2 hedge funds. It doesn't always play the full 3. Lamenting and yeah.
I was gonna say I don't know if there's time to even consider pondering the Trojan Horse here.
I think Trojan into Audacity is aligned to like play into a squeaky finish, getting to 6 points, but yeah, it's tricky. Card in server 1, it's Valenchow into Thimble Rig. Not the most expensive to break. Now the Thimble Rig can always swap for a border control, so sometimes it's double Valenchow into whatever comes off the border control. Only 7 cards left in R&D.
Only 2 Spindos out of the game. Could be 3rd Spindo.
Yeah. 3rd ice, again. Important to get enough ice on the server if you want to drag back with the border control. 3rd Aeneas is coming to come down. Laria hoping to touch cards and not trash. Hannah as well. This gives you the ability. Now you can end up with a tag if there's a border control here, but it's just a tithe. We've seen all border controls as well. 2 in the bin. So this tithe, you can probably just let it fire. You only have 3 more cards. BBlum does actually appreciate that credit, but you can do the math here. What it costs you to get in.
Yeah, I don't think the credit for BBlum is too impactful, but I don't know that you want to take the net damage here necessarily. It just opens up too many jump scares with Oziev Protocol.
Yeah, that's true. Flatline is definitely a way to close the game. We're going to fire all, lose an SMC. Not a great card here. So we're going deeper into the Thimble Rig. Larea breaking for 1. Oh, 2 with the Euler. Ooh, Euler. Interesting. 2 for 2. And now Valenchow. We do have the credit lead. Boost into break. Again, as long as you do the math right, you don't have to break that last subroutine, I don't think. Oh, it looks like she does because she boosts in too far. So runner only on 1 credit, accessing this card. There's only so many installables. We've seen so many hit the table. If this is an agenda, this will be the game. It's just the last spin, Doctor.
Yeah.
Res and pop. Now this Arella, I wonder if you want to overinstall it. Every run on this is 2 credits cheaper because of the Arella. Now obviously a powerful card, but this Arella is again giving Larea 6 credits this game. That's actually 7 credits now with Aeneas. Now HQ is wide open and we've drawn 2 cards with Spin Doctor. Easy to find points in here. We only know the Trojan Horse. Single access can be quite impactful. Again,
shuffling 2 Spin Doctors back into the deck.
Ooh,
have to be assuming for a 5/3.
Virus Purge giving 3 credits, not finding the points. The remote server is now set up where we have our best ice and the Thimble Rig behind for the border control. This is the board state that BBlum needed. Our judge has stepped in to talk about time. I'm imagining we're coming up maybe 2 minutes left. Shout out to OF1515 winning the New Year's Showdown just a couple weeks ago, excuse me. Roughly 2 minutes left is what they say. Yeah, HQ's been holding, again, 6 cards left in R&D. We've seen, 10 agenda points so far? This deck is running 20. I don't know whether you get an archives check-in sooner than later.
But the agenda points have to be somewhere. The fact that HQ has held up this
yeah,
incredible to me.
Double Trojan Horse again. I don't imagine that's more than a 1 of in this deck, so just unfortunate accesses. Into server 1 here, Audacity gets harder and harder to play unless time is called, and then it doesn't have a real cost associated to it. Install on server 1. Again, we can do the math. Larea will have 7 credits, an extra click with Hannah, whether it's just a click for a credit, that can matter. You can use Hannah as a pad campaign if you really just need the money this turn. Now, Archer, you don't have to break all of it. You have to boost at least once for 3 credits. You need to break 3 subroutines, so it's 6 to go through. You can give the Corp 2 credits on most board states. And that means you need 12 to run the server twice. The last overclock was taken by that damage. 3 are in the bin.
Lorraine's just got to, wherever she's running it straight up.
I'm assuming we're going to see some HQ runs this turn, but Beeblum can't threaten to win this turn. So we'll see if she just takes credits and sets up for a haymaker, whether it's on R&D or HQ. Again, HQ, the softest server by a mile. You do want to make sure, yeah, as you said, and Crank, you've been pointing this out, like, you gotta watch out that you don't flatline to Aziev, so you can't lose that last card if you're concerned to the tithe damage. Card in server 1 after an undo click. Some obfuscation there, whether it's the same card or not. Sometimes you're assuming there's 2 installables, but it could be the same card.
What if Beeblum's trying to decide whether or not they're going to fire off the Audacity now? Ooh, double advance. Okay.
Whoa, so that's threatening game point as a 5-3. Beeblum is short credits. Would definitely need a seamless launch to score this out if it is an honest 5-3. Now this gives Larea...
Seamless gets shuffled back in.
Oh,
Seamless
fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to point that out.
So Larea needs to get into the server, which I don't think she has the credits, or she can force the border control or run HQ. I don't know if time is called. Larea calling out that there's not a lot of time in the round.
I don't think so. I have no idea. But I think the judges are here, so... Oh, no, they're not. I take that back.
I don't think time was called. No, there's still definitely time in the round, but Larea, like, might just have 1 turn left. I don't think time was called, was it? Because if time was called on Beeblum's turn, like, that's... They have to play... They have to do something different. Yeah, I don't think time is called yet, but I might be incorrect. Yeah, because if time is called on Beeblum's turn, Larea just wins up 5-4. Because when time is called...
Here.
Sorry?
Radiant's in the game, so...
Yeah, I don't think time was called. I think we got a 2-minute warning. So we're going to have at least 2 more turns left here unless Larea finds it this turn.
I really hope we can get a clean conclusion to this game. It's been way too good.
So she's thinking here 7 credits. The remote server seems a bit expensive. HQ is cheap. Archives is free. We want to run R&D to do the math, mind you. Hordem costs 2. Sandstone costs 1. Stavka costs 2. And then board control, you have to break that server twice to make it successful. So it's tricky. Now we're seeing also if you run HQ and just break 1 subroutine on Tithe, in fact, if this is the last turn, you can let Tithe fire all you want. You can actually make money doing that run with Aeneas. So even if you don't find an agenda in HQ, you can run R&D potentially. I think we're just sorting out how many turns are left in the game. I'm imagining Larea gets 1 more turn and Beeblum gets a final, but again, we're not meant to be interacting with the table. This is all for the judges to sort out.
The only talking to people I will do today is asking them if I can stream.
Mm-hmm. Just looking for that thumbs up. Okay. So we're going to see how this goes. We need to double check when time was called again. Time is also tracked on Discord. We'll see judges come into active tables that are coming up at the end of time to call it. It looks like Radiant is saying time is called on Larea's turn. So Beeblum will have 1 turn left. So Larea needs to either stop a score or win the game. And I think she can close it off this turn. There's 6 cards in archives. HQ is free to run. The remote server, she can math out exactly what it's going to cost. It takes you some math to figure it out. But you have to watch out. Thimble rig into board control is not a trick you want to miss there again. After you pass the thimble rig, you can swap it with the board control, which fires the board control. But she has a turn left here, and I think she can do it. Beeblum saying I might not even have it. It comes down to Seamless being on top of the deck. That's also interesting because it encourages you to fire op. So if you can fire the board control, you will, just to get a card out of your deck to try and draw the Seamless, but we're running HQ. We'll see if she breaks all of this. Again, if you do think that it might be an Aziev, you have to watch out. But it looks like we're just going to fire it, losing another SMC. Axis is a Stavka.
Yeah, nothing.
Sending it back, another run here. Now, Aziev will win the game. If this is not even a 5-3, you can score out. We're going back for single. I wonder if Archives has some points. Again, I do think she needs to save the credits. She would love to see a trashable there.
We know the third Mavirus, I believe, is in hand for Beblum because Larea accessed it and took some credits off it with Aeneas. So thankfully, she is not at risk at dying off of the border control into Mavirus play.
A Trojan horse, she keeps seeing the same
Another win on
card.
HQ.
Checking archives. Keeping honest, no points in there. She has one click left. She can't run R&D. She has to run HQ here. She needs to break the tie at the credit. But now Audacity has, let alone one last access here on HQ. Breaking for 2. Azef, she finds it.
There it is. Oh my god.
Good game. Couldn't get it on HQ. There's only 6 cards left in R&D, but she finally finds it. That was the right play. Well played, both players. There's 2 agendas in there. She just can't find them until the last possible moment. Well played, both players.
It's so easy to doubt yourself when you're doing that, when you just keep hitting it and seeing the same cards over and over again. It was definitely the right play to keep hitting there. Well done.
Yeah, good game.
Sweet game.
Well played to both. Yeah, you see that. That's Hermes Dow. That list has been around, or that archetype's been around for a while, and just an absolute snowball if it does get rolling. And we saw it get rolling, and Beblum did great work to really slow that thing down, because when it flies, and we definitely saw some flight there. That might be the last game of the round. We have some results here. I don't know if they're going to be locked into standings. We'll see if we see any 6-point players. It looks like we have. So here on the stream, we're looking at some of the top placing players so far. Again, there's a fair few players that haven't lost a game yet after 2 rounds. And just to go over some of these names you might see, Dav's a fantastic player from, I think, the UK and or France. It looks like might be playing some Asmari. That makes sense if we were expecting some lethal re-education. Larea, PD, and Dow. We just saw Wiki. That's Fawn, PD, and Hoshiko. Dranked. That's a Smurf. It's not you cranked, is it?
It's not. No, that's not a gift from the Boston area.
We got Holly, TX Feet, Augie, Lockmanos, Chinchling, Vitars, Nervous Nightjar, Erica. Again, we have a bunch of 6-pointers. Also, Passive Mold, 0 Hour, and our world champion Arzon holding on 6 points, but the strength of schedule he definitely needs to bring up. We got 6 more rounds today of the 2025 Circuit Breaker Invitational. The day is just starting. Ooh. I think we're going to have round 3 up relatively soon. Do we know when the break is? I'm not sure I checked. I don't think it's going to be now, but there should be a break at some point.
Could not tell you.
Yeah, we'll find out together. Yeah, so we checked a bit of the meta earlier today.
After rounds 3 and 6, there's a 30-minute break.
Fantastic. So looking at the standings, again, looking at the breakdown, this is kind of dissimilar from yesterday. I think yesterday we saw 7 ASIC Group players. That was the top. And then the next most played ID was like 3 players. And while ASIC Group converted okay into the top cut, we're seeing slightly different today. More Asmari players, more Ag Infusion players. We got a bunch of Wayland contingents. And then Asmari and NEH seem to be the NBN identities that are performing well in the last couple tournaments. On the runner side, that's a big difference, as we saw Hoshiko be far and away the most played runner yesterday in our 27-player APAC pool. But now we're looking at Lat, Sable, Essa, and Kid all seeing more prevalence than that common Anarch that's just been seeing so much play since the date that she was printed. This is an interesting meta. I'm very excited to see how this shakes out. Yeah, 24-12 ban list. Losing the Luminal HB just took that in stride. I think we've seen a fair bit more ASIC Group than PD, as much as I do think we saw PD conversion yesterday in a very, very cool deck.
We have only seen 2. There are only 2 PDs in this tournament, which I have to blame on the Luminal loss.
Oh, get out. Yeah, you're right. Only 2 PDs. That's very surprising. That's like the ID that you play at tournaments.
Panic PD is like one of the default identities. I have to assume that's because of losing Luminal. You look at your deck and you don't know what to replace it with.
Yeah, I think people have been hopping onto the ASA train too, which is just like, it feels similar, but you have a lot more lines. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I sort of see the logic. I mean, the easiest swap for Luminal would be Project Vitruvius, and it's hard to think of a HB deck that's going to play Project Vitruvius better than Asa.
Yeah.
So if I'm already putting Vitruvius into my deck, why not just do the Asa thing versus, continue to try to fit the square peg into the round hole now that they banned the square peg.
It looks like round 3 is paired. Is there a table we want to jump into? I can do show hide identities. That does help. Yeah, go ahead.
You get I would say tables 2 or 1 both look good. PE versus Oshiko or Outfit versus Sable. We've seen Outfit already.
I'd love to see a criminal of some sort.
Want to see table 2?
Table 2?
Sure, we can.
Yeah, that's not again versus Vitars.
Cool.
Sure.
If you don't mind asking, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, I can jump in there.
I've been curious since there was a fair number of criminals in this tournament, what exactly they're doing.
Yeah, we saw yesterday, we saw a fair bit of Sable. Some of that was like knife Sable. I think there was a bit of deep dive Sable as well. I don't think we saw that much like good stuff rag Sable. It was usually like, hey, we're doing something interesting. Are we clear for table 2?
Not quite yet. Still waiting for one player to approve.
Fantastic. Yeah, interesting here. We see table 5 is Arizon versus Wiki. Fantastic players. Arizon on Near Earth Hub. Mind you, Arizon did win the World Championship with Reality Plus, which was recently banned out less than a month ago. So seeing if that is the deck that's just moved to a different shell, because Arizon is obviously playing that sort of like kill combo NBN really quite well. I have no doubt we'll see a bit more of Alex later in the tournament.
Mm-hmm. Curious to see if the deck can port, if that's what's going on there.
Sorry?
If the deck can port to a different identity.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can. Like, you just play False Lead, you get a bit more influence. That might be similar to the list that won the Near Showdown, which is like a mixture of the NBN Near Earth Hub combo kill decks and Reality Plus combo kill. It's very quite neat.
You're good on table 2.
Thank you. Give us 1 second once we jump in. All right. Welcome to the beginning of round 3 of the 2025 Circuit Breaker Invitational. Here on the bottom, we have Dranked. This is the outfit, and this is a player who plays a heck of a lot of outfit, almost regardless of what the meta is, if you ask me. And this meta doesn't seem as bad. Shapers can be a problem. Arasana being good was an issue, but we'll see what sort of outfit this is. We've seen a lot of archetypes, whether it's a big deal. That's kind of my guess. That's my default outfit. But we've also seen like a Worlds back 2 years ago now in Barcelona. We saw the sort of like a punitive Counter-Strike CityWorks project outfit. I got big money. I got big points. I'm going to throw Angelique, Garza Correa, and some punitives at you. Those are very fun lists to interact with. Other side, Sable.
I feel like people who play the outfit tend to be people who have been playing the outfit forever and mostly play the outfit. It's one of those identities you just kind of latch on to.
I agree.
Yeah, it is rotating soon enough. I imagine we're going to see Centrals get iced up and then hopefully big deal out, which is like icing up Centrals and never building a remote server. It's not a bad playstyle against Sable because Sable's all about running central servers and often not even running the remote server that much. So
a couple of massive ice against Sable can really, really mess you up.
Yeah. Face checking can be tricky as well. Boomerang, going to be super important. If we're playing Revolver, that's one of your cheaper ways to face check into that Trebuchet. Val and Chow also, if you're trying to pressure the corporation, they can res that and fire the subroutines for largely free. So while Sable wants to run and bad publicity on top of a Chesva makes those runs cheap, you do need to set up and slow down, and paying attention to mulligans and how good the corporation's hand is going to be quite important. Now for the uninitiated Sable, back from the Borealis cycle, a really fun identity coming with the mark mechanic. So you're going to see at the start of the turn, Jintegi.net is going to randomize, and you'll see the name of a central server written on top of the Sable's card. The first time a turn that Vitars makes a successful run on that server, you get a click back. That's technically before you access, so if that ever matters, and this matchup is not super important, but it just means if running archives, imagine you have a dirty laundry or some way to make a run and make credits, it's just entirely free. I think Carpe Diem is what's going to show up in that slot a lot of the time. So you just need to make sure you're not getting free runs and just touching cards, because runners win if they touch enough cards.
Now, there's a few different builds that you could be expecting out of Sable. Obviously, the Red Criminal thing that's been around for so long, where it's just, good cards, breakers, money, a few tricks like diversion of funds, maybe an alarm clock, something like that. We've obviously seen our fair share of knife lists, whether it is sort of the all-in, I'm going to bypass all of your ice and just try to knife you by turn, 7 or 8, or if it's this sort of combination of the two, right? This sort of mid-rangey hardware build focused around Masterwork V37. That can leverage either the I'll steal 7 points angle, or if that doesn't pan out, maybe I'll just stab you instead. So a lot of different things that could be coming out of Sable here, and of course it's not to say that there couldn't be a different third thing that could be happening that we're not even expecting.
Yeah, shout out to that like mid-range masterwork list that has the knife, the Jaichinho assassination plot option. We saw a bit of it yesterday. I believe it came in 3rd at the New Year Showdown. Shout out to TMKF Netrunner to Na Yeti. Very cool list. And the ability to instantly install things like Boomerang and I think Revolver as well. You have Poison Vials. Face checking actually is like, especially with bad publicity, that deck runs Prognostic. Like that deck can fly if it sets up in the right order. So that's a really fun one to watch. We'll see how nuanced that matchup can get.
Also a great way to get all the fans on your side. Everybody wants to see everyone wants to see someone get knifed. It's the most fun way to win Netrunner right now.
It's gonna be hard for me to keep it together if this is knife.
If I have not as of yet seen someone get knifed on stream in any tournament I've watched.
Oh, it happened yesterday.
So-
It happened last night.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'll have to go back and watch that VOD. I was missing it because I was busy that evening, but
I think
gotta check that out.
it was Coheed, I think, playing against, I want to say, a Tailist. I believe we saw it on stream, which is always pretty exciting. So we're just, again, waiting for that judge call. Again, sometimes it takes a bit to start. I don't think we have a repair or anything super substantial. Yeah, outfit's going to be really interesting. Again, we have seen a fair bit of bad publicity support coming out from Nelson Games cards. Mind you, we saw a lot of it come out in the Borealis cycle across from Sable. We saw things like, well, Valenchow was more recent, if I'm not mistaken, but that borehole, right? Like regulatory capture, those all are from that era. And understanding the kind of design space and play space around bad publicity in just a couple months when all the FFG cards rotate out of standard and you lose things like outfit, it's going to be pretty impactful. It's very interesting to see what the future bad publicity looks like.
I'm curious if there will be like a near print of the outfit of some sort.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the outfit, but just something that works with bad publicity.
I'd be surprised
A lot of these
if it doesn't come in time. Yeah.
We
It's
can
an
also
interesting
see-
angle.
Both players keeping.
All right, here we go.
Looks like we're off hedge fund into install into credit. So Valenchow can be res. Trebuchet, not a great res onto no board state, but HQ Mark is the worst case scenario. Boomerang and run. Looks like a bravado as well. This is really interesting. Sometimes into a boomerang, you don't want to res the ice, so you could just trash the ice. We'll see, but it looks like it's just going to be a Trebuchet saying, hey, I want my 4 credit rebate. I want my bad publicity. Now we know where this is. This access, you can't steal SDSs, but a spin doctor will be 2 credits if you want to trash it. Hard choice at this point. Looks like we're going to trash it.
If you aren't worried about what's in HQ for any reason, this is honestly a great way to get rid of the boomerang.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Mystic coming down. Again, this will be plus 10 credits throughout the game, no doubt. Getting that early as soon as turn 1 is a great use of 2 influence. And Drank there just icing up R&D. Looks like Archives is on mark, so if we get a Carpe Diem, we're definitely looking for some card draw here. A Class Act, an Earthrise Hotel, some way to get more cards in hand a bit faster. Just running this for no reason. I don't know, just for the Carmen. There you go. That's a good reason. And this is a neat... Chasing out the sure gamble from hand after is always a bit of a bummer, but this looks like, I don't know if we're going to expect cybernetics support, but this means that the Archives mark is just going to draw you cards. Upgrade on HQ, not sure what we're looking at. Mavirus or just a Chrysium would be fantastic. We're up on 16 credits, 2 bad publicity after a 2 big to fail. So if you're worried about punitive, you need to make sure you're keeping your credits up and not stealing agendas that have big numbers written anywhere on them, really. 4 credits, a Mystic. Would love to have that sure gamble again. Zenith, an expensive card in Hermes. Going to get down sooner than later. Drank is at that point. Hostile is going to get scored out right after the Hermes comes down, I imagine.
Ooh, that hurts.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, but you got to score it eventually, right?
Yeah. So not resing the upgrade on HQ again. R&D Ice is probably what's going to get bounced there, hoping for a good Sable access, because that's a clickless card draw and a touch. But we're already at 3 bad publicity, 24 credits. Big deal can just close this game out. And I think in 3 or 4 turns if you have everything lined up. Carpe Diem, Archives, finding a virus in there. Drawing a card, gaining those 3 credits. Not too bad at all. And while R&D is wide open here, we haven't seen any multi-access. I'm assuming we're going to see Twinning, maybe Awaken Plan as well as our multi-access. And that takes a while to spin up. It's not like we're going to see, I'm assuming, Jailbreak or any sort of burst multi-access here. Drawing up again.
Really want to know what this upgrade is on HQ. You would think that if you're going for the agenda score and it's actually valuable, you would res it. But also, that's, I mean, giving away the information maybe.
Yeah. Oh, Trojan.
Trojan horse.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
This is disgusting. Again, you don't have a lot of programs, redundancy in these decks. The backstitching is going to help, but sorry, you touched a card, you're going to lose. That only cost 4 credits on top of the 1 for the Trojan horse. This is a card that really disincentivizes you from touching if you don't have a lot of credits. But I do think we're going to see this. This is kind of a Dranked special where we're just going to ice up central servers, get good credits, and then just score out from hand and say, oh, you touched my cards, I trash your breakers. This is going to be tough.
Remember when you took a game action? You shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, it was a good action. You got 4 credits, you drew a card, but Yeah, getting your breakers on the table, that is something you have to sort of play around in this board sale, but it's very, very tricky. Vitaris.
It's gonna stretch these boomerangs really thin, assuming that that Vitaris is not of a way of getting that Carmen back.
Bravado HQ, it's the mark. We're gonna get that backstitching. We're gonna bypass that trebuchet, I imagine. Now the upgrade on HQ, you can probably trash it. We'll see if it gets res. It would deny the Sable Click, but I'm imagining it's a Mavirus. Now Zenith, finding it above the law is a good steal there. You have to bounce a card here and then check the upgrade. So it's a Helheim Servers.
Helheim Servers, nice.
What?
So this is just full rig destruction op. I don't know if we're building remote servers. We want to deal with that card. This allows you to trash cards from HQ to increase the strength of ice on the server. So while that doesn't work well into Boomerang or the backstitching, if you wanted to break that with Carmen, you're 1 to 2 credits off. Surprise, you're losing your breaker. I imagine this deck is running 2 to 3 rig shootings. This is not a great spot for a criminal to be across the table from.
This is a nightmare
There's
for any criminal.
The next
doesn't
Trojan.
have any sort of recursion.
Lost.
Oh well,
there goes the shibboleth.
Yep. Well, sucks. Sorry.
Sorry, you touched cards. My bad. And
hey, Vitar's got 2 agenda points out of it. Yeah. Not a total loss.
Not a total loss. We're on 3 bad publicity. This is where you have to be careful. That 4th bad publicity unlocks the beautiful garden of regulatory captures. So we'll see if Vitar slows down here and tries to assemble some multi-axis. The issue is like Mystic Miami demands multi-axis. Going for the doof here. Not always super impactful against a bounce back up of something like a too big to fail. But we're going to take 5. Going to get that. Again, this is not an HQ mark. You still get the Zenith, which makes the click compression of this pretty nice. And the Boomerang will get shuffled back in, of course. Watch out if you're playing on JNet. Don't hit the break all subroutine button on Boomerang, because then it just does not come back. Make sure you're only breaking 2 subroutines. Amakua would hate to see that get Trojan horsed out, but we've seen 2 so far in a Spin Doctor, so the turtle might be swimming for a couple more turns. Archives is notably quite poisoned.
Yeah, the turtle install is really interesting, knowing the Mavirus is face up in Archives. I don't know how many good accesses you're going to be able to get to charge this thing, and all the ice in the outfit is massive, at least in terms of strength.
Yeah, we're
let's see how it plays out. I mean, you never know.
At a certain point, it might just be the only breaker that you have.
Yeah, that's true. It beats border control, and then you got stuff like Boomerang and bypass tech like backstitching for everything else. So hey, maybe I can see it working out. Wilder things.
There's also this is just a random play that could theoretically happen. But if you can get a cup down, can you cup cards that are in archives?
Yep. Yeah,
I think so.
You can clean archives with a compilation. It's pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good way to get the virus out of there.
So you do get the Amakua counter, mind you, because once you end the breach step, you did not steal or trash on archive. So the Mavirus purges on access, and then you get the Amakua counter. So 1 perfectly deals with the border control. Info bounty coming down as well, throwing on that extra Hermes, and Drank here just wants to find a too big to fail government subsidy just to get the credits up. Because again, I don't know, maybe we aren't on big deal, but I don't know if we're going to build a remote server. It looks like Drank has the opportunity to score out everything. Pivot. Looks like we're going to get too big to fail. So that's 2 clicks for like not 8 credits, but we're on 4 bad publicity here. So 18, really big number. Too big to fail, mind you, does cost 17 of those. Vitar is just drawing through Earthrise Hotel. Hermes will open up a server if you do go for the push. So as long as you have a Boomerang on deck somewhere. Mystic Miami, she demands blood. So we'll see if we have an event or we're just going to lose a random card from hand. It's hard to lose a random card from hand in a criminal deck. They really do not like losing their cards.
Yeah, I'm really starting to think this is an absolute no remote sort of outfit deck. I mean, Drank has all the time in the world to build a remote and push an agenda if he wanted to. So just the fact that they're just not going for it really suggests that there's just going to be no remote this entire game.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised. So whether it's Biotic, another upgrade on R&D, I don't know if it's a Helheim, I don't know if it's a Holloman. Both of those are options that allow you to sort of turtle up here and say, speaking of your turtle, it's not going to be moving anytime soon. Earthrise Hotel, Class Act, giving you some good value. Dirty Laundry, unfortunately, you're going to be touching a card here with 2 Trojan horses out. It's not too bad. You get the Zenith draw as well. So a lot of click compression. That's a 5 credit draw, but mutual favor straight for a breaker here. Let's see if we have redundancy, but it's just going to be a fractor. This is so hard to face check when trebuchets just blow you out of the water. A backstitching for a bit of confidence, as long as your mark lines up, that'll give Drank a bit of pause. Oh, escape net. Great.
Oh, no.
Hello?
We're playing all the uninteractive. Oh, sorry, you touched a card. Massive trace will remove something from the game. So it looks like we're just going to remove from game the backstitching.
Remove from you, not even trash. Just you know
Remove.
what? You'll never have that ever again.
In Rig Shooter, it makes sense. It targets chips, so simul chips is not the option to repair stuff. But I feel like Vitars, every time that they've tried to interact, they've just got punished for it turn and turn again. There's Dirty Laundry. Again, still pretty good with the Mystic, but I don't know how we get access here with the Amakua getting stuck at 1 and Trebuchets. I'm imagining this deck is running like Ballistas, even Rototurrets. Who knows? It all probably hurts. Show me a next diamond or whatever it is.
Jeez. the mutual favor for the Kurupira does not instill me with a lot of confidence that Vitars has redundant breakers, but you never know. I have seen wilder things happen in this game.
Hostile gonna get scored?
Yep, there's Hostile.
We're at
Are
5.
there any other old, strange touch a card get punished cards that we could see Dranked suddenly running?
Ooh, I don't know. Like Public Trail is maybe the worst case at this point, but a lot of the other cards are reprisals where it's like you touched a card and trashed. So like the baseball bat, the name eludes me. That's probably in this list of trash hardware. Yeah, wake up call, right? Hostile, we're on 5 bad publicity. From this point, Dranked can score out red caps, no problem, but they're not showing up. So Vitars has to start putting pressure on. R&D is the mark. 23 credits and an upgrade. Sure gamble. Going to charge the twinning. So here you're going to need like you need a Debrado, like you need a trick to get into centrals, and you need a good HQ mark. But you're assuming if there's red caps in hand, they would have been scored by now. So you kind of want to cash in your multi-axis on R&D. And you're also assuming there's SDSs, which just get harder to deal with the more your cards get trace trashed. Server 3.
Not to mention border control.
Yeah.
It's really just gonna, anytime you're looking to make just one big run to get back in the game, border control is just there to say, nah, I'm good.
We're assuming this might be a Spin Doctor. I don't know if Vitars is going to be frightened to check this, if it's just a virus for damage, but Spin Doctor going to draw 2. We're going to shuffle some cards back. It looks like the first Spin Doctor is the quick snap choice. You can see the highlights and Scape Net going back in. So sorry, your twinning at some point is just going to get deleted. Sorry, you touched a card. Dirty Laundry, we're going Archives. Mystic, going to pay for most of that. Twinning at some charges. Mavirus purging the Amakua back to a nice 1. At least the credits 22 to 22. Make that 19 after a class act. And Vitars only has 4 cards left in the stack. This deck needs an Ashen. It needs a Labor Rights. It needs some sort of recursion. Sometimes you see a Katurga. But Drank definitely doesn't have the red caps yet. Doesn't have the big deal. Just saying, I'm going to put ice on the table and hope I draw in the right order. Which at this point, just about any order is good when you're on 5 bad publicity.
Yeah, 5 bad publicity, the runner not really representing a way to get into your key central servers. You got all the time in the world if you're Dranked.
I wonder if you
were even worry about here. What could get you?
Sneak Door. That's it.
Yeah, Sneak Door looks pretty hot right now.
It's just like with Amaku and Cheswa, you don't have the MU usually, so that's really tricky. I don't know what you do on this board state. It's really hard. You need to get a good HQ mark. You need to find the third backstitching if you're playing it. The boomerangs are really important, but with 3 ice, again, any server that you put the boomerang on, you just don't res that ice and overinstall and trash the boomerang so it doesn't keep coming back. This is cursed. This is really, really difficult.
Even something like maybe privileged access to reinstall a program.
Yeah.
Once we're at threat, that could do it. But I mean, I'd be pretty shocked to see that one.
Yeah, practice can bring something back. I don't know which clause is on threat, but yeah, you can just wait for that to happen. Currently, like Drank doesn't have okay. Yeah, Drank doesn't have a huge reason to ice up archives with the Mavirus doing good work here, but Earthrise Hotel, there's the boomerang. We could just run here, but a Trebuchet is gonna kind of end the game. So pre-installing the boomerang, it's tricky. We only have 4 hand size. But that Earthrise Hotel is actually gonna draw more cards than you have. So that's 4 credits to draw 4 cards. We'll see if we make the run here. Again, you're assuming the deck is on 3 Valenchow. That's a problem. 3 Trebuchet. That's a problem. Maybe Archer. Maybe Ballista. Anything really that's going to hurt you. This deck clearly wants to destroy your stuff.
Oh, it should be pointed out, we've seen very, very little influence from Vitars. I think only the 5 that's on the board. 2 from the Mystic, 3 from the Twinning. And there's no influence face up in the bin, so
yeah,
I mean,
could be deep dives.
I'm assuming it's
there's deep dives.
It's
there you go.
Probably 2 deep dives left. Red cap. Oh, 3rd hostile. So going to bounce HQ. Actually, this gives you a window if you roll the HQ mark, or you get an inside job here. You actually can touch a card. There's a compilation again that will open up archives. Vitars finding
really
it.
Good here.
Yeah, Going to pay 1 bad publicity to take a card. They're going to get them a virus. So now Drenked has a bit of an issue. The problem is, like, as soon as Drenked ices archives, can just purge. So Vitaris has a short window to capitalize on these Amakuas. And funny to say, it's Amakuas. It doesn't actually matter that you have 2 of these. It just means that you have to fire 2 Trojan horses to get this back. Getting up to 4 counters again. 6 is the magic breakpoint. 7 for wraparound. Infinite largely for Helheim servers. 36 to 12. 2 Trojan horses in the bin. Twinning on 3 counters. Install advance regulatory capture. We're on game point this turn.
That's it.
Feels like it's now or never for Vitar. It's got to make use of this twinning.
Yeah. Run archives twice, run HQ is probably your shot. Get to 6. That breaks Valenchow. That breaks Trebuchet. Breaks Archer. No Mavirus on the table. We bounce the upgrade. So that plays around a Mavirus, which is great. We're just going for the inside job. Not caring about that 6 counter. So we just want to see as many cards as we can this turn. One of those cards in hand is an upgrade. Easy to find an SDS. There's a chance here with the twinning counters we can do it. Bypass the Trebuchet again. The Boomerang. Sometimes you do want to just shuffle it back in, but this means you can run HQ maybe again this turn, especially if you don't steal with Amakua. Don't trash. Atars.
If you use the cop, then you...
Oh, you actually can't Boomerang this because you don't encounter it.
I don't...
Inside job's not optional.
Yeah, you would have to, if the outside doesn't get res,
Yeah.
you can't Boomerang the inside. That's a good shout.
So Trebuchet, we're going to inside job through that. That bypasses the first ice you encounter, not approach, so it doesn't fly over unresed ice. Yeah, you're forced to bypass. I think the realization here is because inside job is not an optional ability, so you'll never encounter the ice and have the ability to break. The paid ability window doesn't show up. That's okay. We're going to still see 3 cards here. If we find an SDS or a 5/3, those can be bricks in Dranked hand. 20, we're going to see 3 cards.
5 cards, yeah.
We're assuming there's border controls on R&D. You only have 2 clicks left here. If you don't steal, don't trash, you can get to 6. Copulation, we're going to see Audacity, border control, Helheim, Valenchow. Too big to fail. The hand is clear. Now this puts Amaku on 6. You saw the Helheim, so now running R&D, you can make a couple runs here. If it's double border control, that might be an issue. But Descent to start, that is going to be 1 bad publicity of 6 and the Chesva. We're going to use the Chesva first. You can dip into the bad pub if you want. Next up, a Logjam, hoping to play some Glacier, but this is only 3 more credits off bad publicity. And we'll see if it's a border control. It's just a Hammer. Ooh, that's actually kind of annoying. Now you have to just lose your resource. That's actually really bad. Yeah, mashing break 3, you can't because you don't have a killer. So here you have to lose one of your Amakuas. This is the redundancy actually kicking in here. You want to keep your twinning. So you just say, trash my Amakua, I don't care.
Yeah, so you're saying break the second sub, the trash 1 install resource. Yeah, you have to do that, I think.
Yeah, we saw no tag punishment in hand. You're going to get a click back on this R&D run, and you can see 3 cards here. It's possible. Again, it does not enforce it on JNet. Hammer has this very unique clause that we don't see on a lot of other cards. So we're still going to go in here again. Logjam resed. We know HQ is entirely clean. We also poisoned archives again by using the copulation. So the Amakuas are going to have a shelf life here. If Drank doesn't top deck something important, can just purge out, I imagine. It's really cool to see the double Amaku actually give you reach here. Only one of these subroutines can be dealt with, if at all. And you want to keep your twinning. That's probably how you win the game here until it gets touched by a Netscape or Escape Net. So we're going to fire all fantastic. Take 1 tag. Lose a turtle. Coffee is still going to be served today. And we're going to see 3 on the top of R&D, I imagine. If you rip an SDS, you can give the Chesva. Nothing.
Oh, nothing.
Oh, deep dive.
Deep dive. Oh, deep dive. Hold up.
Only an Atlas.
Only 2. Only an Atlas.
A
Okay.
single Atlas?
Oh, that hurts.
Now
we could have.
hold on.
I don't think we have a second deep dive because we've seen too much influence.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we have 15 exactsies.
Yeah, you can't have the 3rd deep dive. They're each 5 influence. So if your deck is 3 deep dives, you're playing no influence. Now, this also unfortunately shuffles the deck, which means Drank could have just top deck into a red cap, and that just closes the game. Any agenda into a big deal closes the game, as much as we know that can't happen off the top deck because we knew every card in hand.
Yeah, it would have to be exactly red cap, I think, in order to be lethal. Yeah, there's a purge.
Now, Drank purges here. The Boomerang on HQ still allows you to get one access here. That can only be a single Amakua counter, but now with the stack being 0 cards, the Boomerang can go near infinite, which gives you the ability this turn to try and get 2 Amakua counters a turn, which means like you can still ice up HQ on the following turn. It's not perfect, but you have to get Amakua counters. Interestingly enough, R&D, you can run with you need 3 Amakua counters. No, you have Kurapira. You need 1 Amakua counter. You can run R&D if you want to. You only get
a handful of runs in R&D because of that hammer, though.
Yeah. You get 1 run on R&D unless you boomerang the hammer.
Okay. Hey, you're saying there's a chance.
There's a chance. No, and Vitars needs a chance here. If there's real 3-pointers in the deck, which there might just be, a single access does it. Vitars has to play to the outs, and so far Vitars is playing to outs. Mystic, 1 credit, twinning. If you play an event here, we only have 3 cards. We're checking archives. You're going to see Too Big to Fail, Valen Chow there, going to get 1 Amakua counter. This means R&D is technically open. HQ is technically open. There's 1 unknown card in HQ and an ice that was bounced potentially off of the Hermes. I wonder if you have to deal with the Helheim in hand, because if that hits the table, you cannot run R&D anymore. It looks like we're shooting our shot here. Taking a tag, losing maybe the twinning if you want to keep the Amakua around. Logjam. Kurapir and Bad Publicity going to charge up. Hammer again. You can only break 1 of these subroutines. Either you lose the Amakua or you lose a twinning. A hard choice.
You can't break any of them because you don't have a...
Oh, yeah, right. Huge.
Yeah.
Single access here. If you find a 5/3 or red cap. Oh, Alice.
Oh, Atlas, hold up.
But I don't know how you get back here. I think to get back, you have to run HQ, get the boomerang back, draw, and then run R&D. But that's hard. You don't have enough clicks. The Zenith has already fired.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
If we have any recursion, we can get a deep dive back this turn, but we need a recursion card here. Clickless, like a labor rights will do it, but I don't think we have the influence.
Katorga. Oh, there's no influence for Katorga. Yep. Yeah, I don't know what in-faction or neutral ability would be able to recur that deep dive on time.
Border controls on HQ here again. R&D you can run, but you're a click short if you just get that descent on 1 strength. So we don't know the card that Drank is top decking. Mystic, she's going to leave the area.
This could be game right here.
There's a border control in R&D. Our accesses are they're done. You have 14 minutes left in the round, and while you're up points as the runner, I do not know how you make a successful run here. That outermost is probably a border control. And if that is, that boomerang's also lost. That is our...
Yeah.
There might be another boomerang in hand, so you could chase this out potentially. This is the first boomerang we've seen. There might be just 1 more in hand. But if there was, maybe you would have gone for another single. It's hard to tell. So Descent, we break for 1. Logjam. I think at this point we're going to start floating tags. Using the Chezza.
Yeah. Vitars could jack out here to keep the Kurapira counters, but yeah, it's probably just... Yeah, it looks like they're just
a concession,
concede.
yeah.
Oh,
I was going to say, there's a certain point in a game where like this where I think you concede just to keep your mental state up.
Yeah.
Netrunner is so intense and it takes so long that I've had players who conceded midway through games just saying, this is going to be miserable, this is going to take so much thought, and the odds of me winning are so impossibly low that I need to just be able to think for the rest of the day. I have 10 more games. I have to think.
I'm assuming the concession means that we don't have another boomerang, but if the border control gets popped here, like... You lose a boomerang if you have another one, maybe. But there's also always a chance the corporation can just draw a 5/3 or something they can't score with, and maybe you can go through the trebuchet. Because trebuchet you just beat with credits, right? Like it doesn't end the run. It's an interesting board state, but yeah, sometimes you just want to walk away because things are slipping. Good game to both players.
Yeah.
Do you want to jump into another table? We definitely have some time in the round.
We can certainly jump in. Let's see what games are still up.
Yeah, we see a whole bunch of reports from the top tables. Just to recap, it looks like TX Pete on table 1 taking the win. We saw Drank there. Chinchling taking the win off Nightjar. Davs off of passive Arzon taking that game off Wiki. And Larea still undefeated there against 0 Hour. Holly also winning one against Lockmanos. And then from that point on, we're waiting on some results.
So table 15 looks like an interesting matchup. It's Sports Metal versus Essa.
Table 15. I don't think that one's on anymore.
Oh, is it not?
Yeah, just might not be reported.
I'm going off the reports. Okay, let me go back to...
Do you want to maybe ask table 8, which is Knack versus Augie?
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, this is round 3, so we're not even halfway. It's a long day of Netrunner for the Circuit Breaker Invitational. The prize support is also fantastic. If you just participated and cashed in your Circuit Breaker invite, you get a Holoman, full art, foil. It's lovely. And then I believe there's top half participation prizes. And then, of course, if you make it to the CBI, the CBI finals, there's even more prize support to play for. So a fantastic event.
We can show off one of the prizes after after this round.
Yeah, I really like that one.
So we have the art for because the winner, the finale winner of the grand prize winner of this is you get to define and be in the art that will be given out next year. So we have the art that was chosen from last year. So we can show that off in just a bit as soon as we do another game.
So this is Asmari. If this is not kill Asmari, this is tag Asmari. If we look at the bin there, we see Market Forces, Public Trail, Seamless Launch. So there's a chance with a Seamless Launch in hand, Knack can have a 5-3 in their remote server. There's Degree Mills at play here. Otherwise, the remote server is very interesting. Everything has been botulist to the ground. Mess the Chesto with 10 wraparound. It's just the F2P that you can pay credits through. But speaking of credits, August just has no board state going through the whole stack. Just a Paladin Puemo and the Keiko to be her friend. But it looks like Seamless Launch. This could be it. 4 advancements. Whether it's a Better Citizens, it is a Better Citizens. 4-2, more tags, and we're going to jam the next turn in the remote server. Augustus can break in here for only 2 credits, if I'm not mistaken. Everything gets botulist, F2P. You only have to break 1 subroutine to not get one of those botulists returned to hand. So Augustus can spend the whole farm getting in here. Credit, run. How did it come to this? This is such a wild board state. Again, I think we saw this deck before with the Diesels and the Simulchips playing this sort of like mulch virus type Hoshiko. And Augustus just needs to steal 2 points. With 11 credits, this Knack deck looks like very much like the Radish deck, the odd Radish deck we saw earlier today and at the showdown. So we're expecting more Gatekeepers, Seamlesses. Public Trail into Self-Growth is a pretty wild line. In terms of Rashidas, there's 2 in the archives and only 9 cards left in R&D. Also Spin Doctor count. We're looking for 1 more if that's what server 1 is. Is Mari calling event here? You could probably have a good idea what exactly is in hand. It's hard to see without zooming out a lot, but we're looking at, I can't tell what event would be in hand here. We see
rights possibly.
Yeah. We see 2 in the bin here, assuming there's a 3rd one for a recursion loop. But all the steel skins, all the strike funds, all the prices, everything's out. This deck doesn't usually run Sure Gamble, maybe even Dirty Laundry. Cleaver coming down. Now this actually saves you sort of that you don't have to break the F2P subroutine. But this does also give you a tag because you installed an icebreaker. Better Citizens program says the first time that you install a program or play a run event, you take a tag, and Cleaver is definitely a program or an icebreaker.
I think that might be what Caesar just realized, that this will give a tag because that Better Citizens program.
Yeah, that's pretty important with F2Ps on the board.
Yep.
Now F2P doesn't end the run, but you can always pay 2 through this. So again, if you want to pay the 2, take a tag, you can break through the Messnate, you can break through the wraparound. The ping is already dealt with. We're checking archives at the start, trying to chase out a Spin Doctor here. You will get the Hoshiko flip, and it is a Spin Doctor, so that saves you a lot of time and money. So it looks like face downs are going back. Otherwise, you wouldn't pop the Spin Doctor. That means R&D is definitely more of an option here. The innermost F2P does nothing besides, well, actually it does do something. If it returns one of your installed cards, you can steal Degree Mills. So it looks like Seamless Launch and Unseen showing you a Yodel and the last Rashida.
Yeah, this is just Augustus is very forked here because like you gotta assume that outermost ice is gonna end the run, but you need to have enough installed cards to also be able to steal Degree Mill. But if you install your cards, then you can't pay through the F2P, and you can just see where I hesitate to use the word prison, but you can see where the conundrum lies.
Now this buffer drive coming down.
It doesn't get you anything back.
So what you do with the buffer drive is before start a turn, you will use this to put like a labor rights on top of your stack so Hoshiko can draw it. That's often what you'll do to set up your recursion loop, just so you get Hoshiko to do something for you. It's pretty expensive, but you need to be drawing something. You even just like put a strike fund back and feel okay about it if you don't think the recursion is going to show up. Oh, Public Trail into Self-Growth here is going to be a problem though. You can't.
Keiko buffer drive.
Yeah, you can't react to the buffer drive now. You could do it before, but now you're going to do it now before. Yeah, action after this.
Oh yeah, you can do it now. Yes. So now it's Keiko and Axe. It doesn't matter.
Putting a Simulchip on top of the deck.
So that'll give you access to Botulus if you want to run central servers. So we're assuming we're going to get self-growth, return 2 of these cards to hand. And again, you need cards installed for Degree Mill. So Knack here pausing. Paying 4 for that is relatively expensive. This is not Reality Plus.
Is there any other tag punishment that could come off of this public trail besides self-growth program? Probably not, right?
Market Forces, but I think the deck only runs 1. It's like spiteful, but it's no credits is better than some credits. But with the Fermenter is a click for 4 next turn. I imagine that's going to be bounced to hand. Otherwise, Shipment for Vladisibirsk requires 2 tags, so we're kind of off of that. And if we look at the bin, we see 1 self-growth, 1 Market Forces. So some of those are definitely options here. It's really hard to play around Public Trail, especially if you find yourself
Might be waiting to play.
Mm-hmm.
Well, do you wait to play now that you can't hit the buffer drive anymore?
I think no matter
like
what,
value Public Trail.
I think you would probably self-growth the Fermenter and just the Keiko just to get cards off the table, maybe even the Paladin, just because that is extra credits next turn and cheaply installs things. Because with Degree Mills, it's, you just want no installed things. But Knack,
the spiteful line you could take is self-growth the Keiko and the Fermenter, and then just trash the Paladin, just delete the entire board.
Oh wait, this Botulus is. I forgot that we actually can interact with Degree Mill.
Yeah,
of course. So you might build a remote server here where you actually bounce a couple Botuluses to build a scoring window. That's another line. But the problem is the Botuluses are in hand. So as long as Augie can install those, which with Paladin and Keiko is actually entirely free, the remote server might fall apart. And we know there's a Cleaver in hand too.
If you don't pop the Fermenter, if you don't put the Fermenter back in hand, then that's just going to be 4 credits next turn to immediately get all the Botuluses back.
Yeah. Yeah, Knack thinking this through. Again, we only have 8 cards left in R&D. We've only seen 11 points so far. This is kind of not that different than the op deck we saw, the op matchup we saw a couple rounds ago. So the points have to be pretty heavy across the central servers. Now, Knack has seamless launches. 1 was shuffled back in, if I'm not mistaken. 1 in archives. Drawing next click. That's a surprise.
That is a surprise, yeah.
So that means
probably only about 7 points left, I think. 18 points for Ismari, right?
Yeah, usually. I'm assuming this is 44. Some people play 49, but I can't do the math really quickly. So it looks like we're not pushing this turn. We're just going to install an ice on server 1, trashing a Botulus. So the tag was just a tag, forcing the buffer drive. Clearing out some of those Botuluses. This is really cool. You could install trash all the ice and then say you have less cards installed for Degree Mill, but we'll see how far you want to go. There you go, clearing up everything. Installing outside of server 1, 6 credits, discarding a card into archives. How much can you res on 6 credits?
I did not know you could do that.
Yeah, you can trash as many as you want to save install costs. You can trash all the ice if you want, as long as you're installing an ice. Same for cards in the root of a server. Very, very useful thing. A lot of people miss that. So Hoshiko going to get a credit, draw what we know is the simul chip. Paladin Puemo can install that, gaining a credit with the Keiko. I didn't know these cards were on Jada. These are quite nice. These mini plural alt charts. So the question is, Augie can make 1 good run and maybe close the game off. He is tagged, and that's relevant. There's no IP block in the format, so F2P is, I think, one of the very few ice that cares when you interact with it if you're tagged. I don't think we're going to see data loop. Simulchip coming down, gain a credit, clear a tag, click for 2. Hoshiko flipping back into the natural state. So Knack, if you want to push here, next turn, if you don't purge, that is 6 more credits on the Fermenter, and if you trash that, you have access to the Simulchip, no problem. Knack is in an awkward spot here, and it's up to Augustus to find exactly where to pounce with the aggression. With Seamless Launch, the answer is almost anything in server 1 can be the winning point, including this 4 credits. Passing back to Augie, calling a program this time, understanding the Simulchip is the most important card in this board state. Fermenter can trash that to gain 6, and then Simulchip can bring back just about everything. No cookbook on the table though.
Yeah, the lack of cookbook is really important.
I think you run and you grab Botulus in response just to get through 1 subroutine. Innermost F2P is kind of cursed because it doesn't really matter. But the question is whether you pressure R&D or you pressure server 1. Knack's on 4 credits, even if you just force reses. If Knack is on 2 credits, he can't really score out unless it's double seamless, because we see the 1, 3, 2, unless there's Beals in the deck. I don't know if there are.
Beal would be non-standard. I mean, I think these decks typically play the 4/2s and then just the 1 tomorrow's headline, because why not?
There we go. Cleaver coming down. Keiko and Paladin. We pop that Fermenter. So now we do have a tag, though. That's an easy thing to miss with the Better Citizens program. So if you want to clear the tag and run, That gives you last click. I don't think you're worried about border controls, but allows you to only make a single run here. If you float the tag, we're aware the Knack probably had some tag punishment there in the hand on the turn before, but we're just checking it. 6 credits because we played a program, so Knack has way more, a fair bit more to res and score out with. Gatekeeper on the outermost. This probably has to get botulist. Knack down to 3 credits. Now, this has 2 separate teams. Only one of them ends the run. The other does give you some options to find seamlesses. But it looks like we're going to break that end of the run. You can draw up to 3, and no matter what you have to do, you are going to shuffle. That's a very important clause sometimes. We're full drawing 3. 2 cards left in R&D. Knack just pushing for it.
The full draw?
Shuffling back 1 Better Citizens program. We know the win is 1 and 3 on R&D. If Augustus wants to give up here and run the remote server, wraparound break for 1 F2P. You can just let fire.
Could Knack be looking for a 2-1 to just score out the game instantly?
I don't think he has any in his deck.
2-1. I'd have to look at the agenda math in that way. It's possible, but as long as the agenda math is there.
F2P. We can't break that, so we're going to take a second tag. That means it turns on shipment for the disperse, but credits. It's a Dreamo. That's game.
That's it.
Board clear +1 botulist just getting in there. Knack looking for the double seamless score out, but what a game. Well played to both players. Just
you don't need a board if you got the 7 agenda points in your score area. We call those a flawless victory.
Yeah, removed a couple cards from the game. It looks like a light the fire went off this game. I don't know how it's removed from the game. Maybe
probably from the
DJ? I don't know.
Could be DJ, probably more likely Gachapon though.
Oh yeah, that's in this list. Yeah, definitely Gachapon. That makes a lot of sense. Well played, both players. Again, both fantastic players, but Augustus squeaking through. We're seeing a couple players, mind you, play this Better Citizens program Asmari deck. It might actually be more representative than Re-Education Kill Asmari, and looks like a pretty tricky deck to play against. I have a lot of very creative lines. Best of luck to both.
And it lets you play Better Citizens program, which is just a great card to get to play. You're never going to get to play it again.
It's so sweet. I love that card. It's also, up until very recently when it became popular, guaranteed reader from your opponent. Yes. Almost a 100% guarantee that they did not know what that card does.
That's the real goal of Netrunner, is to put a card down in front of your opponent that makes them go, wait, what does that do? And to pick it up and have to look at it.
All right,
That's
we
the
are
goal of any tournament.
Wrapping up round 3 just shortly. There can't be more than 5 minutes in the round. Do we have a break after round 3? Sorry, Juniper, I know you said it earlier.
We do have a break after round 3. After round 3 and round 6.
So it's like a half-hour break, I take it?
Yeah.
Okay. So that means we're probably going to be throwing to a break in a bit. Like, I don't honestly think I have a timer that says 45 minutes. So let me make sure I have an overlay that makes some amount of sense. But for those who are tuning in, thanks so much for tuning in. This is, again, the America session of the CBI. All of these players have participated in organized play this year to get an invite by generally topping an event and then coming out to this event, which is a fantastic global invite that celebrates people playing Netrunner all across the world. If you're playing today or you're watching the VOD, maybe you're playing tomorrow or you played yesterday, thanks so much for getting involved in organized play. It's just like kind of incredibly important. So huge. I think I have a number for this. That might have done it.
Do we want to look at the, do you want to show?
Oh yeah. Huge idea. Okay.
So do we have actually, what's the alt art from the previous Circuit Breaker? Was a NSG doing it?
I think it was either in End the Line. I'm pretty sure it was
the Urban Renewal.
I think it was either Urban or End of the Line. I think Urban might have been for Continentals or Intercontinentals.
Oh, sure.
I'm not sure. But hey, I have this I can show on screen. This is the first time largely that I think we've seen it. I think it was in a Discord. Hold on, give me 1 second. I have to pull it up on the screen. There it is. This is the Gachapon. It has Tuna on it. This is so good. Shout out to your 2024 Circuit Breaker champion. It is in a ball getting either removed from the machine or put back in. I can't tell. But this art is a Mauricio Herrera, one of my favorite Netrunner artists, all the way making Netrunner art for the last 12 years, which is just incredible. This is a top half prize, I think, in the CBI.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yes, the foil Hollow Man for everybody.
Yeah. Oh, this one's just lovely. I think that's a fantastic depiction. So,
I love it so much. It's such a specific. It's such a fun little thing, and I love the idea of it that like you win this tournament, and you get to be on a card in this way, like leave your little mark.
Yes.
For the next tournament, it's a great little thing, and also this is great art. Fantastic.
It's really good. Really great colors. I'm a big Mauricio fan, and just seeing Tuna on the card is just absolutely
genuinely
charming.
my favorite Netrunner artist ever. When Mauricio started coming back, I was so excited about it. Like, that is one of my favorite things NSG has ever done.
Yeah, there's certain artists that just they are Netrunner to me, and Mauricio is one of them. Mauricio, Liga, Andre, who did your playmat? Zellinger, Matt Zellinger.
Zellinger, Doyle, Mancinian.
Yeah.
There's a lot of folks
Yes,
who've been doing a
absolutely.
great job for such a long time, let alone the new artists as well. Everyone's been doing a fantastic job.
Yeah.
This is great. Shout out to Organized Play for putting this together. I think it's just a fantastic prize. And on that note, speaking of Organized Play, I think we're going to throw to a break for a bit. So I'm going to put some music on. I don't have the exact time we're going to be back. I think the break is only about half an hour. So I'm imagining we'll be back around here, probably past the hour 15. I will change the stuff on the stream, so hopefully we get close to it. But otherwise, don't go anywhere. You're watching the 2025 Circuit Breaker Invitational. We're going for our first break. We still have, like, what is it? 4 more rounds today. So a lot more Netrunner to come. We'll see y'all in a bit.
See you soon.
for volunteering your time to the Symbian Consumer Marketing Focus Group. Your opinions are valuable to us and we want to know what they are. Tell us everything. 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 Tell us everything. 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 Thing.
Controlling the message. And now, broadcasting live from our near-Earth hub studio, we bring you this NBN special report.
Hello and welcome back to the 2025 Circuit Breaker Invitational. This is the America's time zone, and we're just about hitting the halfway point here with our 59 players today in our invite-only tournament. My name is Andre from the Metropole Grid. Really excited to be here. I'm joined by Juniper. Juniper, how's it going?
It's going fantastically. Watched some great games. I'm ready for more.
And we also have Cranked on the mic. Cranked, how's it going?
Doing great. I'm nice and hydrated and ready for more Netrunner.
Hopefully you enjoyed your break there. I had to reset the timer a couple times. We're about to start in just 2 minutes. Quickly going over the standings. Again, we have about, I think, 8 players who are left undefeated here at 9 points. Obviously, that number is going to be cut in half going into the next round. And we're only taking the top 5 players to make to the continentals, or sorry, the CBI finals, which will be next week in about a week from now. 5 players from today, 5 players from yesterday, and 5 players from tomorrow. So it's a really, really tough cut. And of course, Tuno, our 16th player, our CBI champion from last year, will be joining those 15. Now we're diving in. This is like table 1, 2, or 3. It's one of the higher tables here. But we have 2 players that are still undefeated. And an interesting matchup. This is Holly playing from the Northeast. I believe she's been playing Restoring Humanity and sort of Jinteki damage decks. It feels like years now. And she's been doing an absolutely fantastic job. This, I'm assuming it's going to be the sort of punitive Counter-Strike, your digital life kind of combo deck, where if you run archives, you find something like a bacterial programming. Oops, 7 cards. You can send another 3-pointer to archives. And that can be a massive swing of 6 to 12 meat damages on those traces. Weird matchup because across the table is Essa, and Essa kind of likes running archives. Have you seen this sort of matchup, punitive against Essa? It's really interesting.
Yeah, this is a really weird matchup. I think that a lot of the times these Essa decks really want to, they want to put, let's say, a big number of cards into archives and then run archives. Well, that's a fairly all-in play, because if you don't win, if you touch, 3 or 6 points, you might just be dead on the crackback from a punitive Counter-Strike. Additionally, Essa has ways of slowing down. Essa decks can install Marrow to get extra hand size so that, you can live through the double punitive turn if they're only taking 3 damage. But also the other option is you can just go with a mill plan. Yeah. There's 44 cards in the deck. Let's just put them all in the bin, and that's another way to win the game. But looks like we're going to be underway here very, very shortly.
It looks like Holly took them all, but Texas Pete here keeping the hand. A very notable card also on this matchup, and sometimes it doesn't show up. I'm assuming it'll be in this matchup, is Regenesis. That's a 3-1 agenda, and when you score it out, if no cards have entered archives that turn, you can add a card from archives to your score area. And that's a really big fork with this deck. If you scored the 3-1 in the remote server and you haven't checked archives, that suddenly becomes a 4-point agenda. And then with a deck that's running a lot of 5-3s and then also some defensive upgrades, things like Anoetic Void, you can actually score to 7 if the runner is a bit too passive. And well, Essa's not particularly good at being passive. Essa loves the Shistushkas, loves running with Banhar, and that can be tricky. I think the starting YDL tells you that this is definitely a punitive Counter-Strike deck.
Yeah, I mean, turn 1 Yodel's not really where you want to be, though. A lot of the times you want to be firing off those your digital lives once you've had some bulk draw. So, whether that's after a Rashida fire or after the runner steals a copy of Bacterial Programming, playing it just off the jump on turn 1 is generally not ideal. And this is another reason why Essa is so strong. Essa gets to play Chestushka.
Yeah, Icing HQ is often the priority. It looks like Holiday might not have had the options there. Now, Server 1 could be a Spin Doctor. It's interesting whether Pete wants to go check that Server 1 first to force out the Spin Doctor for 2 credits, because sabotaging, and mind you, that was 4, 2 from HQ, 2 from the top of R&D. So there's definitely cards in hand that Holly wants to hold on to. She probably needs to keep her punitives, maybe some agendas there. So a lot of options. But again, Texas Pete can run archives and just flatline this turn if he's not careful. We'll see if we get the Essa text this turn, whether you want to install an early Marrow or Ghost Tongue. Again, Essa, the first time a turn you take core damage, you get a card draw, which is quite nice to offset that card you lost from your hand. And then, of course, Sabotage 2. That is the mechanic. Here we saw off the Chestushka, which says, forever number you sabotage, the corp trashes cards from hand or at the top of the deck. Looks like
Arrow Trash and Steel Skin, which is pretty good. It's exactly what you want to be doing.
Ooh, Holly also getting the same split there. 1 from HQ, 1 from R&D. Server 1 not run. It's just a Rashida on the table. Draw 3, refilling that hand, getting up to 3 credits. So Texas Pete setting up there with the card draw and the hand size. We're on 7 hand size right now. But Holly hopefully can get some ice on central servers before that second and third Chestushka can find its mark.
Yeah, the 7 hand size is really interesting, just so that hopefully, Pete can live through the double punitive. So, if Pete happens to touch a 5-3 at the wrong time, you can draw back up to 7 and, probably live, unless, Holly has the triple punitive. But, go with God at that point.
Now, this board state actually sets up a pretty reasonable fork that Texas Pete might have to respect. If this is a Spin Doctor in server 3 protecting archives and a Regenesis in server 2 for only 3 credits next turn, Holly can be on 4 points. Now, in 0 credits, running archives is tricky. Now, you can beat this with hand sides, but we're just going to go labor rights just to get our cards back into our deck here. We did not hit a Steel Skin or a Strike Fund, and we're going to lose a Raindrops, a Banhar, and a second Chestushka. I'm imagining we want to get the first Chestushka back in, so not sure what you go for the options here. Raindrops, not bad to face check. Banhar, a bit scary into some of the spikier ice like Anansi, but Chestushka is definitely your pressure. I'm not sure what you put back in here. That didn't seem like a great labor ice rip off the top, hoping for like, strike funds to get back in the game. Maybe you draw something good here off the respond. I mix a moshing and labor rights in my hand. Oh no, that makes so much more sense here.
That's a tough one. I don't know how you run that. I think you got to call a judge.
Yeah, that's a really hard fix because you just trash the top 3 cards of your deck, so you learn something. Now, of course, you can shuffle in theory, but this is a judge's call for sure. Now, that's an easy thing to do online. In person, when you play the labor rights and your opponent says that's not a moshing, it's an easy fix, but unfortunately, we've gone a bit down through it. Might have to call a judge here.
Hey, that's what judges are for, though.
I mean,
when you make a mistake like this, or so there's a question about how a rule works. Like, I mean, this is what the judges get paid the big bucks for, right? I mean, this is why we have them. Please call them. Yeah, shout out judges.
Yeah, shout out to the judges who've been, they talk to us a fair bit on Discord to make sure we're doing the right thing, but we'll see how this gets rewinded. It's an interesting thing to fix. So, excuse me.
In the event that this labor rights just has to resolve, you were asking about what do you think you shut back? Juniper, what do you think?
I think depends on what's in your hand. Obviously, you want that Bonkar out as early as possible. So it could be you just shuffle the Bonkar back just to have more of a chance, but probably I'd say at least one Chestushka, I'd say. There's a good chance that this game goes long and you want to just drag it out by milling the corp.
Yeah, with 44 cards, I think double Chestushka Steel Skin can make sense. Yeah, again, it matters whether you have a Banhar access. It looks like it is going to be 8 fists and a Steel Skin Scarring, so unfortunately we can't get the rewind on that because we trash cards on top of the deck, but that's the moshing for real this time. So we're going to trash 3 cards to draw 3 and gain 3, which is what Texas Pete here needs to get back into the credits.
I think under normal circumstances you would shuffle the Banhar back in just because that card is just incredible. The Jinteki Ice does make it a tougher proposition because you just don't really want to face check something like Saisentan or like Anansi, or even just taking 4 net damage off of Vampiro Nasa is
it's not
bad.
Good. Yeah, and
it's not good. Yeah,
it's a punitive matchup too.
So finality and a simulchip, which is interesting. The finality makes a lot of sense. You definitely want to be careful with multi-accesses here.
Laundry Archives. This could be game.
This could be bad.
So Spin Doctor looks like it's going to save something, but if you want to feed, if you have the punitives in hand, you can feed 6 points here. And with 5 cards in hand and only 6 credits, you can get a lethal relatively easy. Now, sometimes you need the bacterial programming to just connect on the top 7 and you can hope for it. But there is a big chance here if Pete wants to access that you can just get flatlined. And there it looks like that is a flatline.
Well, that's 6 points.
Bacterial into Fuji.
That's not good.
All we need is a single punitive in hand, and that's going to be 6 meat damage.
Wait, no, that's just a. Oh, you do still need the Fuji because of the the Fuji's only 2 damage, so you do still need the punitive.
Yeah, for sure you need the punitive. Yeah.
And I think the Spindo not getting fired, so the Spindo res is probably just to dig 2 cards deeper.
Yeah, you can ask for access and then res the Spin Doctor. Here we definitely need to find just 1 punitive. Now, cards were kept in hand from the Chestushka and from the Sabotage, so I'm assuming Holly, she's holding a combo piece here. But unfortunately, this is, a lot of times you have to measure your aggression against these punitive decks, because sometimes, especially because it's last click, you can't threaten running R&D and HQ and closing the game out. We have stolen 6 points, and it's a big credit lead. Holly can close this with a single click. There you go. Punitive.
There it is.
It doesn't matter how many Steel Skins are in your hand. If you flatline, you flatline, and that'll just take out a couple of events and a Mystic Miami.
Kids, don't run last click. Or we'll do sometimes, but be very careful running last click.
All right. That is a quick game. That can just happen. Again, Punitive can just take games like that. It is a very unique card. So I think we're going to be jumping to another table in just a moment. We'll play to both players.
I'm going to see if table 5 is good.
We got a lot of time on the round. I have no doubt we're going to see another full game, maybe even 2.
Hopefully. Well, hopefully we don't end up showing up to another game that's about to end.
We're good on server 5. We're good on table 5, excuse me.
I like server 5 better. All right, welcome. This is, again, round 4, and we have quite a start. We're only a couple turns in here. On the bottom, that's Wiki. She's playing some PD here. Again, both these players still undefeated. We're charging a remote server with an Amakua. A Mana Garment to Anoetic is going to force an end the run here. The question is whether Foley wants to pay the 2 clicks or 5 credits to force the credits and cards out of the hand with the Anoetic. Can be an expensive cost. Now, Central's wide open. This is a Hoshiko with Patchwork and Amakua, so we're assuming it's a crew list. Going to be destroying some ice, so Wiki's economy is very important. On only 2 credits, if the Anoetic does fire, she can still score out an off-world office with things like Seamless Launch from hand, so she can recover from this state, but clearly what's in server 1 is important.
Yeah, it's an interesting question whether or not you you go through the Skunk Works to force the issue on the Void. Yeah.
You can pay
if
2
you
clicks.
do, you can. If you do, then you forces Wiki to bin 2 cards, and importantly, only puts her to 2 credits, which is a tough number unless you want to spend double Seamless to score a 4/2.
As long as your board stays set up, like Hoshiko will also touch a card, which makes us access. Oh, not necessarily because Anoetic Void, excuse me. But you just spent 2 clicks for the corporation to lose 2 credits and 2 cards. Like, that is a pretty good 2 clicks, I reckon. But it's a Rashida going to riposte there, draw 3, gain 3 straight into Hedge Fund. So Wiki's back in the cards, back in the credits. So Foley on an Amakua counter. Hoshiko apparently touched a card earlier that turn, and we're going to button up HQ against the Amakua. Server 1 threatening to score at a 4/2 next turn.
Yeah, it looks like Foley's already through 1 copy of Ahuaceres Crew, which is kind of the money card in this deck.
Yeah, we're waiting also on his 3 strike funds out, but we're waiting on Devil Charm as well. Leeches can help a fair bit, but just forcing some reses here. This is where it gets interesting. Drafter is a pretty rough face check. Rashida in the bin, Hedge Fund, and Greasing are good operations to return to hand too. So you have to force some reses, but you have to be careful because almost all the ice reses give pretty good tempo. I'm also worried, like, how much respect do you have for Hagen, which will just eat that turtle?
Yeah, the Bonhar is going to do a lot of work here.
Oh, yeah,
just kind of protecting you from those nasty face checks. But you are right. Like, if you just happen to, the Bonhar maybe forces you to tunnel vision on 1 server each turn, just until you're a little bit more set up and a little bit more shielded from some of those nasty face checks.
Now we're 1 Spin Doctor in, 20 cards deep, and we've seen no agendas. We're assuming there's 1 in server 1, but running HQ can make a fair bit of sense here. Just to get some pressure on. Mystic coming down first, so if you steal an agenda, you get that extra credit there on your Wizard companion. Oh, straight for an eye, gonna see 2, and maybe trash a Seamless from hand and put Wiki off of the scoring pattern here.
I love that this card is seeing some play. Eye for an Eye is so cool.
Magnet, gonna pay 3 to take 1 card out of hand. Hope for something good here. It's a Leech. And now we see an ADT, so you can just steal that, mind you. Eye for an Eye lets you see multi-access and trash things. 2 ADTs.
All right, well.
Whoa. Just a very expensive legwork, but definitely worth it there. Seeing 2 cards for the tag, which we are clearing. Mystic now, very powerful. So now, Ikwa, a 5/3, you need to click in 2 credits, is the game-winning agenda for Foley. It's only another Rashida. Wiki not jamming the agenda there, pushing the Rashida instead.
Yeah, Wiki cannot be happy to have not scored an agenda by this point in the game. Turn 7, no scored points for PD, generally not what you want to be doing.
Now, we are threaded out for Ablative Barrier, which is a tricky thing to interact with. We haven't seen any Tranquility home grades, but bringing back Rashida's defensive upgrades, Spin Doctors, that has an impact on the game, so you have to be a bit careful once you hit that threat 3 number. But Wiki definitely has a lot of work to do. Even if you just put Banhar on server 1, you're going to force 2 reses. That usually cost 4 to 10 credits sometimes. So she needs to get some money going. We noticed earlier today, PD was so underrepresented today. There's like 2 PD players in a 60-person tournament. I've never seen that before. HQ?
People weren't panicking today, apparently.
We got a Hedge Fund, Ice on HQ, something in the remote server. That remote server pretty well protected as much as Anoetic Void can only fire once, barring that card exactly being a Spin Doctor. We got good card draw, Hoshiko. Earthrise Hotel finishing. Patchwork is 2 credits a turn for sure. And Mystic is going to play a very, very cheap event from hand. Banhar marking R&D. You just want to find a server that Wiki can't afford to res, and then you can farm the Amakua. And with Amakua on its own, there should be no ice that you can't deal with in this deck. You're not often running AI fighting ice, besides the face check on Hagen if you can't get that 5 strength.
Do you
Moshing.
think this deck is running any stuff that isn't Amakua? Like, what breakers do you think it's running that aren't Amakua?
They
'Cause I've seen
don't.
some versions of this deck only run Amakua.
They usually only run Amakua, sometimes Botulus, but Banhar usually gets there. There's a chance that if you're worried about wraparound in the meta, you play Cleaver, but it's often just Amakua, Leech, Crew, Charm, and then Banhar if you want extra reach. There's a sure gamble. Plus 3 credits there. I believe we used the Patchwork. I don't think we used the Patchwork that turn. Maybe I missed it. So the remote server here, Wiki, she can start to seamless out. If she has the points here, 2 ADTs out. Again, we did lose a very good agenda in the last ban list. That's the Luminal. 3-2, you score it, get another turn. Now ADT is a really nice good temple card. Oh, just a Regolith. So again, we've only seen 4 points so far in the top 24 cards. There has to be something lurking in central servers here, but she's just getting her money up, understanding that the only way to deal with Amakua Leech is to be able to afford to res ice on every single central server so the Amakua Leech does not snowball forward. Diesel 4-3. Card draw is good. Hoshiko probably wants to touch a card this turn. Flipping into digital is really quite easy.
I have to imagine the Hoshiko's really looking for another crew, because that would set you up so well with the different abilities.
Yeah, the good thing here
You
is
get through an ice.
yeah, this is the interesting thing. With Charm, you can always panic your way through the drafter. It looks like Foley's going to fire all because we do have the Banhar there, but it is a nice interaction and a single axis could be game here, but looks like we're just going to take our Amakua and a Leech counter.
Using the steel skin to the Banhar as well, so it's basically a free run.
And now on 3, you can face check magnets, you can face check drafters. You do want to find sooner than later the gatekeepers to get them down to 0 strength that Amakua likes. Again, the only thing that's a bad face check. Sorry?
There's 1 gatekeeper in the bin.
1 is out. I wonder if it was overinstalled.
Could be crew, because there's a crew in the bin.
There's a crew
Oh, yeah, right. Paladin coming down. We're going to leech through this to get the leech counter back and the Amakua. That sets up as 4, getting the Hoshiko flip and 2 companions. Again, with companions and patchwork, that's 4 credits coming in each turn clicklessly, as long as you're installing or playing cards. Wiki up on 16 credits.
Not a good place to be as PD.
Oh,
No, PD's at its best when it's just forcing you through a nightmare server over and over again because you just keep having to guess, is it an agenda or is it not an agenda? Is it a spindo or some other, non-agenda garbage? But as of right now, Foley doesn't have to respect this remote server really at all. Okay, maybe a little bit now, but still, I mean, you could let one go if you're pretty comfy in your position here.
yeah, the architect
on that many points. Why do you worry about it? Let the players.
Yeah, these decks, the multi-axis is interesting. Some of these decks are playing a copy of Stargate. Otherwise, Copulation is common. Twinning could make a fair bit of sense as well with the companions. That usually shows up as a one of. I think Foley here with 14 cards left in the stack just wants a bit of multi-axis. To see 2 on R&D every turn, charging the leech it's pretty good. The run on R&D here is free if you want it to be. With Banhar, otherwise, you're only paying 2 credits to get a leech and an Amakua.
I was going to ask about the multi-axis package. Stargate would seem like a really nice shout in these decks, but I mean, we'll see.
Yeah, I think modernly a lot of people have moved to the blue suite like Copulation because it works really well with Eye for an Eye. Same with Twinning.
Ooh, brew number 2.
Coming down, drawing 2 cards with the Steelskin Scarring. That's the Patchwork bonus. So now if you want to pressure the remote server, you can deal with 4 strength ice with Amakua Leech. You can trash any ice with Devil Charm. And you have the outermost covered by Banhar. The problem is this forces you to play the Managarm tax just to have Wiki pay the Anoetic tax. There's the cup. Going R&D here. I don't know if we're going to blow up the drafter or keep this Archosaurus crew until we get purged and then you can like make an opening. We're just going to pay 2. See if
Drafter's so easy to get through right now. I think you just leave it.
Off-world.
Jeez.
Mystic demanding a tribute and a tribute well found. Getting 3 credits off with a sure gamble for 15. It's just on 3rd Rashida.
Jeez. Just hot rips from Foley. This is like everything Foley's touching is turning to agendas.
I don't think Wiki's finding agendas here.
I think.
Yeah, Foley's finding them.
Yeah. I wonder if she had
seems
a...
like it's just terrible rips.
So now after the Rashida, Copulation HQ is a real threat. R&D, mind you, is still wide open. We're going to go deeper into the deck with Hoshiko, and we have Ice Destruction, we have Banhar, we have Amakua. It's really hard here. Taking a minute to purge when you have 9 cards in hand, it's a bit easier in Precision Design, but still quite tricky. And then you can just blow open R&D with Crew and Devil Charm and then rebuild the Amakua. You can't purge in this board state.
There are 13 cards left in the deck at this point, and no agenda scored for PD. That is not what you want to see.
Yeah, ADT is exactly the agenda you want to score out, so you can like reinforce central servers. But triple and Benson server one of these is likely a Mavirus, and that can be quite impactful into the face check. Now, worst case, it just forces out a Devil Charm or a Banhar hit, and Foley has the time to not have to play too aggressively to get absolutely blown out by the Mavirus. Dripping. 2 credits a turn, very easily overtaking the Hoshiko cost. And I love Hoshiko with Patchwork. You draw a card every turn, you lose a credit, but that card is worth 2 credits. And with Patchwork.
Patchwork is so much fun.
I'm gonna miss this card when it rotates. It's just the most fun.
I love me some Patchwork.
There's the twinning coming down. Now we're going to install that with the Patchwork, not touch the Paladin Puemo, just so that it can get its first time per turn, or that you use a counter, or sorry, a credit from an installed card. And that means we're probably going to see 2 on R&D here. I don't know if we have to sweep the whole hand with Cupulation, but we have a lot of different options. Divide and Conquer.
Wait, whoa.
This is why we ban our archives. And this works with Cupulation
and
twinning. You can grab the top card of R&D and Cupulation it into HQ. You can see so many cards on this run.
There's so many fun things you can do with this card.
Outermost is a magnet. We can break that for 1 or a card in hand. Mind you, there are some risks there if you run into a 3 Subroutine Ice, but you do have Devil Charm into crew. Accessing archives, no purge. I do think you get Amakuas on each of these too. We're going to coupulate the top of the deck, which is a Greasing the Palm, or we got that for R&D. We're going to see HQ. Twinning's going to get a calendar, and then we go R&D. We're going to see 2 here, and that is the Ikawa. Clicks and credits to spare. Wow. That is a very strong setup from Hoshiko. 26 minutes, just finding all the pressure in the right spot, and Wiki, unfortunately, on the back foot for the whole game. Well played to both players.
Sometimes you find everything, and your opponent just can't find it.
Brutal game for Wiki. Just nothing broke her way. Really tough.
All right, well played to both. We have time in the round. Do you want to jump into another one?
I'd love to.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Let's see what we can look at.
It's still going.
Table 7 could be fun. Seb K versus Passive Mold.
Cool.
Ob versus Sable.
I think that might. Hang on, let me.
Are they?
They're near to the top.
No, it's good. It's good.
Are we good to stream or it's still on?
I'm gonna pop in and ask really quick.
Not on the list.
Thank you.
Just check. You go ahead and ask.
Yeah, we still have. I think this is maybe a 6-point table. So
We're
again,
good to stream. Passive Mold versus Seb K. It's big Ob.
cool. Whoa, gross.
How big is the
Oh
knob?
yeah. Oh yeah.
So welcome to the key turn in this game. Seb K is going to be rezzing all of these cheap upgrades, all stacked on the root of R&D. The reason is we're going to be playing Mutually Assured Destruction, which is a triple and allows you to trash any of your res cards to give the runner an equal amount of tags. Now, on the other side of the table, we have no tag removal besides no free lunch, so you don't have like a no one home to trace through this, but it looks like that is just going to be at least... Oh, there's a Yakov in this, by the way. This fires at the same time. You actually make a ton of credits on the Yakov. It's really goofy.
Yeah, the bad usually pays for itself. Although, do you have to leave the Yakov?
I don't know how it works. I'm pretty sure we're going to see.
I thought you have to leave the Yakov. Like, if you trash him off the mat, then you get 2 credits only. But if you trash everything except for him, then he sees everything else getting trashed, and you end up with like 15 credits after the mutually assured destruction.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That sounds intuitive to me, but I've no doubt Seb K knows interaction. Now, on Passive Mold side, we have a twinning with a counter. We have Awaken Plant, so we can get some multi-access here. The deck is running almost entirely 5/3s. It might have an Azia for a bit of reach. But now as of next turn, with all these tags, it's about damage. 2 end of the lines. That is going to end the game. That is a lot of damage. So if Passive Mold holds a Class Act in hand, you can sometimes buy yourself a turn.
Yeah, the NFL and the flip switch are also going to help to just pop 2 tags off. So it does kind of mess up the math a little, or it could mess up the math from Seb K. So
again, you're trashing some amount of ice too. It looks like the ice wall and even the boarding troll might be going. We also still have op to fire, and that's noteworthy. It looks like Yakov gives you all the credits. Look at the chat log. Okay. Gain 12. Okay, cool.
Pretty good.
Now you can choose to use op on any of those trashed cards. You can get a Spin Doctor in the table, but more importantly, we'll see how many tags goes across the table for Passive Mold. Yeah, there's a couple of these like op upgrade decks. Some of them are the big op decks. They're playing like 60, 70 cards. There are other versions that are scoring out a bit more aggressively, but also have like Urban Renewal and other assets. This is the big one, the Venti op, which has been played to a pretty consistent effect. for years now.
Historically, 74 cards. I believe that's the canonically correct number of cards for these large ob decks to play.
So Molt is on 9 tags. 2 of those tags clear clicklessly. So that's still a lot of tags. Now Angelique guarding R&D on top of another upgrade. You're assuming the points are in R&D here. And with 12 credits, unless you have a compilation or a way to grab something out of HQ, and specifically you need to grab the end of lines out of hand, this is probably the last turn unless you can again get down a copy of maybe Class Act will do it. Bravado, R&D mind you is the mark, but we're going through this thing. Shibboleth for 1, lose 2 credits. We have the Chesva to make this run slightly cheaper. Again, can't break all the subroutines on this card when it is protecting HQ. And you're expecting to see meat damage, punishment based off of tags here. Wake, we're going to get another counter here. We can swipe 2 with the twinning. We're going to see there's the end of the line, and then another Angelique Garza Correa. She doesn't do damage when accessed if she's not installed, but another card you can just throw on threat.
That's 5 guaranteed damage. You assume the corp has more than that, but that's at least 5.
Well, even with the single end of line, they can do end of line, Basalt Spire, end of line. Like 8 damage is coming through, 9 at least. Spin is the third axis there. Not seeing the points. Now the compilation doesn't look like we have it. We can run R&D. Angelique will do a bit of work there, but you can see at least 3 cards.
That's a defense against. I'm assuming that's a defense against potentially a deep dive. Actually, I don't think the influence is here though.
Yeah, this just maybe looks like Reg Sable. You could see a deep dive.
Yeah, but if you have that Angelique, then it's probably going to get trashed out of hand. So
yeah, you can
theory,
hope for the best. Looks like we're going to draw up with Nuka. So you can deep dive here, but you won't have enough clicks to steal the 9 points. That's really hard regardless. So hopefully you find here a Class Act. If we look at the heap, Class Act check, none. So there's only 1 on the table. Usually the decks are playing 2, if not 3. It's pretty common.
So Class Act save you? Because you could do end of the line, Basalt Spire for end of the line, Basalt Spire is once per turn.
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay. So you would need 2 end of the lines for the triple.
Yeah. Which Seb might have. Seb has the credits, but the Class Act will take you to 9 cards in hand and skip your discard phase. So Seb might just have to wait a turn. And now on 7 credits, like no free lunch flip switch, you can start clearing some tags. I just don't think you get there fast enough.
Yeah, you can't flip switch now once you pass the turn.
Yeah. Yeah, for that combo,
there's always a chance your opponent will just miscalculate and throw down the kill and realize that they don't have enough. I have 1 games to that.
Yeah, so Sepke not immediately playing under the line, so it sort of makes me think he's only holding one of them, which just means you sit here for a turn, I would think, and maybe start trashing out some of the resources just to hedge your bets.
With Basalt, you can technically do a tempo end of the line and bring it back. You will mill 1 card off the top of R&D. I don't think that's hugely impactful. The best card you can hit from hand is the final Class Act, I reckon. But you might just be happy here clicking for credits. Again, I think a fair few of the agendas in the deck, there's not a lot of them. The agenda density gets pretty rough when you play only 5/3s into like a 60+ card deck. And some of these are going to be SDSs, others are going to be Basalt Spires. It's hard.
The agenda suite is super messy in this deck.
Seb thinking it through. Again, Molt next turn. We haven't seen anything like Baya Bands. Not super common in Sable decks. But you can definitely clear 6 tags. Oh, Pivot. Just getting an end of line in hand. I don't think we're playing it. I think we're just holding it. Again, Pivot is trashable, so you can just kind of cash that feature in. We are on threat, what allows you to play it. I'm not sure if we will this turn, which means next turn we have a 12 meat damage combo. End of the line into end of line into Basalt end of line. Now, if you want to play for tempo, you are going to knock half the hand out, but you will clear a tag. So it looks like we're just going to install a card. That's a fun thing with Pivot. It doesn't have to be the card that you grabbed. You can install anything.
Could be an agenda just to get it on the board.
Yeah, it could be.
Runner probably to keep it out of hand. Assume the runner's going to hit your hand and try and see more stuff and just say, no, there's not going to be an agenda there.
Dirty Laundry, checking archives, seeing a virus, Tranquility Home Grid, a nice conclusion, and a Force Connection, an ambush that gives more tags, which at this point doesn't really matter. That was the mark, so we're going to get 2 more credits off of Info Bounty and the click back. So here we can clear 6 tags. That's still not enough. You know there's going to be at least 12 damage next turn. So Passive Mold needs to close the game this exact turn. If not Copulation, a single end of line, and then still play a Class Act. Well, there's the Class Act.
Yeah. That's, I think, a start. I mean...
Now a Diversion does maybe
save you.
help because the combo is like 9 credits. But this does not save you if you can play 3 end of lines. Running the Afshar. Again, Chesva will break this functionally for only the 2 credits you lose. And you can't lose credits off of Chesva. They're not your credits to lose. So we might just set up a Wake Implant, run R&D. We'll see if we catch in the twinning gear, C2. There's the unended line. And now we can always run R&D. And see up to, I think, 5 cards. You have a chance. It's the chance I think you have to take here.
Absolutely. Like you said, the agendas have to be somewhere, right?
It's not a terrible chance.
Question.
Well, assuming that what those upgrades are.
Yeah, I don't know what this other upgrade could be. So 20, we're going to see Wake Implant. We're going to see more. So we're going to be seeing 5 cards here. First, nothing. Second, nothing. Third, nothing. From this point, you need every card to be an agenda.
Yeah.
Not a great start.
Nope.
4 and 5.
No.
Full whiff.
Are we going to see it go completely skunked?
Oh,
Yeah, let's go
full whiff.
Oof.
Not a single agenda.
Angie taking out an inside job on the twinning there. Trashing that. Accessing the other card is a Warrior Tracker. Okay. Not super important, but that does protect everything that was there before. That feels quite bad. And this Warrior going down for 4 credits off the Mist Bones. With only 1 click left here. You can't Diversion of Funds. You can't deny enough credits. Seb on exactly 10. You need 9 for the combo. And we're just going to draw up to what's unfortunately only going to be 9 cards. And here you need 12, if I'm not mistaken. Good game.
Right?
Oh, wait, Steelskin!
Steelskin!
Where's Steelskin?
I was just about to joke
No,
about
that doesn't give you enough.
Does it not do it? It's on 7.
Well,
Yeah,
hold
that's
on.
not enough.
That puts you at 7.
You need another one. No, we're still good.
Okay, you
Yeah.
need 2.
Ah, no.
Basalt into end of line. Yeah, almost there.
So close.
Watch Seb getting jump scared by the
Yeah.
Steelskin.
Wait, hold on. So, the end of last turn, how many?
So last turn there was 9 in hand, but Seb only
Seven,
had
9, take 4 damage, 3.
Seb only had
Let's do
9
that.
damage last turn because he had to pivot for the thing for the end of line.
You know, I'm just trying to think. 9?
Yeah, second Steelskin would have been sick. This deck might be on a second Steelskin. That's really cool.
I mean, it makes sense. A lot of these decks were playing Diesel. Steelskin, if you're willing to take the trade-off for making your Diesels cost 1, you get the upside of this, basically, of where if you,
Yeah.
you know, just happen to take some damage, whether it's meat damage or a snare or a PE ability, you get the jump scare on it. Because like, very rarely do you see Steelskin splashed.
Yeah, and with things like Mystic and Twinning too, sometimes just having events that cost something can help, but sometimes saving a credit on the Diesel is what you need. They're the same influence, but really, really cool. There's another Steelskin in hand. I think you're good there. I think you do 13 if it gets hit right. Good game to both players. Unfortunately, R&D holding off there. Can't close the game. Can't couplate the that meat damage, so that's going to connect. Well played. How much time are we have in the round? It can't be more than 5 minutes, huh?
I
Probably
think we're almost done.
not.
Could
Yeah, I
we-
think this round's nearly done.
Let's see.
Okay, so we might just throw to a quick break. We're going into round 5 in just about, I would say 5 minutes.
Looks like there's 12 minutes left in the round.
Okay, I'll say in 10 minutes. Hopefully that graphic works.
Yeah.
But you're watching, this is the Circuit Breaker Invitational. This is the Americas. Oh, good recovery. This is the Americas time zone. So we had 27 players show up yesterday. We have a top 5 that'll be moving on. We're looking for the top 5 today. And then in less than 12 hours, these are very close tournaments. We're going to have more players in the Europe time zone, EMEA time zone to play for those 5 slots. Again, all these players have participated in organized play throughout the year to win one of their invites to come here, get some great participation prize and spend a weekend participating in this sort of international invite tournament, which has been an absolute treat. My name is Andre from the Metropolitan Grid. Go by he, him. Super excited to be here. Firstly, Cranked, I know you might be stepping out after this round, unfortunately. You want to do a little shout out or something?
I'm gonna be stepping out after this round, but don't fret. My good friend Neuropanther will be jumping on in to take my place. So you'll still get a nice dose of memes from today's commentary. So yeah, just happy to get the chance to commentate at least part of the CBI. Really fun tournament, really unique tournament. Really excited to watch the top cut next week and pull an all-nighter in doing so. It starts at 1:30 a.m. my time, but that's fine. Sleeps for the week. But yeah, Andre, Juniper, it's been a pleasure commentating with both of you folks as always.
It's been absolutely wonderful.
Thanks so much for joining us. Juniper and I will both be back in just about 10 minutes with Pants. So we're just going to throw it to a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see y'all in a bit.
See ya.
Hello and welcome back to the 2025 Circuit Breaker Invitational. We are just about to begin our 5th round. We are more than halfway through today. Again, we have I think it's about 143 players playing this entire weekend, all winning an invite to this event by participating in organized play this year. My name is Andre from the Metroball Grid. I go by he, him. We're joined by Juniper from Nelsonville Games. Juniper, how's it going?
It's going good. Real excited for this.
Excited.
It's been a great day so far. And I am excited because I might get to see one of my favorite runners.
Hey, great to have you on, Mike. And we're also joined by Neuropanzer. Panzer, how you doing? It's been a minute.
It has been. It's honestly, I'm doing great. It's good to be back on the mic. It's been since Worlds pretty much. So I'm excited to see some high quality Netrunner games today.
And high quality Netrunner games is exactly what we have scheduled. So looking at the standings here again, the top 5 from today will be moving on to our top cut just next week. Now we have 4 players who are left undefeated after 4 rounds. Now these players will be playing each other usually. If they've played each other before in side balance, sometimes it does get outside of that. But I believe we have a really nice table 2 maybe to look at. It's our world champion Arzon playing Near Earth Hub. Mind you, the deck that he played at the World Championship just a couple months ago was now banned out. So we might see some changes, some substitutions across maybe Holly on Kid. Do we know if we can stream table 2?
The table is not yet made, so have not been able to jump in and ask.
All right, so
but we'll do so as soon as possible.
We'll hold on there for a second. Otherwise, looking at the standings, other players we know, we've got to see Lareya on stream. She's playing that Hermes Dow deck, and that thing just gets out of control if it can start rolling with things like Conduit and Aeneas in format. I know this is a meta that virus is actually pretty prevalent, so having your multi-axis attached to virus counters seem to be maybe a bit of a risk, but currently she's doing absolutely fantastically. We also have Davs, who I want to say is a French player who does play with a lot of the UK players, and we're assuming, we don't know what kind of Asmari this is. It could be lethal re-education Asmari, or we've also seen a fair bit of like Better Citizens program tag based Asmari, which is quite cool. We've seen Holly already with Restoring Humanity. That's a punitive list, and Riel Kit Peddler. So let's see how those code gates get broken, whether it's Lobisomio or you're pulling down your Inversificator before that rotates out in a couple months. And then, of course, our world champion also still rocking Garisana without those trick shots. They're very strong. It's, I think, every single Worlds where a player has played Spree, they have won Worlds. So maybe we'll see some Spree today and we'll continue to win games. From that point on,
Tells you a little something about the meta, right? It is a spree meta.
It's always been a spree meta. We just didn't know. Now we have a lot of players who are still on 9 points and even 7 points, 6 points. I think a lot of these players can play perfectly from this point on. I think the top cut X and 2 might still make the top 5. Maybe an X and 3 does. I don't know how it shakes up because eventually we will not have undefeated players. It's just kind of the way it goes as the tournament gets deeper and deeper down those rounds. We're again waiting that round. We had some extra time, so we're waiting for the tables to spin up, and then we'll be joining back into games. Maybe we started the streams too soon. Who knows? There's no way of knowing. Mm-hmm. For those who are watching at home, hopefully you've been doing well, enjoying the stream. If you're watching on Twitch, you can always subscribe if you have the Prime thing to Null Signal Games. They quite like that. Or if you're on YouTube, shout out to the Null Signal Games YouTube channel. If you want to give subscribe, get a notification. The stream will be back on in just a couple hours. I believe it starts in maybe 12 to 14 hours will be the EMEA, the European time zone version of this, which will have about 57 players, if I'm not mistaken, also competing for that top 5 slot. And then, of course,
also, if you subscribe to the NSG YouTube, this week I'll be trying to upload some more of the off meta month events from last month in their own VODs. You can watch them the live broadcast if you want. They should be all saved here. I'm trying to upload some of the VODs as well.
Oh, super cool. Super cool. Yeah. But sound off in chat. If you're playing today, I've also seen some really nice images of folks who are like trying to make this more of a social event. I know playing online on JNet, if you're just on your own, sometimes can be a bit lonely. So hopefully you're getting into a voice chat, or I've seen people going out to the same place with other people in your region who are playing and have a LAN party, which I think is just absolutely adorable. So hopefully you're having a fun weekend, regardless if you're watching or you're playing. Is there any chance that this table ID'd? I think there's no chance this table ID'd. I think we just can't find it. They haven't spun it up yet.
Okay, yep. Looks like there was just has not made the table. There was just a ping in Discord. Sure. There we go. Okay.
Nice.
Oh, yes. Watch.
I'm jumping into Ask to Stream.
Thank you. Also, welcome to the game. If you're newer to the game, I think it's been a really exciting couple months. We just had the announcement of what used to be known as Dawn, now called
We are good to stream.
Elevation. Oh, thank you. That'll be out in just a couple months. So there's a lot of folks getting to the game. We're trying to make the stream as approachable as possible, but welcome to watching some online competitive high stakes netrunner. Now,
Speaking of high stakes, this seems like a pretty high stakes matchup. We have Kit versus Near Earth Hub. How do y'all feel about this matchup?
I don't think Kit's Tex is going to be incredibly impactful in this matchup. So this Near Earth Hub deck is probably running somewhere between 0 to 5 ice is my guess. Now we could be surprised, but I'm pretty sure if this is going to be what Alex was playing at Worlds, and mind you, won Worlds with, this is the sort of deck that cares about false lead. It cares about oppo research and giving tags, and then removing clicks from the runner so that they cannot remove all the tags in a turn, and then you get them with the combo. And the lines, mindscaping, that can do a lot of damage. Notably, Alex too also scores points out. His deck was running Beal, and so he was actually an NBN deck that was just getting towards points. So if the runner played too passively, you would score off the table and push yourself forward. I think Powers That Be might have been in the list too, but we'll see how this goes. Again, this is Near Earth Hub, so the first time you build a new remote server, you draw a card. Not only do you have 17 influence to pack in your powerful operations and some nice utility assets, it just draws through its deck pretty aggressively. So it can find the pieces, and the first time you put an asset on the table, you draw a second asset. And so it's up to Kit to have good money, and for Holly to keep those cards off the table that really matter, and make sure that you don't get that false lead sneaking through.
Also, traditionally, the R plus the R plus versions of this tend to like. Sorry, my brain is farting. A lot of the ice they're running is stuff that happens on res. Stuff like the stuff that happens when you res it, or stuff that happens when you encounter it. Stuff that Kit's ability doesn't necessarily help with that much.
Now this is Kit.
Yeah, we actually spoke to Arzon on the Slumpscast after the win, and one of the key reasons that he's on this score out threat list is because it really punishes a runner who understands that with the more passive versions of the list, they can just sit back and respond to the most important threats, especially with Near Earth Hub giving the acceleration of drawing every time you install a new remote. Just this Near Earth Hub list can go incredibly fast, put a lot of pressure on, not let up the brakes, and you can't sit back against it, so you're forced to do risky plays.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of risk it takes. Holly here, she's playing Kit. Now, Kit did lose Trickshot recently. It's a very powerful card in this matchup. Now, depending on what the kit this is, depends on what sort of tools Holly might have access. The Spark of Inspiration kits can't play a lot of programs, so you're not going to see cards like Parisha or Copulation, which are very powerful into the matchup. Instead, you'll just see a big old werewolf come off the top of the deck, and that might not be fantastic. Triple install there. Classic.
The canonical turn 1 for NEH, install. Don't you love to see it?
So we'll see what she has here, Miss Bones, but we're going to go straight into Burner. Now, we got to see Oracle Think Tank Fly on the Wall attitude adjustment. Fly on the Wall is a really good thing to see early. That means if we have Seamless or Cohort, any sort of like advancement click compression, you can score a Fly on the Wall and then have a click to distribute the tag punishment. So not a super common card in decks like these. This kind of gives you that sort of SIU reach where if you don't run the table, Haul them in into Fly on the Wall can land to a flat line. Attitude's going to go on the bottom, followed by the Fly on the Wall going to the top, and Holly, she's just going to take that, steal a point. Technically, Spin Doctor could interact with that. You're risking Oppo, but 5 to 8. Let's see if the Rashida can really change those numbers. I'm not sure if you want to Oppo here. Maybe a small tempo Oppo before you get that threat 3.
8 is the number for public trail for getting all the tags cleared. If you get 4 tags, keeps you safe.
If Holly pays 8 here, I think you're
very. Yeah, Fly on the Wall, very good agenda to get early because much like False Lead, it is part of that proactive force you into a corner type threat that this NEH deck likes to have.
Yeah, install advance. You have to deal with it. Worry about checklist or not. Ooh, Miss Bones coming down. Very important here. We'll check the NEH card. It's a Rashida. Now, this remote server is looking like a maze of amusements into maybe a false lead might be the best thing for Arzon to score. Obviously, behind and end the run. But Miss Bones is probably what you need to do with assets. I'm assuming this Miss Bones insinuates that we don't have access to Parisha, so we're probably a Spark of Inspiration deck. Holloman sliding over.
That is a full Hollow Man if Arzon wants it.
Yeah, you can crypto down to 0 if you think that's fun. Otherwise, you can just score out the false lead a bit faster. Just a Think Tank for tag.
Oh,
trash the Miss Bones.
Oracle Think Tank.
Planogram into Bones. Planogram into Jam. Sick. So this doesn't give a tag. Sorry. I assumed Oracle Think Tank gives a tag. It's not. We're just pushing out here. Second burner, 3 cards in hand, and Oppo.
Only 3 cards in hand.
The Think Tank and the first combo piece for meat damage. So Mindscaping is going to go to the bottom. I'm not sure if you want to put the Think Tank on top of the deck and run it. It gives you a tag when you steal it, and it's only 1 point. But the Mindscaping and the Oppo.
The Oppo and the Mindscaping on the bottom, and just leave the Think Tank in hand if you want.
And we'll see if Alex
almost forces an early pop for a Spin Doctor because you need those tools at some point.
And then just go get the Think Tank.
Yeah.
Taking the Think Tank here again. It's nice
Sure enough.
to steal that. It's expensive. We'll see what Alex has on their remote server. We've seen 2 Rashidas so far, so it's probably not super explosive. A Regolith for money. You know where one of the Oppos are, so you don't mind stealing, but just working on points. Another score. There's the false lead.
Oh, that's the false lead. That's huge.
Now on 2 credits, you can res a ping on server 2. You can res an Amaze Amusements instead if you want to, but whatever you have, you probably put into server 2. But we are 2-2. We have the false lead. Now, important agenda. At any paid ability window, you can forfeit this to make the runner lose 2 clicks. We're just straight overclocking this, assuming it's going to force a res, a ping, or a wraparound, a VSA, or whether you just don't res and let those credits trash those cards. But there's the ping, trading a tag for an end the run. Now, the overclock with the Miss Bones is interesting. You technically have the Miss Bones to deal with the table, so the overclock just 1 credit down for the run.
Should be noted that Oppo is only online at 3 agendas, so currently it's still just 2 tags.
Yeah.
Which is still rough, but not the 4 tag false lead. You can't get out of this.
So Holly needs to keep the money up. Speaking of money up, Alex is just going to click for 3 credits. Holloman doesn't do anything if you don't have money. And Holly throwing out an Orca tells you this is definitely a spark list, if the Miss Bones didn't also suggest.
Yeah, you never, ever want to pay 10 to install that.
There's a chance you're not going to need this at all in this matchup. And while it does charge cards, like there should be some sentries. There's just not going to be a lot of ice in this deck. Also, drawing up a bit, but clicking for 2 credits here. Going to discard some cards. It's a prepaid, and it's only a Maryland in their remote server. Ash and Epilogue also hitting the heap on the runner side. This is looking scrappy. Arzon needs to get the money up to threaten the false lead and just needs to get another point. Regolith will do that.
And Regolith.
That's the money.
Obviously, Regolith easy to come down and trash because of this Miss Bones, but it is tempo positive. You do gain money by going for Regolith, and you do force use of this Miss Bones.
Ooh.
The fair amount of the money on the Miss Bones, too. Going to be down to 8 after.
Now, Hannah into Miss Bones is a really good combination for hitting the table. And also, Hannah's really important into the false leads. Now, if you score 2 false leads, you can still just wipe through Hannah and never give the runner the ability to get that 5th click. But it's something you have to keep in mind when trying to deal with those sort of tag forks, because there's always that extra click and the tag removal.
Exactly. The tag removal, you almost gain an extra 2 clicks out of wheels in a matchup like this.
Ooh, you have to have the credits to remove the tags, though. And right now, Holly's only on 3 credits, so she really needs to get some more credits.
Now, Maryland overinstalled, shuffling back in. It's a Spin Doctor in server 6. And if we look at archives here, Rashida's, Planograms, Regolith, that's a lot of money in the bin. Now, if Holly trashes this, she does turn on Oppo. She might not, but it looks like Miss Bones for 2 is going to do it.
Yeah,
now, something in server 2 was more important. That's the 3rd burner.
Oh, a burner.
Just drawing it with Spin Doctor.
Hard for this matchup.
That is not going to be game, but that's a lot of points.
That is a lot of points.
Wait, how many?
Whoa, she can get to 6 points.
That could be 6 points here.
Yeah, she could come game now. She has to give her whole board state. So Spin Doctor in the bottom, Degreemel on the top. It looks like she might just take that. Now this is quite...
You can take both of them here.
Yeah, one's a 50-50. So she's going there, going to trade her Hannah.
Oh, wonder what the axis is here. Okay, well, board state goes away, now 5 points.
Alex is getting cornered here, asking for action, whether you want to pop the false lead. I don't think there's any way that you would do that. Good to ask that regardless. No. Oh, deep dive.
Like that's just tempting the corp, saying,
this
do you want to
game.
make a mistake for me?
This is deep dive.
Oh, is this deep dive?
Full
deep
whiff.
Dive.
Snare on top.
Look at the snare
Full
in there. Wow.
whiff. Snare into Oppo. Now these cards are going to be shuffled. This shuffles the deck, which has already happened because of the Maryland. So missing all that. Arzon letting out a few there. Holly down to 0 credits. And Oppo research will give 4 tags here. The problem is, does Alex have the tag punishment in hand?
We know that there are 2 in R&D, so
yeah,
there's only one that could potentially be in HQ in the first place. minus the mandatory draw.
So server 2, not the last Rashida, not a Gaslight. But Holly has no board state, no credits, but still very threatening with 5 agenda points. And we know one of the 3 cards Alex has in hand is an agenda. Degree mills are now safe, which is quite nice. Usually there's 9 points in 20 that are degree mills. Holloman for advance.
Is this the second false lead?
I imagine it must be. That's a
Unless this is advance Beal to also go up to 5.
Yeah, this could just be big Beal. It looks like it's just small Beal.
Yep,
It is
just Beal.
small Beal. Okay.
So if this is exactly a 5-3, Arzon can win next turn on 6 credits.
And this is exactly why you run all of those agendas you can actually score, because now Holly's kind of in a fork. You have to run. You can't do much if you run, but you have to.
Stone should draw true. We know there's at least one think tank in hand that Alex could put in their most server, but if this is a degree mill, we'll see. Passing the turn back, throwing in a
this the
Lobby.
win? This could easily just be the win.
Alex not windmilling out the win there. Mindscaping.
If it's the win, it's a slow roll.
Yeah, I don't think it's the win there. I don't know if he wants to pay, 4 credits to score out of. That's actually not that bad. 1 click and 4 credits
More
to score out of
likely
think
it's-
tank.
Yeah, it's the second false lead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second false lead. So
Now this
a lot of very scary possibilities are online now if you are Kit.
This is wild. Like, this could be the think tank. He could just slowly grind his way up to points. The top of R&D is known. This is a mindscaping, so this shouldn't be a huge access. But Holly going to keep Alex honest there. On 1 credit, again, we've seen a Lobby hit the bin. Generally, the decks run 2, maybe. Oppo from hand as well. Got to watch out for that. Not that
Ooh,
Alex has a
that's
huge
fun.
amount of credits. We did see a mindscaping Stone Chip going to hold on to that click for credit. With 4 credits here, if this is a Beal, that's game. Tomorrow's headline as well can just close the game. Regolith.
It is a regolith.
Just a regolith.
At the top
That
of
gives you the
R&D,
credits to do basically anything you want.
Okay. Icing up R&D. That's huge. It
there's
is much harder to just suddenly lose now.
there's still a think tank in hand. Like, if you touch that, you take a tag and get oppo. This is tricky. Now R&D is unknown. Gamble puts Holly into the credits.
gamble.
So Spark into Breaker can happen at any moment now, as long as she has another in hand. Or she also can do what's not a test run, but the one with the trebuchet on it.
Yeah, but if
Install
Arzon-
advance.
Oh,
there
just
it is.
fast advance
Install
Beal.
Hollow Man advance. Okay. Beal in hand. GG.
Such a
What a back and forth
crappy
quick
game.
that was. Yeah.
That was a top deck Beal straight into the fast advance with Holloman. You can score at 3-2s or 3-1s for 5 credits, which, hey, if that wins the game, that wins the game. Well played to both players. Ooh, 7-5. Yeah, that dive seems like an unfortunate whiff. I'm pretty sure that would have gone across. Alex only had 1 agenda in hand, I think. Maybe 2.
Yeah, obviously the degree mills were not live for that, but still you have to think it's a little unlucky to have a full whiff.
I do think that was a really solid showing by Kit against the deck that Kit is not very good against.
Yeah, the start was
Going that
great.
fast,
Agreed.
pushing that hard.
Agreed.
There were a lot of chances. I mean, there was a full deep dive whiff. If that hadn't whiffed, it would have been the game. Could have been the game, depending on what was there.
So we have a couple of the top tables already wrapped up. Maybe we could jump into table 6. This will usually be a longer game. That's Janktivist on Ag Infusion versus Chinchling on Lat. If you'd be so kind to check.
Ooh, we haven't seen an Ag Infusion yet.
Yeah, we somehow have
let
it.
me jump into them and ask.
Thank you. But yeah, it looks like otherwise the other top table, Larea unfortunately finding her first loss on Hermes Dow against Davs on Ismari. Alex, of course, did take that win there. And then again on table 5, we have Augustus on Ag Infusion getting a relatively quick Ag Infusion victory against Vitars. I wonder if that was a face check. Usually the criminal matchup, you can be a bit aggressive, but that's pretty fast for an Ag Infusion game.
We are good to stream on table 6.
Thank
and
you.
it is in fact 0-0. The board state's quite advanced, but it is 0-0 currently. So you
Sounds
haven't
like
missed
Ag
any
Infusion.
scoring so far if you're jumping into this first.
Sounds like Ag Infusion and Lat.
Yep.
So both fantastic
Notably,
players.
the remote is already
It's
what
wild.
I would describe as, in my professional opinion, disgusting. We have an Anoetic Void, a Managarm Skunkworks, a face down with 2 advancements that certainly looks like a Biovault to me, and a scored Nisei Mark II as of this turn. So this is a pretty commanding position for Ag Infusion, don't you think?
It's looking good. That remote server is going to be hard to deal with. The question is whether Chinchling is probably on deep dive. Mind you, this is a Swift list. That means pinhole threadings do show up. So if you can deal with the anoetic, the problem with anoetic, or at least, sorry, the problem with pinhole is you need to run through an ice server. Now we're at the full breaker suite, turbine plus all our breakers. So this can't be too expensive. And we're just running archives here, finding the Rashida in there. Not sure what this run is about. Maybe
Prism of Virus and Archives. I'm not sure if it matters in this matchup. It certainly doesn't with the breaker suite that we see out here.
Ooh, inside job.
So an inside job that does trigger Swift. So running Archives could be get the cheap.
Oh, this is a
run
deep
and
dive
potentially
turn.
Set up for a deep dive.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, this definitely looks like a deep dive.
So from
You do
here,
have the Nisei can stop the deep dive. Though.
yeah.
You can. Yes.
Ooh, Braun into Gauss. That's actually relatively expensive.
Getting to bypass the Brawn with
Oh, right.
inside job, that you make a pretty large amount of money by not having to break that.
Now MIC into Unity, you have to break all of that and boost one, if I'm not mistaken. So that's 4.
Yeah, boost 1.
Oh, just popping there, the
And
Biovault.
MIC
And that was importantly before the
Biovault.
Axis on HQ, not the final run on R&D. So there's definitely points in hand, and Chinchling should know that. Now running back through Braun, this breaker suite, it's not on Cleaver. It looks like we've got Gauss down. Whether that's our permanent breaker solution, whether we also have Propeller, Gauss into Braun doesn't seem fantastic. Unless it's fresh installed, and Simulchip can make that the case.
Yeah, it's fine this turn, and it's fine for at least one more turn because of Simulchip.
Chinchling popping the stone chip, getting the Simulchip down allows you to flicker that Gauss. If we look at the heap in terms of programs, not too much else besides the self-modifying code, and I don't know if we need to get something else out of our deck. But server 2 easily gonna hold another Nisei, and then you can just snowball forward.
Yeah, Zinchling has gotten rid of 1 and the run on a stick. There is still the Nisei, and there still is, in principle, the Ag Infusion ID ability, though not currently in position to use that on Centrals, other than Archives, which was run first.
Yep. Yeah, you can.
So that's another argument to run Archives first, I suppose.
Yeah, throwing it to the remote server is also interesting because the MIC face check is pretty bad. You have to force to break it, but it looks like 2 Nisei counters. Now, Janktivist's credits.
2 Niseis.
Credits are not going to be good, but if you're trying to make 3 successful runs in the same turn, 2 Niseis is going to slow you down a fair bit. Now,
I think the runner just put it very well.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this got harder. I have to agree. It is difficult to fight through 1 Nisei counter, especially if you need to make 3 runs in a turn plus have a click left over. It's very difficult to do the same thing if there are 2 Nisei counters.
Janktivist joking, that kind of broke too. Both of these players are relatively low on credits, and losing Trickshot loses a lot of credits from this deck. And while, Inside Job can make you some of those credits back.
For Sable. DJ Femmers for Sable helps quite a bit with having clicks left over. Of course, there was still the issue of with 8 credits, you have to get through all of the ice. And not letting up at all, that's an install advance.
This is game, potentially.
So technically threatening the game, yeah.
Here you'd have to pinhole the Lacosta
with the Skunk Void.
Pinhole would feel really good here, especially on only 3 credits. Because then you force the corp to spend 3 credits. Like, unless the corp has a way to easily make money, that means that you're gonna be 3 credits. You're gonna be taking 2 full turns because you can't just advance, and then advance the next turn. You have to have a way to make money.
Yeah, this is tricky. Like, if you pinhole the Lacosta, so be it. You can't fire Anoetic Void more than once, so we're gonna go HQ here. We do have a compilation for some more multi-axis.
HQ.
We're going to flicker that Gauss now. We break for
Gauss does get reinstalled.
3 credits. We still have to...
And thanks to the... Oh, wow. Thanks to the turbine, all the way up to 6 strength. That's quite good.
Unity breaks for 4. That's still pretty expensive.
Now here you can always, if you think this is the last turn of the game, you can use the MIC ability to take a click off a Chinchling. I'm not sure if this is a deep dive threat turn or whether we're just trying to get some sort of forward momentum. There's the MIC.
Sure enough. Raining a click.
So deciding here, Chinchling can lose a click.
Shut down. Yeah, you can essentially shut down the deep dive with these Nisei counters.
Yeah, notably, this is not like we got the swift click back, but stealing an off-rolled. Telework.
That's an off-rolled office.
Telework was the first click this
2
turn.
Points.
So you're not going to be able to deep dive this turn at all, regardless of the Niseis. So it comes down to whether Chinchling can contest the remote server.
There's the Sable Click. The Sable Click hasn't happened yet, correct?
Yeah, but you can force a Sable Click off. If they run archives, you just Nisei, run archives, Nisei.
True, you just Nisei it, yeah.
It does waste a lot of tempo because you're just spending the Niseis on archives, which has nothing there,
But
as
if
opposed to spending them on HQ where they have to break through a Brawn.
I just think Janktivist wins next turn.
Yeah, assuming that's a 5.
I think that's the case. Yeah, assuming that is the 5-3. It certainly looks like the 5-3.
Like if you run
I think
archives,
if there was a 5-3 in hand, I think it's in server 2. The question is, was there a 5-3 in hand?
so we saw that in hand. We have a Charlotte. So unless there's 2 Charlottes, you would jam a Charlotte there if you didn't have an agenda. Now here, Janktivist
Yeah,
can
absolutely,
ag and
yeah.
fusion you into, let alone the remote server. I was going to think HQ, but this is still very expensive to get through all of this. MIC is 4 credits, and that will leave you not enough for a Nancy. You can let a Nancy fire in theory, and at that point, you have to just Nisei. And with only 1 click left, it looks like Janktivist has the win in their remote server. Otherwise, we're spending so many resources this turn.
Ouch.
Run archives, Nisei counter here. Oh, getting a click back. Okay.
Didn't even need to Nisei.
Yeah, just make a huge difference when you
Feels
can't.
bad as the runner.
You can.
So what do you do here? I think that you just
You can't run. There's 2 Niseis.
Yeah, you run and you get Nisei'd. So you hope that this is a ruse and it is not the win. Maker's Eye. I mean, you get Nisei'd here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but
you're
it
going to
does
drain
waste
some
Nisei.
resources in case the win isn't in server 2, I guess.
Yeah. We have to take some resources off the table. So we're going to take some damage, losing a deep dive, calling event there. And there's an Nisei counter. So if Janktivist has the bacterial programming in their remote server with the Lacosta and exactly credit perfect, that
Yes,
should
yep,
be the
sure enough.
game.
Okay, it's a send the message. Well played by Janktivist. That was really put Singeling into a fork there. That was a very, very difficult position as lat.
Yeah, these MICs, the Managarm, it looks like there's a Cloud Eater in the deck too. And with send a message, I guess why not? But very good defense, keeping those 3 central runs, just keeping the football slightly ahead and dragging the lat through all of that. Well played to both players, both fantastic players. Mind you, Singeling, top 16 at Worlds this year. Janktivist, I believe, won a showdown maybe last year of the New Year Showdown. Both great players.
I'm sad
absolutely.
that we didn't
Powerful
get to see
matchup.
Cloud Eater rest. I always want to see Cloud Eater rest.
And when you res it, it's pretty good.
It is.
All right, we got a couple more minutes left in the round. It might not be that much. We can maybe jump into table 7, which is Dranked against Jay Foley. I'm assuming Dranked might be on Knife Sable. That's kind of the Sable that Dranked likes.
Let me jump in and see if they are good for us to stream.
Thank you. Otherwise, if there's not that much time left in the round, we might just throw but to a little image, but we'll figure it out. For those who are just tuning in, we are mostly through round 5 of 8 rounds today.
We're good to stream, but they say it may be over next turn. So let's get in here quick, I guess.
What's the table number? 7?
Table number 7.
Thank you.
And sure enough, we are on 5 agenda points versus 4. Asa has a pretty stacked board up here.
Whoa.
I do not see any knives anywhere. So
Yeah, it looks like it's not dives. This looks like it's triple deep dive. We see no influence, 1 deep dive in the bin. Usually means triple deep dive.
Sad not to see a knife.
All right, 1 shot at it. That's exactly what I like to hear as the stream.
All right, we're going to start with a Debrado there on HQ. Outermost is a Hagen. We're going to bypass that. The problem is if you click through an MIC, you can do another click off the MIC, and that's going to make the deep dive impossible. Now, we don't have a Hermes, so we're going to steal Vitruvius. Ooh!
That's the game.
Sometimes
Who
it
needs
just
to
be
deep
like
dive?
that.
Just touch agendas. Oh, man. The power of rips. The power of rips.
Genuinely, maybe this is the thing that I always try to convey to people that makes Netrunner so great. You can always just accidentally touch agendas and win the game. There's always an amount of gambling to it. If any move could win the game, it's so wonderful.
Foley showing the hand here. That was a 1 in 5 to find the agenda, but Frank definitely found the agenda. It looks like their remote server also was the win next turn, so just trying to get there, digging for the second Iqua. Maybe that's in the remote server, maybe not. Well played to both.
Fantastic. It looks like we do have about 20 minutes left in the round, so
Yeah.
there actually is plenty of time.
I think we do have a bit.
For us to find another table.
Maybe
We can jump to any table. It doesn't have to be a higher table. Maybe table 19? Night Ride and Bink Bonko,
Sure.
both
Yeah, that's
great
got
players.
It's got a freedom.
Yeah, Freedom versus
Yeah,
Asa.
Freedom's interesting.
Into it.
If you don't mind checking.
Ooh, a freedom. That's fun. I will jump in and check.
Thank you. That's table 19.
We are good to stream.
Perfect.
And we are just in time to see a pulse on the table and a Nico campaign nearing completion. And there's also the Fire-Headed Flower. We have Audrey V2 in play for Bink Bonkle.
So Nightgrad at the bottom, world's top 16, a player from the Logic Bomb from the California type region. This is going to be what's called Jukebox Asa. So it's an Asa deck. It plays Audacity, it plays MC Austerity, and it cares about taking the runner's clicks away and then scoring out a lot of 5-3 agendas. And currently at this point, we're 28 minutes in. Vitruvius with the counter is super powerful, but not a lot of points. Now, Freedom on the other side, this is very similar to like Zombie Freedom, list that you saw Man the Moon and Santa play at Worlds in the top cut as well. So we're going to get Devil Charm. We got to Consume in the bin on a lot of influence, and we'll see how much pressure we can put on. Mind you, Freedom does like to trash cards for virus counters. Let's see if we can touch some cards.
There's an MCA austerity policy in the bin. I have to guess with this many turns going on and no other points scored, that must have ticked a fair bit up and then gotten trashed.
Yeah, a lot of times these decks will like use austerity policy for tempo. They won't even like fast events with it. They'll just like have a 7 to 8 click turn and get the second austerity. It's like really fascinating what they can do. Now this is a Gatekeeper. Audrey can deal with this for 2 cards. You can also like delete this with Crew and Devil Charm, but sometimes 0 Strength Ice for the following turn you don't really need to destroy. So Bink Bonkle has choices.
You can also save the, well, I guess you're not saving the Devil Charm, but you could save it because next turn it's going to be fine.
So we're going to access here again. Freedom says once per turn, when you touch a card, you can trash it for virus counters equals to res or trash costs, like Spin Doctor. You can trash that for 0. Finding of Vitruvius as well.
Vitruvius and steal it.
That's very good.
Oh, Spin Doctor was resed, excuse me. So just Finding of Vitruvius. Now, with a res of a Spin Doctor to HQ, you know there's more points in there. And while you can't steal Iqua last click, going back is very likely to give you something of value. Either Freedom's ability, a Leech counter, an Audrey counter, or just finding more points. Now, this deck is on, I think, 12 points of 5/3s. Of Vitruvius or 2, 3 Vitruvius, and then whatever Luminal now is. So Axis here. Again, Spin Doctor being rezzed into the Axis means you're hoping the top of the deck saves your HQ situation. So parts of HQ must be a bit messed up. Going for the Axis, we have a Nico campaign of power, so whatever's in server 3 you can score out.
That's an Iqua last click.
Yeah, there you go. That makes sense. As probably what you were
stay in HQ.
Trying to save an HQ and you res a Spin Doctor. And so now Nico burying that even further behind another additional card draw on the mandatory. We have 13 credits. We have the Audacity in the bin and MC Austerity. I don't know what else you can fast advance here. You just have to put cards on the table and hopefully have a virus sooner than later because that Audrey can get through most eyes.
That Gatekeeper does not feel good with the Audrey on the table at 0 strength.
Nope, not at all.
2 ice on HQ. This is signaling I am flooded.
You know, there's at least 3 points in there, but 2 ice makes me think there's probably 2 to 3 more. Oh, but there is an MCA in server 3. That's just gonna make life annoying for Freedom over the next couple turns. We do see a fully operational. That's gonna tick 4 times all money.
This is the hard thing with austerity is it's tricky to find a window to purge. And while we don't know the upgrade in server 1, you can't austerity on the same turn you purge unless you austerity and when it pops off, you purge and do something. And purging here seems relatively important. If we look at archives, there's no Mavirus in there, but keeping the Audrey out, keeping the Leech out, it matters. So that double ice, you get Asa install. That can sometimes slow these things down. That Bonkle on 4 credits. Freedom doesn't give you passive card draw. I think this deck, you need to spend a couple more clicks drawing than you might be used to if you play Hoshiko. So we'll see if we get an engine going from this point. The Singleton Solidarity badge in the list is nice, but it's going to be a boomerang. And with Banhar, we can face check into here. We're not expecting any 3 subroutine ice as much as we have Audrey for Panic.
Trying to look for that Equal project.
Yeah, we know it's in hand.
It's there, you just got to hit it.
Gatekeeper.
So you can either do 2 random cards or 2 your choice cards if you're okay spending an Audrey counter on this.
There are also 3 Leech counters. You could potentially spend those in 1 card.
Oh, that's true. Looks like we're going to use
But it looks like it will be
Keiko and Botulus.
Botulus is interesting. You could use that to blank some of the stuff on the board.
Yeah, I think people are getting a bit more scared around things like Magnet, which are relatively common. There's a Brawn. Now this is awkward.
Brawn.
If you don't want to click through that subroutine, you're now going to have the Iqua click. So you might actually have to Audrey one of these subroutines, which you don't have the cards to do. This is a very well placed Brawn into the boomerang.
I think you might do you just let the first subroutine fire and hope that the
You know a
no, 'cause
gatekeeper.
There's definitely ice
There's
in
a
archives, 'cause
gatekeeper in
so
the
much
bin,
ice 'cause
though.
you've
That's
been
the
trashing
problem.
it, yeah.
Yeah, let alone it turns on Asa too, which not super impactful, but you know ice is coming back guaranteed.
But with some decks, you can just look at that and say, okay, you've got 4 cards in hand. I'm going to take that gamble. But
Yeah.
with this sort of ice destruction deck, you
Oh,
know
hold
there's an
on,
ice
hold
thing
on.
against
Okay,
it.
so
Audrey
yeah,
and leeching.
Leech gets this down to 3 strength, and then okay, so you only need 1 card with Audrey, so you can actually break it.
This is so many resources. Now, Knight right here, if he wants, can actually just grab a card with Vitruvius to dilute HQ. And finding the MC Austerity, you can trash that for Leech if you want to trade that counter to the Audrey. Looks like we're going to go there. And shuffle the boomerang back in. 4 credits, a click, no cards in hand. And mind you, these are 3-click turns because of the austerity policy. Bink has a lot of Duke here. And now HQ is going to be pretty secure unless you want to just run it every turn and triple click the Brawn, but you can't triple click with austerity. Back to Night Ride. Definitely stabilizing here. Purging not as important. It looks like the corp largely, or sorry, the runner largely purged out for you. And we'll see how long he holds on to that Spin Doctor. If you shuffle back in the Audacity, it can give you some reach, but
There are 2 face downs in archives. We don't know
Yeah.
what they are.
a lot of times what you see in HB2 is like sometimes your best card is like, oh, fully operational. I want to shuffle that back in with Spin Doctor. But of course, with HB playing ablative, drafter, let alone the Vitruvius counter, you want to keep your archives as a toolbox. So you want to keep those cards in archives so you can grab them. And it's a really interesting play pattern, as much as we're not exactly on threat yet for ablative. This is 34 minutes in. We're 2 points. There's only 12 cards in R&D. Where are the agendas?
From what I can tell in hand.
certainly
That's
looks
my
like
guess.
it. Yeah.
I think this deck is only running 8 agendas. It's running generally the full set of Ikoas and then 1 send a message, if I'm not mistaken. So there's still 6 agendas across what can be like 18-ish cards.
We've only seen 3.
Nightguard thinking this through after the mandatory. Again, another thing if time is keeping up, you can always just grab the Audacity as much as there's only 1 more Vitruvius in the deck. And just send it to get over that 2-point hump.
You also
Yeah, that feels like a time is called last turn type of play.
Oh yeah, it
At
is.
least in an ideal world for Nightgrad.
Yeah, the cool thing with
Would like to do that as late as possible.
The cool thing with powers is that you can like grab a Spin Doctor back and basically undo some of that Audacity damage, which is like a cool trick. But yeah, I don't think we're going to see that too soon.
I have to imagine Nightright is also currently thinking about, okay, here's the MCA austerity policy. Am I safe to just keep clicking this up? What shenanigans can come out that can just potentially mess with the 2 ice that are out there? Is that if I have a Brawn out there, how can the Brawn be taken care of? What if there's another Devil Charm? What if there's another crew? Asking all those questions.
The last card that came out of the hand on the Audrey break on the Brawn was the 3rd crew. And while this deck is going to be running labor rights, it has an Ashen as well. I think it's on 2 labor rights, at least the list from Worlds. Getting all that back quick enough is going to be really difficult. Very interesting line here. What do you want to do? Push the austerity or not? Looks like we're going to use Spin Doctor. This is after the mandatory draw. So we're just shuffling the 2 unseen straight back in. Whether that means we have another Spin Doctor in hand, the final Spin Doctor, I'm not sure. Or we're just hoping to draw into those cards.
Yeah, I would guess that indicates another Spin Doctor just got thrown down. Or
we just want the server.
Alternatively, it could be that this remote is much safer and that's where the agenda is going.
It's weird that this is safer. This pulse doesn't end the run, right? It's like lose a credit,
No,
lose a click. But hey, there's an upgrade in there. That's probably the most valuable bit here.
But it does have a strength value that is greater than 0. So
yeah.
Also, losing a credit, losing a click does technically matter if in the case of a Nikawa.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that is going into server 2. Now, obviously, didn't have to trash the Spin Doctor to install into server 2.
Oh, Vitruvius for fully op.
Oh, but that's Vitruvius for fully op, yeah.
So it seems like Nightride wants to draw into some of those face down cards off of this fully op. Now the first echo on that was draw 2. So it looks like might have found what he wants. Austerity, the final click, passing back to Bink. Only going to have, I think, 3 clicks here. Oh yeah, you lose a click after you do Banhar. Really weird. I did not realize it works like that.
Now, using Project Vitruvius, using that Vitruvius counter does mean that one of the fun plays that I really like off of MCA, which is use MCA, pop MCA, and then pull back the austerity to score something really nasty out of hand. That's off the table now. You can't get something back with a Vitruvius anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Powers might do your recursion, but it is a very important piece. Even like a single biotic, you can like really force your way through some fast advance lines that sound pretty silly, especially when you're coming up on time. We don't have that much time left. Bink Bonk will going to start there. Banharing the server 3. That's the austerity. Mind you, that will get trashed for free with the Audrey token. As long as you have one virus counter, you don't have to pay 3 credits. But we only have 2 clicks left here, and Night Ride has a lot of credits to res ice. Drawing up 2
Next
cards in
turn is the
hand.
turn MCA is online.
Yeah.
Yeah, MCA is online to potentially score Vitruvius with a counter next turn, for instance.
Yeah, you can't score a 5-3 yet. Ooh, running R&D. If you think the 2 unknowns that were shuffled in, if those were agendas.
That's a drafter. That's a must break at the moment, I have to think.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You're going to probably want to Audrey through this. So that's going to be a card in hand and the Audrey counter. So let's see what the card is. Looks like it's just another Audrey there. So this axe is getting a leech counter. Imagine there's still points in there. No steal, no trash. That's the worst case scenario for both Freedom, score area, and for Audrey. So with a single click left here, 1 card in hand, you can't really face check.
Your Audrey's now unable to check anything. You can technically still get into the server 1.
I think you have to lose the click or it'll end the run.
Well, not on this turn, but in the future.
Yeah.
To put a counter on Audrey, but God, that feels so bad.
I wonder if this is Vitruvius with a counter out of hand this turn.
Yeah, only one more on the list. You can't score a 5-3. You can score a 4-2 as well. I think the list is on like 1-4-2 because of the luminal slot. I'm not 100% sure. It looks like we have a judge coming in here to call time sooner than later.
This might be time in the rounds.
Got to get through this turn fast. Ace a double install. That was the play we saw last turn. Austerity will lose a click, and I think Night Ride just needs to pass the turn before time is called. Ice on Archives pass turn.
And Ice Archives.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Prevent farming leech counters on Archives, potentially. Crucially, does pass the turn before time is called, which we think is coming very soon.
It's only a matter of time when the judges are standing next to your table to call time. Again, players will know where this is. They track time.
Even worse when they're proverbially looking up the clock as they're standing next to your table.
Running server 4 with Bonk.
Running server 4? Now, getting the powers that be down would be quite good.
Does charge your Audrey?
Remove some of the ability to score the 7th point.
This also puts a counter on Audrey.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is big.
5-minute warning. Oh, whoa, we have time. That's great. So austerity
5-minute warning
is threatening to score out this turn, which with the powers that be means you can return the austerity. You can return Rashida or Spin Doctor. So taking that down, not only charging your Audrey, but a very reasonable move there to stop a snowball. Generally, the corporation can score a 5-3 that doesn't do anything, but when it powers that be backs your best card from Archives, that's definitely a different tale.
Especially if it's a, score a 5-3 that is also a send a message, for instance, that reses another Brawn. That could just be a backbreaking turn.
Now, R&D is the softest server here, but Night Ride, that is the one server understanding how many points are left in the deck. With so many 3-pointers, the game can shift pretty radically. Now, this Freedom list, I don't actually know what the multi-axis is on. It doesn't look like it supports twinning. Actually, no, I think it does have a twinning in it. We haven't seen one yet, let alone we do have the Paladin to help. Well, we power it up.
Oh, and I'm checking the bin for Bink Bonkle. There are 3 crews in the bin. So not going to be able to take on any 0 strength ice anytime soon.
Hey, we did the spiteful austerity where we clicked it just to lose a click and then we fired it. So there's still 5 clicks left, but it does mean that Bink is only going to have 3 clicks next turn. So saying that my click is more important than yours. 5 advance here, get the Ikawa out of hand.
And that's the Ikawa. Okay.
And here we don't get the powers that be, so going to slow the runner down with only 3 clicks, but
that is only 3 agendas. There's still 5 more agendas and only 10
Where are
cards
they? How many are in HQ? Is this 4 agendas in HQ right now?
I think it's probably...
So the twinning, it looks like, is one of the multi-axes. Yeah.
Now that coming down for free means Paladin will be set up to install the next card, and you can charge the twinning. R&D is wide open, and that is where Banhar is headed. So here, Bonk wants to install a card and lock the top of the deck. The problem is if you install a card, you won't have Ikawa clicks. So you have to decide whether you want to see
Yeah.
a single and open up the 2 more Ikawas in the deck, or just go for a double. Looks like we're going to go for the daily cast and maybe get the pressure on next turn. I'm not sure if you want to send it here without having that click left. Mind you, this was an austerity turn. Drawing up last
You are
click.
gambling.
Looks like the answer is wait until next turn. Very, very little threat to just end the game right now. It needs to be exactly like a Vitruvius and a Biotic in hand to end the game.
Yeah,
The audacity.
so-
There's an audacity in archives, which must make you feel a lot safer since you know that that's not in hand.
yeah,
Exactly. Yeah.
knowing where that is incredibly important. Now, Night Ride, understanding cards in hand, R&D is open. This server 1 seemed to be a valuable server. The Spin Doctor was popped at a moment that
Is
didn't
this
seem the
another
best.
fully op we're about to see?
Just
No, all
jam.
3 are in the bin. So it's just jamming.
Not sure if server 3 is a virus or like we're putting 2 agendas on the table. Wage Workers as well could threaten out a 5-3 score, but that is exactly, I believe, credit perfect. So
Server 3 could easily be a Spin Doctor. There is 1 left. Potentially try to lower the density in HQ or mess up some sort of play into R&D.
This
Or
is
break out
classic-
of R&D lock with the 20.
classic high tier, classic tournament netrunner ending where you know that the agendas are there, you know maybe they're in HQ, maybe they're in R&D. There's not that many places left for them to go. You just have to choose. You have to choose and hope that you're right.
Now Bonkle
You have
chose
to
server
choose,
1.
you have to be right, and you have to be efficient.
So you
Okay.
can run this, force a res. If
Yeah.
just about anything expensive gets resed, you can deal with it. Barring an ablative barrier producing a Rashida, that can change the math here. And that means you still have a panic click or 2 to run R&D and see 2 to 3 cards. Ooh, Tattoo Bola.
That's a Tattoo Bola.
Now, the most interesting thing, Tattoo Bola into Banhar, you can't choose to let it end the run because that's not the subroutine it has anymore. So no matter what, Night Ride is going to potentially get 4 credits and even an ASA install, which you can use that to overinstall and with Spin Doctor on the table, actually save the agenda. Tattoo Bola, are we going to swap? Looks like we're going to swap here. So
Fair enough.
ASA can actually
Will we see the overinstall?
can dunk on the agenda. Looks like nothing. So Pulse
Looks like there is no agenda dunking.
going to
Trusting potentially a Managarm here
not
on
enough.
the route.
Got to 5 credits, got 2 clicks. Audrey
Yeah.
boosting with the strike fund, actually breaking the pulse instead of spending the click. So we'll see what the defensive upgrade is here. We have credits to deal with Managarm and Ikawa.
It is the Managarm. So it needed to be Strike Fund for an Ikawa to be stealable here, correct?
Yep. Yeah. Exactly. Had to be
Well-
the strike fund. I wonder if
Oh no, you could quick click
You
through.
can, you can,
So actually,
you
you-
can
yeah,
play
you-
it. Yeah, you can
yeah.
get in either way.
nobody if you click.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, because there's 3 clicks left. Yeah, finding the Ikawa.
Okay. Oh, time and round. That after term was passed? That's after term was passed, correct?
Oh my god, the naked Vitruvius!
Sure.
Oh, the
That
best
is-
possible thing.
Server
Awesome.
3
Oh,
sitting over here. Oh, server 3 could be, the 3rd Spin Doctor. Actually, it's 7 points. GG.
It doesn't
Night
matter
Ride,
if
I'm
you
so
can
right
get
after
in.
my own heart.
That's a sick
I just-
play.
My favorite. I love putting naked agendas on the field and just leaving them there, just seeing what happens. My favorite deck of all time is just vegan NEH. No meat damage, no plans other than throwing down agendas and hoping that no one runs on them.
A really cool
It's
line there.
Always fun to see.
3-6. We've still missing a couple agendas. I think there's only 2, maybe 3 more agendas we haven't seen, but I love that line. If you want to keep them busy on server 1 or server 3, it's their choice. I honestly don't know if you can score the Ikawa next turn. You need Wage Workers, you need Seamless. I'm not sure exactly what you have for that, but Bink Bonkle running server 1 is exactly the sort of little charade you want going on. Well played, both players. Really cool matchup.
Yeah, what a game. That was a fun one.
Now that takes us back again. Round 5 is just wrapping up. Time was called, so we're going to have some results trickling in slowly, mind you. Once time is called, the active player ends their turn and the opposing player has 1 more turn. So sometimes it takes a minute to wrap these games up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looking at the top tables, we still have 2 undefeated players. It looks like it is Dave's 1-3-1 and Arzon, as we saw.
Mm-hmm.
Then Hams and Beblum won near the top of the tables as well. So did Augustus Caesar and Janktivist, as we saw. So did Drankt and Sebastian K. And that's our top 8 tables. So certainly shaping up almost a completely even runner and corp win split in the top tables that round. Actually, an exactly even runner and corp win split. That's cool.
crunched the numbers yesterday. There's going to be a lot more games played today than yesterday, but I believe yesterday at the APAC, Corporation was at a 53% win rate. Obviously slightly more than 50, but we've seen bigger numbers. So looks like things are coming down a bit, which is at least good to see. Oh, don't look at this chunk here. Underneath that, it's just Corp wins forever. That's fine. Welcome to round 5. All right,
Surely the rest of the unreported results will be runner wins.
Yeah, we're also at the point too. Again, the top cut for this day, if you're just playing to make the top cut, it is incredibly tight. You can lose maybe 2 games, 3 games if you're lucky. There's a lot of folks who've, lost their first couple games here, and maybe you have dropped. So you're going to see fewer and fewer tables as the day goes on. Now, again, for those who are still not in contention for the top 5 and are just spending their weekend enjoying some JNet, playing some games against folks that you might have met before or meeting for the first time, hopefully everyone's having a great time. Cool. I think we're going to throw to...
I joked that all the unreported results were runner wins. It actually looks like almost all of them were.
That'll do it.
It's looking much more even now after a refresh.
All right. I think here on the stream, we're just going to throw to a break for maybe 2 minutes, and we'll be back in a bit with round 6 of the 2025 Circuit Breaker Invitational starting up. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. We're just about to start round 6 here at the 2025 Circuit Breaker Invitational. My name is Andre from the Metropole Grid. I go by he, him pronouns, and I'm joined by Juniper from Null Signal Games. Juniper, how's it going?
It's going fantastically.
We're also joined from the Slumscast's own Neuropanzer Pants. How you doing?
Doing great. It's been great so far. Have only seen one round of Netrunner so far today, and it has been top notch.
We have a couple more good rounds for you coming up, and this is, I believe, table 2. Both of these players, I don't think they're entirely undefeated. I think there might be a pair down. I'm not sure, but this is like table 2. So players with some of the strongest standings. Now, on the lower side of the table, Precision. Yeah, go ahead.
It is rank 2 and 3 in the tournament. 1 loss total between the two of them.
Yeah.
So very, very high table.
We got to see Larea play earlier today, playing a very aggressive Dow deck. This is Precision Design, also the System Gateway Special. Now, I don't think there's a lot of Precision Design players today at this tournament. It's almost always like something you can count on to have like 10, 15% of the field, but it's like 3 players today. So we're going to see what Larea is
Only
playing.
2,
yeah, it's not a lot of players. So whether this is going to be Shoot the Moon's YDL, whether it's going to be that sort of mid-range Glacier or something wilder. I think we saw a player make top cut yesterday playing core damage PD. Shout out to Tehran. That deck looks wild. Now, on the other side of the table, 50 cards. That's kind of the classic number. This is Arzon Alex, our world champion, who just recently won the world championship in San Francisco playing a 50-card Arasana. Now, the deck immediately went down to 47 cards when Trickshot got banned out. So the question is, what takes that slot? This deck wants to burner. It wants to deep dive. It wants to be aggressive. It wants to run cheaply. It doesn't install a lot of permanent breakers. And I'm not even sure if Turbine's in the list. I think it might be, but it's more about installing things from hand. It's specifically Trojans. Very, very fun.
Including some of the virus Trojans. Assuming this is the same list as we saw at Worlds, things like Physarum Entanglement, or Entangler, which one of the signature cards of the deck, Spree, really makes a card like that sing.
I think the one that's also maybe even more impactful is Botulus. The idea is that if you have a Botulus cooking on a certain piece of ice and then you do Spree, well, you can use that Botulus on every ice on the server, even if it's a barrier, which is something that Physarum struggles with. So, of course, I do think some of the HB players are playing more and more magnets in the modern meta and viruses, and those are interesting interactions to all kinds of viruses, let alone Trojan. So we'll see how that goes. It looks like Larea, she's going to take the mulligan, but Arzon happy with the 5. Good luck and have fun to both players.
There's the rare chance here we could see the Magnet Hush interaction.
I think there's a chance. I'm actually not sure if Arsan has been playing Hush. Well, we'll see. Double install here. Mana Garment to Rashida, Tranquility into something. No ice on the table. We'll see if Arzon has what he needs to contest this. This deck, I'm not sure what it has for just trashing stuff. Prisha only helps with assets. So we'll see if you have to pay 4 for a Tranquility, one of the most powerful econ cards, as much as it is 4 to trash. Resing a Managarm saying you're going to pay 5 credits and we're in. Rashida and Managarm down for only 2 credits on the pre-show. Or sorry, no, you can't deal with Managarm. So down to 1 credit after first turn.
But just look at how cheap it was to trash the Rashida.
Yeah, it was super cheap. And it looks like we're doing it again. Now you can just face check here. Again, you can't deal with the Tranquility, but if it's a second Rashida, it's coming down. I reckon we might double click here.
Second skunk.
Yeah, and Rashida.
Second Rashida.
Second.
The savings.
Second verse, same as the first. Getting the fermenter down to recover economically, but 2 Rashidas down. Larea doesn't. No, she actually technically has a remote server, and now with ice, it goes even further. Going through 10 cards here, a burner, and setting up an agenda on top of R&D is almost guaranteed points on this board state. We'll see what sort of pressure Alex has. It looks like we're going for singles, finding him a virus, purging the fermenter.
Oh, that actually, the purge often doesn't matter, but it does here.
There's ADT.
Oh, ADT.
You assume, again, after the mulligan and that sort of strange opening, there's probably another agenda in hand, but with Seamlesses into server 2 can make a fair bit of sense. We'll see if we get a face check here to force some credits down, or whether Alex just wants to continue to set up and poke. There's an Ikawa. We're going to be on game point already.
Ikawa. Oh, wow.
It is very hard to close the game out here against a deep dive, let alone a trick shot.
Third Rashida does actually fire. Third time's the charm.
But Alex
Do
feeling
we have? Is there an ice for HQ? Maybe.
you need to ice up everything, right? Like botulus into
Ice
deep dive.
everywhere,
It's
yeah.
so hard when the runner is this early on points. Now install advanced, that has to be an agenda.
So that's okay.
Some PD lists play a single copy of NGO front just to be a bit cheeky, but I don't think that's what Laria wants here. The question is, on 4 more credits on Fermenter, can Arzon contest this remote server and double click? With certain Trojans in hand, you can contest this remote server.
Botulus? Yeah, Botulus could just be GG.
Yep. Ablative is online. Magnet's going to be the hard one to deal with. You can always install a program from Arasana, but if you exactly have the card in hand, Fermenter Run gives you double click for Managarm. And this looks like it could be it. Now, you have to worry about Ikua. It's seamless, but...
Well, 10
This
credits
is you never want to see this from an Arasana player. Thinking, calculating, do I have exactly enough credits to do it? Like the Shaper math is the most worrying thing to see them work on if you're the Corp.
So what can come from hand? I don't think Slap Vandal shows up in the list. Botulus is 2 credits. That's no problem. Vizarum will be 2 to 3 credits, no problem. If you want to muse into an Ikua, you're going to have some issues, but if it's a drafter, I mean, you might just let it fire.
It could be a question of, if I botulus into this, is there anything that can punish me for only breaking 1 subroutine?
I think you're fine.
Yeah.
If it's Gatekeeper, you deal with the end of the run, you still take the agenda.
If it's
Hagen is fine.
Yeah. You lose the Botulus, I guess, in that case, but that's okay because you're in and you win.
Yeah, if it's an MIC or a Brawn, you force the res regardless and just click away.
Yep.
So it looks like we might cracking the Fermenter to start. Now again, if you want to double click the Managarm, you're going to want to run this click. The question is, what does Alex have in hand? Yeah. Arasana, if we haven't said so far, can install a program from hand. Instant speed during a run. Now the program will be trashed unless it's a Trojan. So now we're saying, hey, what sort of instant speed trick do I have in my hand? It's a boarding control. That's perfect.
Border control. That's very breakable.
That's
a lot of
ideal,
things.
though.
Now the issue is, if the boarding control fires, Alex needs basically an overclock to be able to contest the Managarm, because we're not going to have 2 clicks. Very interesting here. This is where like trick shot will be absolutely busted, but we're gonna have to fight the way that we did before.
What are the odds this is an Ikua in server 2?
I think it's hard.
And this is just spend a lot of your resources to get in and you can't steal it. Haha. The problem is then they just know to go back in next turn.
And if Lareya scores an Ikua, you're okay. Propeller.
Yeah.
Propeller.
We got a single break on here for a credit.
Okay.
So
put you at 1 credit. That isn't enough to steal an Ikua. I can't imagine this would be an Ikua.
No, it's not an Ikua.
That's a border control.
Alex needs an overclock, has 1 draw to get it. Otherwise, if he clicks for a credit, runs, he can't. He needs to deal with the Managarm. He needs 5 credits here, or a click gainer. And this deck does gain good clicks. The problem is that you need the Picha Shawn. Picha Shawn installs on ice. We don't have ice.
I mean, Arzon's not in the worst place, even if this goes off. Like, you still have all 3 centrals uncovered. You're feeling pretty good at that point.
Yeah, we're running HQ here.
How are you going to go for it? Just going to hit main servers?
Anoetic trash for what?
Avoid an HQ.
Now, this can just come back with PD, but we'll see what Lareya scores out. I think Architect Deployment Test would be the best case to build a board state. And it's just an off-world office gain 7, return from bin. Go and take it back at border control.
Border control.
Now, Alex is a
good hit.
credit short of threatening deep dive this turn.
Off-world office feels great if you survive.
Yes.
you can set up defenses, you can set up a board, but first you have to get through this turn.
Step 1, don't die. Well, step 1 is complete. Not dead.
And Lareya might be able to start windmilling. But the board state, Managarm into board control is still going to be tricky. The question is, she needs to balance pushing herself out to 7 at the same time as dealing with things like Burner, which can set up agendas on top of the deck, Deep Dive, which can see 8 cards, let alone all the accesses along the way. So pushing in this remote server, this seems good. She has a lot of work to do, but she is set up to do it. Spec work trading away the Parisha for more cards and credits.
At this point, you don't care what assets get played because any agenda wins you the game.
Yeah, Alex just needs to dig.
Not useful.
Forcing a border control res here, that's going to be 3 credits, and you still have to worry about Arasana. So border control, you can bounce off of that. You can threaten a break. It looks like Botchel is going to break it. Now that will end the border control, but Alex has not enough money to run back. Still a credit short. So we'll see if she trades it.
Click through. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll click through if she doesn't border control for sure.
Yeah.
So we're going to find a regolith.
It's a
Ooh,
regolith.
not the most important trash. She does need money, but now Alex doesn't have the money. And that botches on the border control. This is where you have to watch out, right? Like with Spree, that suddenly ends up on every other server if you run centrals for deep dive. But Alex has struggled to find those creative commissions to get up to credits. Spin Doctor to draw 2, greasing to get credits and an install 2 ice on R&D. Again, you need only stop a single server's runs. And with 3 cards in hand, a burner can do quite good work here if you think there's an agenda there. Just click for 3 creative. This is...
Okay, creative commission. Yeah.
It's like we're playing O&R out here. Spin Doctor getting back a greasing and a Rashida before the mandatory, and now a card in server 2, building an Asa type remote. 2 ice, a border control, and Managarm is looking pretty good. Alex's reaches, he's not developed the board quick enough. Onicom into environmental to simulchip.
Oh, Onicom is huge. Onicom is the real draw engine of this Arasana deck, so this does set up for a medium to long-term game pretty well, having Onicom this early.
I think this is environmental testing is... Like, you can pop up 9 credits instantly. You'd have to do something weird like musing for a Parisha, but Rashida, Anoetic going back into the deck and Spin Doctor being replaced. This is looking like a seamless score out. And with the Anoetic now back in R&D, Larea has less choices with the precision design. Hopefully she has something in hand. Probably the seamless she wants to recur.
You are now very seriously threatening a deep dive, if that's what you're on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just with all these...
Ooh, Rashida.
Just with all these simulchips.
Rashida helps.
Yeah, this is enough simulchips. And often what you see from Alex is that he starts with a burner, setting up an agenda on top of the deck, and then goes for the deep dive to get more points. Not necessary in this game. With simulchips, environmental testing, and a botches on 4 counters. With Spree, you're going to be able to break all of R&D for free, largely barring a magnet. Gonna just install a Gauss from hand, gaining 9 credits off the environmental testing, leaving the play area. Gonna go straight for a pinhole threading. Whether we're dealing with the...
We've got the classic HB against someone who isn't a criminal U ice formation right now.
Yeah.
Very strong R&D, very strong server 2. 1 ace on HQ just to keep you honest.
Alex is going to challenge this remote server.
Now the pinhole there is huge because that does mean that one of the strengths of this 3 ice remote, the fact that you might have to run through it twice or you have to run through it early in the turn, is a lot less true now.
You can't
This is
challenge
looking
it
a
this
lot...
turn, though, because of the border control.
Yes.
You can with Hush maybe, but it's tricky. You also can do real tricks with it forces out the border control awkwardly, but you can do things with Peach of Shaw. I don't think it makes a lot of sense because the corporation can just border control. But I'm assuming there's an agenda in here.
Commissioning instead.
Certainly looks like it. Certainly signaling an agenda here.
Maybe Larea draw into one of her 2 Anoetics and is setting up for the push now, and maybe he's feeling less comfortable. She's going to take a think. Again, a lot of time in the round. We're up on game point on like 5 minutes in.
Botulus on 4 counters certainly can't feel great when you know that there is Spree in this Arasana deck.
I wonder if you want to over install your border control. It's like kind of messed up. Oh, seamless to seamless. Gaining 7. We're on.
Okay, there we go. So off-world office up on 17 credits now. Amazing tempo. Make that 19 thanks to greasing the palm.
So Larea didn't grab back a seamless.
Make that 21.
Now, we're assuming she greased into the remote server a Rashida, and because she didn't grab a seamless, there's no more 3-2s the list probably plays. So she can score on a Nikoa because she needs 2 seamlesses for it. So unless she's playing big deal, this is not threatening to be anything besides a Rashida. Now we're going to start by running R&D. It's not a Spree run. We're going to hit the Gatekeeper. Now you always have to ask before, if you technically hush the Gatekeeper, I don't think it gets the strength, but I don't think it's going to matter whether we're going to see a Peach of Shaw here, simulchip into Muse into something. I don't know if you can just let this fire or not. Get it to 0 strength for the rest of the runs. Looks like we're just going to let it fire. Draw 3.
Drawing 3 feels so good off the Gatekeeper.
The Rashida that just got added because it sounds like the corp is searching for something.
Architect deployment test going to return to the R&D it came from. Alex just drawn up here again. Hasn't played an event so far. Hasn't used Arasana in a while, but still threatening burners, deep dives. And we'll see what server 2 is. We're assuming it's a Rashida, which Larea just wants to find the last Ikoa. This is the hard thing. When you steal the early Ikoa, if the corporation doesn't want to score to 8 points, they have to find the last one of Ikoa.
That's a wheels. This is certainly looking deep. Everything's coming up deep dive right now.
There's the deep dive tool.
And Deep Dive could very easily win. It does not matter what the agenda suite is. So
Yeah, the fact
the wheels really here is not especially giving you an extra click for the extra Deep Dive trigger. It's more give you an extra click in case there's an Ikawa or in case you need to go through an MIC during the turn.
So again, barring big deal, yeah, you have to single advance this. Now, if this is the Ikawa, Seamless in hand will fast advance out. There's always a chance it's a 4-3, or sorry, a 4-2, even a 3-2 potentially. But now, because you know where the Seamlesses are, one of your options is Burner to have a 50% chance of bottoming a Seamless, buying yourself a turn. You can contest this remote server, or you can just run centrals. Spec work to start, getting rid of that Gauss. Alex looking like a lot of work to do this turn. Euler from hand.
Oh, Euler.
And now our running code gates will be break for free. We have to run this back again at least once with border control. Braun on the outside.
We're gonna see that Gauss come
House
back.
comes back.
Pretty expensive on break for 5.
It is not cheap to get through. No,
We have to run this twice. Magnet dealing with the Botulus. Now
the Botulus
doesn't change too much. I think there's a chance you can still spree this server and spree the Braun. So
yeah, spree would do it.
So Magnet here, you have to simul chip, or you can just pay. It's 1 with Euler. Now the border control, you have to break for 1 more credit.
You can't simul chip here, can you? Something's already been trashed?
Oh no, you have to
guess you could
spree
simul
it.
chip Muse.
You can like Aris on it from hand
Yeah,
to
we
trash
need
the
to-
Botulus and then simul chip it.
Oh yeah, true.
You have like a bunch of strange plays. The issue is like you still need to get in here with a click and Ikawa credits, and Alex doesn't have a lot of clicks and credits left. Like he can't even steal Ikawa here unless he like simul chips for the 1 of Coalescence in the deck off of the Muse. Like I don't even think that gets you credits.
No, not without environmental testing on the table at the moment.
So we're hitting the border control here. Alex might have bit off a bit more than he can chew. Larea. So
Thinking.
as soon as Alex goes through this and doesn't have enough credits, if it is the Ikawa that it looks like, he can't steal it. Now, if he does any sort of tricks where he produces something like a Cuban potentially or a Pichachon, you can just border control in response. Now, if you go Muse for Coalescence, you end up paying 4 for 4, so you don't actually gain credits, I don't think.
Here's Muse. Coalescence.
Oh, no, you gain 2, so this is what you need to do.
So yeah, that's going to give you the credits to get the Ikawa if.
But what happens if this gets cracked? So I think Alex needs a Pichachon in hand to gain a click on the run back. Did he mean to draw there? No, that seems like a misclick. That seems like a border control and he was mashing next step. There's no way he drew that fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah, even Larea noticing that because she ended the run, so he ends up drawing a card on accident. That's unfortunate.
So that's technically more information, but
It is gained information, right?
Yeah,
I
but
think
I'm assuming you just
potentially-
shuffle the deck. I don't know. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not a
Right.
judge.
Nothing. Right. Nothing would be gained by shuffling the deck. There hasn't been like.
Yeah, there's no ordering.
Yeah, there's no class act or anything like that. So.
Also, like, I don't think you can't do this competitively. But if this was a casual event, I might. If I was Luria, I might just be like, "Hey, I'm about to win, so just
Right.
Let's just play it back. Like, it doesn't matter what this card is; it can't be played. So,
Right.
So Alex has a bunch of options here, like because he still has a Hannah click. He can still run centrals and win a 2-pointer.
Yeah.
He can crack the remote server. He knows what he needs for this, and it just depends on him and from hand having something like Arison into Pichachon, but he needs like a spree and a Pichachon. If he has spree into Pichachon, he can get into this remote server. He just needs it in hand. Spree breaks Braun for free. You pay 1 for the magnet. You gain a click with Pichachon, which you install for free, and then you're actually in. It's very niche, but if he has exactly the right hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks like we're allowing the shuffle back.
Okay.
Again, as commentators, we have no say over what's going on, but yeah, that did not look like an intentional draw for sure. Undo click is the most reasonable way to, oh yeah, of course, that always puts the card back that we know, because that's the issue. We don't know which card Arzan drew.
Right.
All right, so with 1 click left, again, we think the remote server is Ikwa. That's the way that Larea wins here. So your lines are go for
All right, do you have it?
here we go.
It's
So
possible.
Yeah, that's the thing. Arzon absolutely could have it.
Yes. So, okay. Burner has a 50-50. Spree Peachachon does it guaranteed. I would have to really dive into the tank to think of other options. We haven't used
Hannah
Arasana.
gets you 2 clicks. You have 2 clicks.
Yeah.
But you can't spend any clicks because you have to spend the clicks on the Equa.
Right.
Yes. You need a Hannah and just straight run.
So Spree does get... Yeah, Spree gets you because then you can just move the Botulism back and forth.
Yep. So you don't need a Peachachon if you use Hannah Spree. That works. You also could just Spree Centrals and hope. I don't know if we have any multi-axis.
As the... Arisana ability fired yet?
No, I think this was everything off Simulchip, if I'm not mistaken. It's hard to tell in JNet sometimes. I wish it highlighted the card whether it's used as once per turn. I don't think Alex
Actually, wait.
has used it.
Does Hannah do it? Is Spree 0 or 1?
Spree is 0. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, in that case it does, because you do need to spend 1 on Euler, since that's an magnet.
Yeah. You have to spend 1. So that gets you exactly 2. You also can do Hannah to make a run. Like, I don't think we've used the Hannah run yet. So you actually can charge the remote server twice.
True.
Yeah, I think so. The Gauss was off the first Simul chip. The Euler was hard installed. The Muse was stalled off the Simul chip.
Yeah.
Overclock.
Oh, overclock.
Oh, that just does
overclock.
Do you have enough credits? It's 5 for Braun. Are you a credit short?
Now you need to spend 1. So no, this does not get through.
Did Alex do the math wrong? He's 1 credit short.
I think might just be betting that it isn't the Ikawa.
Yeah.
Might not have had it in hand to be able to get through if it was Ikawa. So this might have seemed like the best play.
1 credit short. 1 credit short.
Yeah. Sure enough, 1 credit short for Ikawa.
It's the office.
It's
office. Oh my God! Yo, that's so. That is so cool. It was not the Ikawa just saying, "I'm gonna take the line." That's so sick. Give me 1 more click to Hail Mary. Yeah, there's 1 run, then you can maybe spree R&D. That is so sick. Well played, Alex. Larea also, what a clawback there. She had a start that Alex stole 5 points, dealt with 2 Rashidas, had quite a tempo loss, and she still pulled it back this hard. Incredible.
Yeah, amazing.
And sure enough, did have the seamless in hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, that was the off-world office, so it wouldn't have been a win next turn, but would have been very, very difficult for Arizon if the win hadn't been, if you haven't gotten the win there.
Yeah, Alex is saying that he had the Peachachon in hand, so he did have a click gainer. He was just short credits.
Okay.
So you can do a lot of weird stuff with that. Because Euler breaks Gatekeeper for free, so you can like Peachachon on it all you want.
Does Peachachon cost, is it 1 or 0?
It's nothing. It costs nothing, I don't think.
So in theory, if you didn't have the... Could you install the Peachachon on the... No, because it doesn't fire until
after. No, Peachachon costs 1. It does cost 1.
Right.
You have to pass the ice, though. But yeah, it costs a credit.
If you'd avoid 1 single credit by
that's one of my favorite sentences. One of my favorite sentences I've seen in high level Netrunner. 1 credit is a lot. So true, Larea. So true.
Wow, that was a good game. Well played.
It was.
Right.
How much time we have left in the round?
Let me check.
It might be a fair bit. There's not too many responses, so we could.
It looks like a little over 20 minutes left in the round. So
fantastic!
Plenty of time to grab another table if we want.
We haven't seen maybe table 4 Hams versus Texas Pete. It's Essa versus Ob. That's like a tricky matchup.
That sounds fantastic. Yeah,
I'd be down to take a look at that.
Otherwise, we can report Holly.
Let me jump in and ask if they are good.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Radiant.
Rest to stream.
Yeah, we have 19 minutes left in the round. So Holly got a win off Davs on the top table. We saw the Larea game versus Alex. Super exciting. Dranked playing that rig shooting outfit, got through Augustus, and then a couple tables down, Development. That's it. Ben playing op against Wild on Sable, taking the win there.
That means
we are good to stream Hams versus Texas Pete.
Cool.
And this is an op versus Essa matchup. So this is a very interesting one.
So classically, Op is like pretty disfavored into Essa. You're a deck that has a lot of one-ofs and a lot of disruption. You also have a lot of good barriers, and while envelopment is not super popular, things like Lamb and Begamot make very short work of that. Now, looking at this board state, Essa doesn't have a lot of credits. There's 19 cards left still in R&D, which is pretty healthy. It looks like their remote server has an Archer, which, mind you, Lamb Begamot bakes for 3 credits once we're this far deep into the core damage. So very kind of tricky. We'll see how Hams crawls out. Again, this is another fantastic player from the West Coast. I believe top of the NANPC tournament bracket last year.
Yes, was the top of the bracket. Just the whole season. Agreed. Yeah, I was gonna comment on Archer, but you're right. That is not actually a very strong ice right now. Only 3 credits. That's
notably Lamb's painting ability.
You don't like that.
Yeah, Lamb can only paint once a turn, which is good. So if you border control into the Archer, you actually have to force a killer. Some of these Essa lists are on actual killers. Like sometimes a Revolver shows up, but if we look at the heap here, we're spending influence on Nuka, Ashen, Pinholes, and then the Lamb itself. So I'm not sure what we're going to do here besides run for, I think this is only like 4 credits, maybe 5 credits. Sandstone, break for 1.
Chistushka's in the bin already.
Archer, Lamb makes it a barrier. Begamot drinks
3 credits.
More margarita. 1 more margarita for the Sandstone.
Breaking 2 5 strength ice and a Archer for 3 credits is disgusting.
Yeah, it's pretty good. This is cool. So the Simulchip is going to be used for the fermenter. You can always like Simulchip Lamb Flicker to get through the Archer again if you want to, but it looks like the money's important here. Hams throwing Rashida in the remote server. If we look at the bin too, we see wall to wall. We see 2 regoliths. Some of the decks only run 1, and then the little ice wall, Mavirus. I can't really get a good read on this op list. It's running some acid stuff with wall to wall, but also looks like rush op.
Yeah.
Eminent Domain with the Archer. That's definitely combo.
Yeah.
Now, this is about 15 minutes left in the round. We've only seen 3 points. How is every game like this today? We come in, it's like half in, there's no points. So the density on hand has to be relatively high. These decks usually run like 9 to 11 agendas because they play like Eminence and 2-pointers. We'll see if you have a couple 3-pointers to offset that, but straight back in the remote server saying, hey, Texas Pete, you want to come in here? It's going to cost you 5, and you don't exactly have 5 unless you want to use your fermenter right off the rip.
Yeah, you would love to. I'm sure Hams would love to score another Eminent Domain, get another Archer on this remote just to shut down the ability to get in so cheaply. But the trick is getting the second Eminent Domain scored. That is really the challenge here.
We've also gone pretty far through the deck. 3 Chistushkas are out. We don't know the narrative attached to those, but we've seen no Ghost Tongue so far, which is often like the second stop after Marrow to get you a bit of sabotage, to get all those cards a lot cheaper. So we'll see if that's something that Pete wants to get on the table sooner than later, or whether the deck just kind of eschews that standard cybernetic.
Evelum in chat is saying that it's usually 10 agendas, 3 SDSs, 4 3-2s, and then the Eminence.
Yeah, that tracks. Yeah. Some of them run hostile and do other stuff and play a bit more, but... Oh, yeah, Beeblum, we read the chat. This is just a professional commentary. I can't hang out. Text feed just drawing up. 2 more cards in hand there. The hand size is 4, so core damage does do that. S's ability, we haven't seen it fired so far, but of course, the first time you take a core damage a turn, you get that sabotage 2 and a card draw to replace the card you lost. Again, op, not the easiest to sabotage into. A lot of one-ofs, a lot of combo chains, whether this is Stavka Afrun. A lot of those decks, not a lot of flexibility. You lose those op chains, they break. Not great.
Yeah, and a lot of times you are spending extremely tactical influence on combos. You might only have 1 copy of a truly key piece of your deck.
What's notable, until you take that 7th or exactly 5th core damage, Begamot's only 6 strength, which means if you ever face check into a 7 strength Stavka off of its ability, you actually have to break it with Lamb, which means it's like 7 credits to break so you don't lose your rig. That's weird.
Oof, yeah, that's no fun, is it?
Server 1, Server 3 getting set up there, so it looks like one of these is an upgrade, whether it's a 2 Kana to get some forward tempo. Looks like Server 3, we're going to check it. Might be a wall-to-wall, but a Spin Doctor is something that Essa is very happy to chase down. So we're going to shuffle in a Stavka and an Unknown. So
look at that.
Important card in the matchup.
Stavka going back into the deck. That's weird. Wonder why that might be.
Yeah, this card Subroutine on its own is good, but you're going to need to make the 7 strength unless you can force Pete through 2 sentries, let alone have to worry about Banhar on the way in. Now, if you do get here a 2 Kana, into an agenda, and Aziev can maybe take some key cards out of hand. We've lost one labor rate so far, probably played it early is my guess. But in terms of the recursion, the Ashen is in there. So 12 cards is still probably enough to close this game off, but damage does definitely matter.
Mhm.
We've seen all steel skins, no strike funds. Pete, thinking this through, Fermenter on a healthy 6 credits. You can always ask, do you want to purge before you take your first action? And Op is definitely a deck that plays multiple viruses. One is available in archives. I think we need to check boarding controls. We've only seen one so far. I think some players like that on HQ to deal with Chestushka, but we're just going to check this again. Pay 8. 1 for the first sandstone.
Fermenter does go down, so that's 6 credits off Fermenter.
Or sorry, not pay 8, pay 5
And
if I'm not mistaken.
5 of them gonna go into this. What is this upgrade?
I'm assuming it's a Tucana. I don't know if it's going to be a defensive.
Tucana would make sense. Yeah, Tucana would make sense.
We've seen much too little of the deck. I'd be happy for an Arella or something flashy, but Tucana will actually interact here. If there's an agenda, you can res it and has text. Rashida into a Zato.
Oh, Rashida. Zato.
What?
Whoa, you could have Zatoed the
that's
Archer
fun.
there.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been interesting. You could have gotten rid of the lamb.
Don't worry about it.
Smiley face.
So this is cool. It makes the sandstones into border controls, but Texas Pete definitely needs to go down to 0 credits. We're assuming there's going to be more of those remote only regions in the near future. So some of these decks do run a single copy of Retrieval Run, but we saw at least a simulchip. Got to keep your breakers tight to your chest and install advance.
It's dangerous against something like this because it means that any rig shooting could just be completely useless. You do the rig shooting and oh no, you've cost the corp 2 credits.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you can hit it, that's really powerful. I'm kind of surprised it didn't get used there.
Yeah.
Me too. Yeah.
I think
Potentially take the lamb down here.
I think it might be that the fear of what if you trash the program and the corp just gets it back and then you've lost your archer, you've lost the only real way to keep the runner out. It could also be that new ice is another sentry, and that was Ham's plan. Is just now that I have 2 sentries, you can't get in.
Yeah, the cool thing also with like Zato is you can Zato a sandstone after they've gone through the archer, and then they have to go through the archer again. But that was still an expensive run. Texas Pete is on click for credit economy, and it looks like we're going to be scoring something in the remote server Atlas with a counter. Eminent. Neither of those are pretty bad here. Now, we did check archives. We got to see an archer and an ice wall. So some of these decks are on all 3 archers. That matters for Eminent, which can grab a card from your deck and res it for free. And hey, Fermenter's back. That's good money.
More money.
Nice.
Off-world, gain
Okay,
7.
that is off-world.
Just money.
Off-world, okay.
Marrow sabotaging a card from HQ never feels good when they're on 6 hand size anyways. They had to discard a card. You just kind of skip the discard phase part. Now Banhar targeting HQ, single ice there. You're expecting often a Winchester, sometimes an Afshar, and there is still an upgrade there. Whether it's a Chrysium to deal with the Chestushkas, as much as those 3 have gone, they probably do end up coming back at some point with the labor rights. Also, notably, we did purge running archives. It doesn't actually change the sandstone math because Begamut is nice and tall at 6 strength. But it's something you have to be careful in a lot of other matchups when you're playing against Op.
Yeah, Bangar into HQ again. So HQ not feeling especially safe this turn, which there could easily be an agenda or 2 hiding out in here because the remote's been taken up the last couple turns.
Yeah. Every turn we've been jamming something and only one of those have been an agenda. So we're going to check here. We'll see if we spend a nice border control or just a magnet.
Magnet, okay.
Now also kind of
No,
annoying.
that's only 1 credit, or only 1 card rather.
Yeah, you can break it for 3. I think 1 card is a fair bit cheaper here. And we'll see what the upgrade is. I'm assuming it's a Chrysium, which is a reasonable card in Op because you can always extract it, get a 2-coster in the matchups you don't think it's incredibly relevant. Ooh, losing a Fermenter.
Fermenter's actually a pretty bad hit.
Yeah. That might have been one of the better options. Finding an Eminent, though. 3-3. Somewhat symmetrical score areas.
Sure enough, it is the
Chrysium gonna
Chrysium in
stop
HQ.
any Chestushka in the future. This deck is even running Chestushkas.
It has 3 in the heap already.
Are there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, just then they were all on the side.
Yeah, they were all in there when we joined, so it's been it's been a minute. Now, Chrysium does still stop Baya bans, which there could easily be an extra couple, and also stops pinhole threading as well. So still a fair amount of value there.
Now this remote server, next turn, there's a click for 6 button on the fermenter. Now if we find the last 2 border controls, I think the remote server is relatively safe because Archer is hard to deal with twice if you're relying on Lamb's painting ability. So Hams can push out on the remote server. I don't know what the optimal score pattern is. I think Hams might have jammed the Eminent next turn and then gone for a 3-pointer. Here you can also score 2 2-pointers and maybe just score 1 2-pointer on Audacity out the last one. If you're on Project Atlas, you probably are, I reckon, or at least Aziev's, one of the two.
If the outermost here is the second sentry, that is awkward with Banghar. Like you kind of want another ice outside of a sentry to absorb the Banghar. So but that's starting to get quite expensive, right?
Yeah, I think you're going to align, like, just hopefully, I think border control might do enough. I don't know how you get enough sentries on there, let alone sentries you have to break. Yeah. Like if it's a tithe, whatever, it's a tithe. It's fine.
Right.
Now we have about 5 minutes left. Radiant has joined. Again, be on your best behavior. The judges are here. Ham's thinking with 3 clicks here, 9 credits, and R&D hasn't been challenged in a while. It's just that Stavka respect. Again, I don't think Texas Pete is going to make a face check beyond the safety of the first Banhar, unless ideally he has 7 credits to deal with the 7-strength Stavkas.
Mm-hmm.
Ham's thinking this line through. Oof, that's a tall server.
Sure enough.
That's tall. Hopefully one of those is, I don't know what you want there. Like Ice Wall doesn't do it. Tithe is like annoying. So maybe we just have something
Tithe's probably the best because it's a very cheap res that absorbs the Banghar for the turn.
Yeah.
That's true.
The thing is you have to res the Tithe and then the card behind it and then still score out. And that's going to be hard.
Yeah.
But we put 2 cards.
Stavka could maybe?
Yes.
You'd only have...
Tithe Stavka, you need 7 from Lamb. So if you crack Fermenter and run, you're okay. But we'll see if Texas Pete doesn't run this or not. I'm assuming it's Texas Pete. Sorry if it's just TX Pete.
Well, Texas Pete is a great name, is the thing.
Yeah, right?
It's I don't know if the runner is named after the brand of hot sauce, but that's certainly, I'm in favor of JNet names that are referencing hot sauce. So I certainly hope it is.
Run R&D. Banhar's on server 1. No res here. A Stavka could actually blow out the game. It looks like there's none here, or you want your credits for the remote server. But that was technically a risky run. You cannot deal with 7-strength Stavka, and the Lamb doesn't have the credits to paint and boost. No steal, no trash.
Nothing.
Top of R&D.
Nothing in R&D.
Staying clean. Only 4 credits here. The question is, like, imagine you get purged on a Mavirus there on R&D, how bad it is for that fermenter. This is a really tense kind of like standoff of how long you greed the fermenter.
Well, there's the Mavirus in archives, but Ob is going to be running a lot of Maviruses.
Yeah, at least 2. A lot of them are running 3, but at least 2.
5-minute warning.
It's one of the few trashables that you can control when it trashes and it goes on the runner's turn.
Yeah. And it's just good.
Purging is good, it turns out.
Pete, thinking this through, just there you go, taking the fermenter, not risking it.
Okay, sure enough.
We're actually seeing a run on this remote server now. Border control.
Okay.
We'll trade for an agenda easily. But the best part is if you res the border control, I don't know if you keep breaking everything. You probably just say, okay, I can't deal with the server. Now this outermost is ban hard. Envelopment, you're not going to flatline to it. You just break it for credit. If you res an archer, it also gets broken for 3 credits. Like, it's kind of wild what Begema can do in the mid to late game. With Lamb, at least.
You can break basically anything here.
But not 7-strength. Oh, you can break a 7-strength Stavka, but it's expensive.
Lamb,
yeah.
It's not fun.
It takes a while to get there. Yeah, it takes a while to get there.
Yeah, it's not going to be fun.
It is I think the term in the community is it's a let me get my combo out card. But once you do, I mean, look at this. This is a 1 credit to break almost any ice is just disgusting.
Now we're thinking about this.
Okay.
The rest of the server does cost 5. Outermost not being rezzed.
Okay, that's a no res. That's a no res.
Now this means that Banhar is going to interact with the Sandstone at a minimum, which is not incredibly valuable. But if this is an agenda, this is not going to keep Pete out.
No, not at all. And this potentially being an agenda is actually quite important for being ahead on points at time.
Are we getting Zatoed?
Are we getting Zatoed?
This
No
is
further action.
this is
We're not
last
getting
click,
Zato'd right now.
not Zato'd. Because Zato also
just
gives you
be a-
flexibility.
Could it just be a Regolith and just
I think so. I
letting-
think it wasn't an agenda.
I don't know what this
letting
is.
the money get
Whoa, it's an off
Oh,
roll.
it's an
Off-roll
off-roll office.
Just making the right call
Wow.
and Ham's not being able to deal with the server.
Wow.
Ham's drawn up. 2 of those clicks and the mandatory.
Very little time left in the round.
Pete on game
Needs
point.
to speed through this turn.
On the same amount of credits, exact
It's
same
indeed
board
sped
state.
through the turn. Yeah.
Except Pete has 5 fewer credits. Is the play double credit run the remote server? In terms of like cards and archives that can go on the remote server, we've seen every single Rashida. We've seen 2 Regulas. We've seen 2 Spin Doctors. So obviously the options are closing in, but only 9 cards left in R&D. We saw 1 Stavka get shuffled in a couple turns ago.
Oh, interesting. Bonghar into HQ instead of server 1.
Might just try and get enough accesses saying that Hams can't really win the game in server 1 before time is called. So if you just pressure R&D and HQ, assuming there's an agenda in there, that is 6 out of the probably 10 agendas. We're going to start by checking the magnet, just going to take a damage here instead of using our very valuable lamb once per turn. And you have to be careful if you ever run last click into a border control, because then the corporation can grab a 3-coster, a fast advance piece.
Okay. That is
You really
not
don't
an
care about
agenda.
the
That's
labor
just
rights
a
at this
Stavka.
point, because there's no way your game is going long enough to need to
No,
shuffle
not at
everything
all.
back.
And we'll see if we poke R&D
Both in terms
here.
of terms and in terms of time.
Pete drawing up here. Only has 4 hand size, so got to play one of these or dig deeper. It looks like it's just going to be a strike fund.
Okay.
Hams can score out on their remote server, whether it's seamless.
Oh, install credit. Okay.
That might have
So that was not an agenda at server 1 trying to bait a run, or potentially was, I guess.
It's hard to
8
tell.
credits here from Texas Pete.
If that's a Zato, then the runner can't get in there.
If it's 8 credits too,
Yeah.
Holloman into 5-3. Oh, gets you to 6 points. That's not 7 points. But Pete looks like it's going to be hammering Central's Banhar on HQ. If there's an agenda
Are
in
there enough
hand,
turns to actually? Are there enough turns to actually get a win here for Hams? Is the real question,
I
because
think so.
if this is a 5-3 in the remote, I mean, I think the answer is yes if the turns go very quickly, but you need 2 turns
Oh, there it is.
to score. Oh,
is that
SDS. It
Finding
is a
it.
moot point. GG.
Just
Keeping the pressure on finding the HQ agenda.
So 11 points we've seen so far. I'm assuming there's an agenda in the remote server, maybe on top of a 2-con and saying the money's not keeping up. Pete's asking what's in server 1. Hams doesn't have to reveal that information, but it's an off-rolled into a
Off-rolled
Zato.
Zato.
Yeah, so it was a Zato to set up the Archer throw. I think that remote server becomes
more
impossible
about
to run eventually with Zato, Sandstone, Archer for the Lamb. Yeah, if you ran it, I'd
It's
take the
fun,
Lamb.
but also
Yeah, if you run, you take the lamb. Yeah.
it's so much.
Well
setup
played for
something
both.
to avoid.
Extremely
good
tense
play
map.
on both of them. Very fun.
Really cool deck. Both of these players doing great here. Again, this is like table 7. Like we're very much still in contention to try and make tomorrow. Or sorry, next week, excuse me.
Absolutely.
Well, I am probably going to sign off here because I've got to get some rest. But it was really great commentating with y'all.
Juniper, thanks so much for joining. Do you have any shout outs? I know you do media stuff on Nelson Games. If you want to take another second to maybe tell folks what they can be excited for in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, next month is this month I'm gonna be uploading the rest of the off meta month stuff. Also have these VODs up. Next week is the remainder of the CBI. Pretty soon preview season's gonna start.
Yeah.
So that's exciting. Yeah. There's other stuff, but I'm not gonna talk about it yet.
That's quite fine. I'm always excited for other stuff. But Juniper, thanks so much for taking the time. A lot of work goes behind the scenes to get all these streams working. Super appreciated.
Glad that it worked. I'll hopefully see you all around and enjoy the rest of the games, which will hopefully be real fun. Good luck to everyone running.
Awesome. So this is going to bring us to the end of round 6. It looks like that might have been one of our final results here. Yeah, it generally takes a minute or two to make sure the judges are going to go over all the results. People check that things are on before we're passing on straight to round 7. We're down to like 23 pairings, so players do drop out of online tournaments, unfortunately, as the day goes on. If you don't hit your expectations, I get it. It's an online tournament. If you're playing in person, you'll hang out for the afternoon with friends, go out for dinner, but sometimes your Saturday afternoon in front of a screen. But I'm still so stoked that there's a bunch of folks here spending the weekend playing with folks from all over, as much as this is the America's time zone. Pants, great to share a microphone with you.
Correct?
Yeah.
As always, yes, it's always a pleasure. Am I correct that there is a break after this round?
Oh, yeah, maybe. No, maybe it's after round 7. I think there's a break.
Not sure.
I don't know. Somebody from the organization probably should let us know. There might be a quick break now or not. I'm pretty sure the judges are listening, so let us know. But otherwise, we'll be here again. We have 2 more rounds. Let's look at some standings. I don't think they're going to be updated yet. Actually, it looks like it's updated because we only have one player who's currently undefeated, if I'm not mistaken. After 6 rounds, Arizon has 6 wins, 18 points. Mind you, our former world champion playing, I think, versions of the decks largely just translated through whatever ban list we've thrown at Alex. And after that, we have a bunch of 15 place players. We saw Dranked before. Mind you, that is a Smurf handle. And we played a really mean outfit deck and a Sable deck that I'm pretty sure is on some amount of deep dives. I don't think we saw that go off yet. Break is now. Thank you, Radiant. Davs right behind there on 15 points as well. We've seen very little of this French player on the stream so far. And then after we saw Holly playing Restoring Humanity with some punitives and a kit deck, we saw a very scrappy game against a Near Earth hub. Good tech to deal with assets. Of course, we've seen Texas Pete and Sebastian and Benvelopment. A lot of really great op players there amongst those 2 6th and 7th places. And then we have 13 and 12 points, which are still vying to potentially make the top cut there. If they play cleanly from this point on, there's a chance they can do it, depending on how things above go. Okay.
Yeah.
It looks like we have a bit of a break.
The day is very much not over. There's still plenty of Netrunner left to play and a lot of stakes for, I would say, like at least the top 18 are very live to make next week.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of Netrunners still to play. So, hey, we're going to be back. We have 2 more rounds today. Mind you, the party doesn't even end after this. The EMEA section of this streams in, I don't know the exact time, but it's probably less than 12 hours after this ends, considering it's going to be going through Sunday. So if you're playing or you're watching, hopefully you have a good time. But until then, we're going to just throw through some music for about 15 minutes. It looks like the games are going to start at 30 minutes after, so half an hour from now. So that's about 20 minutes. I'm going to put the timer on at 15, and then we'll add another 5 to that as it goes. But don't go anywhere. You're watching the 2025 Circuit Breaker Invitational. This is the America's Pod. We have 59 players today. We're trying to figure out those final 5. See you in a bit. Hello and welcome back to the 2025 Circuit Breaker Invitational. This is the Americas bracket where we had 59 players show up today, and we're looking for those top 5 to make the finals next week, where 16 players will come together to figure out who is the Circuit Breaker Invitational champion. My name is Andre. I'm from the Benchball Grid. Excited to be here on the Null Signal channels, Twitch and YouTube. Thanks so much for dropping in. I go by he, him pronouns, and I'm joined from Slumscast. It's Neuropanzer. Panzer, how's it going?
Well, all right. Yeah, I'm Neuropanzer from the Slumscast, he, him as well. And this is now my 3rd round of Circuit Breaker Invitational. And I think I've already seen like 4 or 5 games where the last couple turns like almost sent me into cardiac arrest. So hoping I survive this tournament, but it's been great so far.
Yeah, we've had a great tournament, great players, of course. Again, this is an invite. So if you participate in organized play and generally come in like 1st or 2nd at a tournament, you get that card that you cash in for some nice prize support and a seat at this table. Looks like games have just begun again on our standings here. We're looking at one undefeated, a bunch of 15s and a bunch of 12s, but we're going to jump straight into a table here. We're looking at Thomas Haas playing Ag Infusion, 17 Influence, Jinteki Identity that's going to play some Glacier and allow you to spend some unresed ice to throw you into a different server. Well, across the table, it's a streamer. It's Bahram Wu from the UK playing a Hoshiko that he was very confident to say in chat was just a very regular Hoshiko. I think Ba doesn't play regular decks. Ba generally plays something interesting. And while I won't bother him if it's just like good stuff Hosh, it's we're usually in for a treat.
Yeah, absolutely. There are so many things you can do out of a shell like Hoshiko because Hoshiko's ID ability, the ability to just draw cards, gives you so much generic value over time. Though I say that in the one matchup where it's a little less true, it is hard to get accesses and therefore hard to get consistent card draw against Ag Infusion. So what do you think about the matchup overall?
It's really dependent on what this deck is. If this is Crew Hosh, and so far Alagu kind of suggests something a bit more destructive with labor rights and a bit of recursion, you're actually relatively okay into Ag Infusion. If you can Chisel Charm through some ice and destroy it when they res their bronze, their MICs, their Anansis, whatever it is, that's pretty quite great for you. Now, face checking to the remote server, you're expecting an end the run, and Tatubola will definitely do it. You're assuming this thing is a Charlotte Casador, which it spends advancements to get cards and credits, a very valuable economic engine for these sort of decks. And Steelskin Scarring, again, looking through the heap, so far we haven't seen too much to tell us exactly what this Hosh is, but I'd love to see some ice destruction. I think that's where you want to be in this matchup, unless you're playing like double Takobi. Leech, Devil Charm, it looks like it's Crew. Looks like we got Ice Destruction against Ag Infusion. Okay. A matchup that can be quite difficult. It's going to come down to getting those leech counters, getting that Amakua spinning, trying to force every single server to be hard to protect. And if you can't res ice, if they can trash ice, you're getting those leech counters, the Amakua counters, and things can get out of hand. Speaking out of hand.
Yeah, and as we were talking about, Charlotte Casador giving you credits and cards. So that is one advancement counter, which right now does cost you a credit and a click, but over the course of the game can come from something like a Lacosta Grid, so can actually be free. And that gives you 4 credits and 1 card every single turn. If you let Charlotte Casador tick for too many turns, you're really, really behind in the game. It's such a powerful new economic asset that came out in RWR.
Yeah, advancing it itself, it's okay, but getting that free advancement and this upgrade threatening to be the Lacosta to pay 3 for those advancements forever is definitely where you want to be. Now, Tattoo Bowl is such an interesting card in this matchup. One of the strongest Jinteki ice we've seen in a long time. Just a little cheap thing that swaps back into hand, gives you 4 credits. But the big thing with this card is that it sets up unresed ice for the Ag Infusion ability deeper in servers, but also 1 strength. It's annoying if you don't have Ice Carver, but also it's a card that you want to crew, but you want to crew the big ice. But trashing Tattoo Bowl has a huge impact on the economy and makes no remote server. So it looks like hopefully we can get a crew down here.
Buffer drive. Interesting.
Now, this does show up in Crew as much as it does show up in virus versions and raindrops. It looks like we're just going to be sending it centrals or just bouncing off that Tattoo Bola. It's free with a Mystic, draw a card, gain 3, builds your weird, dirty laundry. And Bar has been drawing a bit. We see a Chastushka and a creative. Okay.
So creative commission, that got hit off of the Lago earlier, and that's an interesting spend of influence. It indicates like you're going to be low on credits pretty often, so you need to be able to fire from 1 because it is a pretty appreciable cost. 2 influences, not nothing.
Now, I think it's the fists that I'm really interested on. So Chastushka doesn't show up in a lot of decks unless you have other sabotage. But there is a chance, I've seen this before, I think I've seen Bob play it maybe as well, is that you get to the mid to late game, and as soon as you can break into HQ, you set up turns with labor rights and buffer drive that you can do 3 or 4 Chastushkas in the same turn. Just send it centrals, Chastushka into Chastushka into Chastushka, which, for what it's worth, Ag Infusion favorably interacts with run events, but Thomas Haas there. Setting up, we're going to get 10 credits in from the Hansei. We have the Lacosta into the Charlotte. Everything's iced up. The question is, how quickly can Ba face check and force some reses and risk Saisantans and Anansis and all that sort of scary damage that can rip valuable cards out of hand?
Right, because obviously this isn't threatening to score points very quickly, but this is, I would say, quite a bit of pressure being put on Ba Wu already on, what is this, turn 4? This is already an extremely strong remote server in terms of how it can set up the entire game for Ag Infusion, which Ag Infusion's idea ability is inherently so strong. Really, all you need is money if you're playing as this idea ability.
The big issue is sometimes your aggression. Well, we force the corporation to spend 8 credits, and that's really valuable. We've now rezzed Anansi. Now, Anansi on top of R&D, sometimes you don't actually want to access after this ability fires, because it allows the corporation to set up the top of the deck. So they can give you something like a snare or a ganked, and one of those is a bit cheaper than the other, but at least you get some information if you're not worried about that. But the bigger problem now is if you run HQ, you run archives, you run the remote server, Ag Infusion can throw you into that Anansi, and I don't know how you break this. You're definitely going to want to trash this with Devil Charm and a crew. Speaking of,
I know how you break it, with your face.
Yeah, but then the top of R&D doesn't matter. We found him a virus, actually.
It does, yeah.
Putting down on top of the deck,
okay.
That is an incredibly valuable card. That's going to purge out the leech, but trash that for 0. That was off the top of R&D. That is a card you want to protect in the matchup. So while that is protecting archives now, Bod doesn't have the leech counter. Maybe that's what he wanted to deal with the Tattoo Bola. Onacom coming down for a bit of Anarch / Shaper card draw. This card fires once per turn, so if Lagu trashes an event, it gets you card draw. It's a very fun interaction.
It also it fires off of any trash. So for instance, if you let's say completely hypothetical scenario, run into an Anansi and get a program or get an event trashed, it will fire off of that.
Yeah, off Banhar, you got a lot of options now. Install on the remote server. Looks like it's another upgrade, so Anoetic, maybe even a Biovault. Going to lose a Buzz off the top of the deck, but then, of course, once per turn with Buffer Drive, you just tuck it on the bottom. So you are going to know where that is, and there's no real cost to Lago once you have the Buffer Drive set up. Thomas, I was thinking
now,
here.
This is a second upgrade in the remote. So threatening to potentially be a Biovault, threatening to potentially be a Managarm or an Anoetic. Just something to continue setting up to be able to score out of server 1 after Charlotte Casador just continues to tick in the credits and the cards.
Yeah, my guess
already
is
3 ice on the remote.
Biovault or Anoetic, there's a chance that Thomas Haas was a bit easy to go with the Mavirus if he has a second one to put in the remote server. But Ba is definitely looking here for a crew. It's a non-unique 3 of in this deck, I imagine. We haven't found one yet. And that will just open up R&D and turn off the Ag Confusion ability. We'll see what the multi-axis is. There's a chance of all your multi-axis is just Chastushkas. Yeah, it's a really tricky run event. You very much appreciate things like twinning. Oh, there's a crew. Let's see.
Yeah, I would think that there's maybe a twinning in this deck, just since we do see the companion already in play. Like it's if you're running those, then you would like to have twinning just to take advantage of the steady drip off of them.
Now,
so a crew does come down though, as you pointed out, crew plus Devil Charm is already a fair amount of pressure.
Now, this is an awkward situation. So Cleaver's coming down. We're going to end with Creative Commission and discard a card. But notably, if you don't deal with the Nancy now, it gives Thomas a turn to put an ice in front of it. Now, that's not all terrible because it turns off the Ag Infusion ability. But if you can keep something in front of the Nancy that forces the crew to be used on that, you'll probably keep the Nancy around. That being said, you want your outermost to be scary, but this is what often happens. If you don't get to use the crew when you have a window, the window might not exist next turn. We'll see what this does, at least. Face checking, you can be a bit more aggressive, not worrying about Ag Infusion. Lacosta, Charlotte, this has just been so much money. Charlotte has given plus, I think, 9 to 12 credits. I like the advance on the Charlotte. It means that you can always...
manual.
It's like technically 3 credits, a click for 3. Well, besides the one you paid, is better than clicking for credits, and it gives you the ability to get value off of Charlotte and then jam in their remote server next turn if you don't have much more going on this turn.
It also makes me think that the second upgraded server one is probably a Biovault because this signals like I'm just going to get to start ticking up counters on my Biovault, but still get my Charlotte value.
Brawn Outermost does have a relevant first ability because face down ice is good. We'll see if Bomb wants to eat this with the crew into the charm, as much as you only have so many crews, so many charms in a list. And Devil Charms, importantly, they remove themselves from the game, so you can't keep reusing those. Otherwise, you can click through this if you want to. Then at that point, Egg Infusion can send you on an adventure. But
sure enough, there goes the Brawn.
I think there has to be agendas in hand. We've seen no filtering when we've drawn through 20 cards so far. So likely to find something here, hoping. Ooh, MIC.
Yeah.
That's a
MIC.
rough face check here, taking the rest of the turn, but you're going to get at least 3 cards back for that privilege.
Rude.
We know there's a Buzzsaw just on the bottom of the deck, and while you would need a Leech counter or maybe an Ice Carver, Ba here only has 1 click, but 8 cards in hand. Onakam also drawing another card there, just overdrawing a bit. Another really good ice to get on the table.
As I've often said, when you're playing Anarch, your cards often belong in the heap. They belong in the trash. So really, the overdraw is in many ways helping Bahram move out here. However, Thomas Haas not happy about what happened to the Brawn there. You killed my big, beautiful boy.
Yeah, very proud. The birds are there too.
Yeah.
We'll see what we do with 1 click left.
This MIC is a problem though. Like it is not
great.
as punishing in terms of cards as a Nazi, but it is a very punishing face check to get thrown into by Ag Infusion. And actually, in some ways, even more punishing if you're trying to score out an agenda, because it limits the number of times that you can run through in a turn, rather than, if you've got enough cards, you can probably run through a Nazi twice, potentially.
So you mentioned throwing out your cards, right? Like Anarch cards in the bin, that's generally okay. But in this matchup, you need a lot of value in your deck because the games go long, you need to break a lot. So throwing out a Pinhole Threading.
And actually, Pinhole Threading's pretty big.
It's a weird card into the matchup because you can't pinhole uniced servers. So you have to pinhole servers that have rezzed ice. Otherwise, they can Ag Infusion you. And so one of the best ways to force the issue is do multiple pinholes. Lagu trashing a second pinhole. That one's going to go on the bottom of the deck with the buffer drive. And it looks like Charlotte has done enough work. Thomas Haas probably pushing the first 4-2 agenda. And early Nisei will do a lot against what you're expecting to be a run event Shestushka deck.
Yeah, an off-world office would also feel pretty good right now, I have to think. But like really, Nisei seems like what you're driving for if you're Thomas Haas. Because once you have a Nisei scored as Ag Infusion, you have the Nisei counter, you have the Ag Infusion ID ability, potentially you have a Biovault or an Anoetic Void. You can potentially just say no enough times that the runner cannot steal your next score.
Ba playing Strike Fund off the Mystic Miami.
Okay, Strike Fund and another Strike Fund.
Throwing out a Mimic. Now, again, if you don't have Leech counters, this does struggle with anything besides Saisantan you're expecting in the list. 2 Strike Funds, though, that's a lot of money. Ba getting that third and final crew down before the recursion loop. Oh, no, actually, that's the second crew. Nice. We're just raindropsing.
Okay.
We're trading a click here, but we're going to be drawing a fair bit of cards off of the MIC. Now, not doing this last click.
Open up. Yeah, this threatens to open up HQ completely.
I think we have to be trashing here.
Devil Charm, and that is the second Devil Charm. It's gone.
Now, one agenda is ending up in server 1. We'll see if we can find something nice here. A Bacterial will be something you want to steal earlier than later, as much as it will give Thomas Haas some tempo back and set up the top of the deck. You'd love to find a Nisei if you can.
Absolutely.
I think we're deciding whether we're going to res whatever this card is on HQ. I'm not sure if it's a defensive upgrade. Accessing a Charlotte.
Probably a Mavirus, I would guess.
Oh, it's a Void.
Oh, no, it's a Void. Interesting.
I think the hand has a lot of agendas. I reckon you go back here for a Leech. Hoshiko has flipped.
It seems like it, yeah.
And you did trash the Charlotte, so you're going to see a new card guaranteed. Subliminal also, good reason to be running turn after turn. Oh, just as Shestushka. Now, this isn't Axis's. I think the Axis might be.
It isn't Axis's, you're right.
The Axis might be valuable here. We haven't seen a Spin Doctor. Whether you want to just rip 4 off the top of R&D, you can get away with that. It looks like it's going to be 2 and 2. So
2 from HQ.
Doing the Shestushka last click, you know that you can just drop if you keep one agenda in hand. So the timing can be a bit awkward there.
Choosing to spend this turn drawing, continuing to just slow cook whatever's in server 1 makes a lot of sense to me. But that's
This is interesting. There
really looking
has
for ice there, I think.
there has to be agendas in hand here. Whether you didn't find the ice, even just an unresed ice can do something in this ability. But Labor writes, Bob might just have a setup to throw 3 Chastushkas back and send it. I'm not sure what the play is here.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
But an agenda is slow cooking in server 1, and if you can't get it out of hand, you're going to just push an agenda into an agenda 2 turns in a row. Labor writes also
This is really
hitting a strike fund.
This is really the power of the crew setup, right? Is this looked like it was pretty well locked down on the Ag Infusion side. Like it looked like, okay, this game is certainly not over, but it is in favor of Ag Infusion. Suddenly HQ's clear, potentially getting Chastushka like 3 times this turn. The game could potentially just be slipping away right now.
One Chastushka was lost up the labor rates, but 3 went back. So we might actually get Sabotage 8 this turn to see if the corporation can survive that. The thing is, like, you really want to follow this up with a legwork. I would love to see another Chastushka into an actual HQ multi-axis, just because you assume
Agreed.
the corporation is not going to be throwing out the cards. Draw into crew. So just 4 damage. It was 2 and 2.
Just the one.
The hand has to have agendas in it, but unfortunately, we're not finding the time to touch it. Drawing up, looking for ice here with crew and leech, though. You're going to get through 5 strength ice. The question is, can you deal with Brawn? You can deal with MIC. You can deal with Anansi, and still just slow cooking whatever server 1 is. Doesn't look like a Biovault. Looks like an agenda.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I've updated my guess on what the upgrade is to an Anoetic Void in server 1 next to that slow cooked agenda. Now, 2 ice on HQ. What could the ice be on HQ?
Honestly, anything.
One of them probably doesn't matter. One of them, I think an MIC is probably the best case, or a Bronze probably the next best case for HQ.
Yeah, Brawn doesn't immediately get destroyed, which is nice. Oh, we're going for Steve. You can get Chastushka's back.
That's big.
But Archives with 10 face downs, mind you, 4 of those were random off the top of R&D. So the res here is just a thimble rig. I don't know if you can crew that. You might be able to. You might have to.
You might have to, yeah.
We know the buzzsaw is like in the deck was shuffled, so it's no longer in the bottom of the deck, but we saw 1 buzzsaw. We're crewing the thimble rig.
Crewing it.
10 cards.
There's been no ability to get rid of any cards in here. Okay, so that's a bacterial.
Only 3 points.
Is that it? It's just the bacterial?
And this bacterial is going to set up the next 7 cards. And the big problem with playing Sabotage when the corporation sets up the 7 cards is they know what Sabotage does off the top of the deck. Very interesting too. This deck is playing Divert Power. You don't see that all the time. Often you see this in combo decks, but in this deck, it could mean you're seeing some more expensive ice, like maybe a Cloud Eater, and allows you to de-res ice to set up Ag Infusion. It's a really weird, a really niche, but interesting include in these sort of lists. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah. Now, the virus axis hasn't happened yet, but it is worth noting that these leech counters are going away.
Yeah.
So we'll have to pay retail price on Cleaver, which is pretty high. And also that just removes the ability to, leech something and then crew it.
Bacterial is going to add 3 cards to HQ, arrange the top 4. Thomas Haas, we are pretty sure has multiple agendas in hand after the Sabotage has been distributed the way it was. But Ba here's board state, leech on 1, Cleaver, no breakers. It's going to be a bit tricky here. And Thomas Haas is pretty easily going to be able to score out even a 5-3 agenda and then push the next 4-2 and be on the way to game point in 2 turns. Now credits, only 10 credits. Scoring out an agenda will cost money. You can just slow roll everything with Lacosta and Anoetic, but Ba needs to have a big play here to find pressure. That DJ Fenders came down, and with 2 ice on HQ, the window to make that work out is kind of narrow here. Oh, Ba disconnected. Hopefully going to be able to come back into this game.
Oh.
Yeah, you hate to see that.
We do see, we only see 8 influence in the bin. So there are 9 still floating out there, but as we can see, quite a bit of influence spent on purple ice. A lot of bronze, the MIC, the magnet, and then of course Divert Power, which is essentially an expenditure on purple ice a decent amount of the time.
Yeah. Yeah, mostly. We haven't seen Spin Doctors yet. I'm assuming they're in the list. Maybe they haven't showed up. Sometimes you can get away with playing
I would assume so.
like genotyping and stuff like that, but it looks like a lot of HB ice. Some of these lists too are spending a bit more influence on Managarm with on top of Anoetic works out really quite well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the strongest ways, especially with effects like Nisei counters and Ag Infusion. It is one of the strongest ways to just protect whatever you want to put in your scoring server. An agenda, for instance, such as the one that might be in there right now.
Now, Ba unfortunately has lost connection. We're going to wait a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe a minute, hopefully, that he can find his way back into this game. And if not, we'll probably have to jump tables just to make sure we got something going on. But yeah, online tournaments, that can happen for sure. Shout out. Oh, fantastic. Ba's back.
Oh, okay. There we go. Excellent.
Mind you, not playing for the America's time zone. It's getting late on his side of the ocean. And whether the connection is holding, it looks like we're okay here. So 6 credits. If we look at the heap, 1 labor rights out so far. We have another labor rights in the bin. Remember, buffer drive can always just bring cards back and draw them with Hoshiko. Hoshiko will flip this turn. Otherwise, not entirely sure what we're missing. We've seen 3 crew. We've seen 2 charm. There could be 1 left. We know that there's a buzzsaw somewhere in rotation, could still be in hand at this point, expecting maybe a 3rd leech and probably some sort of, well, actually maybe not some sort of Chistushka multi-axis. It might just be only a Chistushka. I would love to see a legwork to combine with that.
Yeah, so we do have the 2 Chistushkas that are left in the stack and or grip.
Yeah.
So very good chance that there is 1 to 2 of those in hand next turn. Now HQ is no longer clear, so it's not clear to me that the Chistushkas matter that much currently.
Well, you have to get in there and you have to beat Ag Infusion ability. It's very hard. Now Lacosta advancing. We're going to score the Nisei. That means the Chistushkas are
that is the Nisei.
Relatively defanged, and Thomas can push out another 4-2 here or a 5-3 slow cook. Lagu going to trash the Chistushka. That's going to bottom itself. Back with a buffer drive. We're going to get a potential extension if you need it because it disconnects. Obviously, that's super appreciated. But it looks like Thomas Odds is on track to just score to 7 in a remote server that Ba is going to struggle to interact with. I think he really needs the central pressure to connect. Even like I'd be totally fine here with a divide and conquer. Like Archives is the one server you can run if you just need to touch points.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, obviously, Thomas Haas only on 13 credits right now, so it is going to be a bit of a lift to actually res multiple pieces of ice, which, you probably need 1 on server 1, you probably need 1 outermost somewhere else. So Thomas Haas does need to build the money back up.
Yeah, you could
in
face
some
check.
way. So like I would think, potentially scoring an off-world office next is what Thomas Haas ideally wants.
A lot of these decks run like 1 off-world office. If you have it, you could push it. There's a chance that with Lacosta.
Then again, if you score another Nisei, potentially you just, you can take a turn off to click for credits and you're still fine.
Yeah. That's the thing with the Nisei and Lacosta. Lacosta can just score out your agendas for you. You just have to keep the runner out. It looks like we're going to labor rights back for the final labor rights and just some sure gambles with the Mystic. That's a lot of money, let alone the Onicom. Notably, labor rights doesn't get trashed. It removes itself from the game. So playing it won't trigger Onicom, which is an easy thing to miss sometimes. And we're going to go for the pinhole. Probably going to take down Lacosta or the defensive upgrade. Lacosta will buy you a turn.
I would guess the unseen upgrade in that server is pretty tempting here, I have to think.
It only makes sense if you're going to charge the server, which maybe Ba can do. Now pinhole threading.
And again, also trashing the Lacosta is a pretty nice play because it does it does potentially say you have to wait an extra turn to score out whatever this is.
Yeah, it buys you a turn.
Okay, so waiting to see if a Nisei counter is going to happen. No.
So we'll see what Ba goes for. Lacosta coming down for 4.
It is the Lacosta, yeah.
So this means Thomas has a whole turn to at least pre-advance the card. It can buy you some time. Now again, Archives, even if there's an unresed ice, that's what you'll put on Archives to deal with the pinhole, and you just throw them into the server that they're trying to pinhole, because pinhole requires you to access a different server. So a lot of times if you force them to run the server they want to pinhole, they can't do anything. It's very funny. Now Mimic's coming down. We know Buzzsaw's coming down next. Hansei for some money. Thomas quite healthy on liquidity. We'll see if we do a double advance to get able to push into the next agenda. But server 2 looks like a spin doctor. Very important to keep cards in hand. Single advance, threatening a 4-2. We're pretty sure that has to be a 4-2. Otherwise, you probably would have gone for the double advance. Hoshiko ending up at the bottom of the stack. 10 credits. We know the hand is Buzzsaw, Labor Rights, 2 Chistushka, and 1 unknown card, unless we missed the tracking on it.
And here is that labor rights you were talking about. So what is the final labor rights getting back?
I don't know. I don't know if 3 Chistushka's gonna do it. Like
at least one of them is a crew for sure. That's what's being okay. 2 crews being highlighted and a sure gamble.
So one of those cards is drawn here. Now we might have a 3rd Devil Charm. It is a unique card. Some decks play 2, some decks play 3. But crew and some pressure, well-positioned pressure. We have Leech with a Mimic. Technically, you can accrue to take a tag and then mimic your way through some of the bigger sentries like a Nancy. That is a legitimate line. We're charging server 2, expecting
It
a
is,
spin
though
doctor.
it's obviously something you don't want to do all the time, given that you have a DJ Fenris for Steve down, and that is value you'd like to have. Okay, so that is a spin doctor.
So draw 2.
So sure enough, there were spin doctors. We just hadn't seen them yet.
Yeah, all seem
Only 8 cards left in the stack, so getting a little late in the game for too many spin doctors to come down.
So this is the fun thing. Like, if you can land 4 Chistushkas, the corporation just doesn't have enough cards and loses. The problem is you still have to land 4 Chistushkas. That costs 12 credits, let alone running HQ and the Nisei counter. But you see, like, the tempting line here. Unfortunately, Ba, having to deal with Ag Confusion, you're going to have to put in a lot of work. Hedge Fund, 1 unseen card. The card that was Hansate, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Thomas starting the turn, going to score out. 4-2. Let's see. TPR.
Okay. That is interesting. Timely public release.
Now this card,
that's so cool,
allows you to install an ice technically anywhere during the run. So not only can you get a border control back with Ag Infusion, you can get a border control type ability. Ba's gonna struggle to get those Chistushkas off. I think he just needs to work for any sort of single he can get, assuming there's a 5-3 in hand. The problem at this point is when the corporation is on game point, steering a bacterial basically locks the end of the game unless you can get really lucky or the top 7 of R&D are really unfortunate because they can ensure R&D is safe, they can ensure HQ is safe, they have the agenda in hand, they just put in the remote server. You have so much work to do. Boss,
in an absolute pinch, TPR is even money, right? Because you can install a Tattoo.
Yeah, I guess
if they
so.
actually break through it. Okay, well, we do have a Chistushka coming down. So going for the Chistushka line. No third Devil Charm coming down to help support it, though.
Yeah, I don't think we have it.
Relying, Balramu is relying on just being able to break through these ice with the amount of money that he has.
Ba is sending it. I like this. I think that his position is pretty difficult to get pressure. So just saying,
you always got to send
we're just going to
send
it. Force Reses, Force Nisei, Force Ag Infusion. There are so many lines that Thomas can deflect this Chistushka. The question is, which is the right line? And then what do you need to do to deal with the second Chistushka coming right after?
Yeah, the TPR is actually in some ways better than a Nisei right now because even if you do pop an Ag Infusion for part of this, like you can just throw another ice down at some point in the future.
Yeah.
TPR.
Ooh, straight.
And sure enough, we do have Ag Infusion straight to the bin.
Chistushka, you can you access? Instead of breaching, I don't know how that works. Ba's going to jack out, not get the purge on the leech. Very important to remember that. Hoshiko doesn't really need to go super digital here. Second Chistushka again. We still have Timely Public. We still have Nisei. As much as the TPR has turned, the Ag Infusion ability is turned off already. So Thomas Oz can probably res here.
Spent on this, or is it just, yeah, like I have to think that this is just a res a nasty piece of ice, and now good luck for the rest of the game if you need to run another server. Importantly
for Timely, you can't grab an ice and put it in front of the runner. The timing window is very strange. Right. So it's not like you can grab an MIC and say, haha, you can't break it. That window doesn't work like that. Now you can put it behind this ice and then Bob will decide what to do, but it's very strange, this ability to put ice in front of the runner because you can't force them to approach it. Thomas getting a Tattoo Bola. That's 4 credits and a flip. If you want to deal with that with the cleaver, you can trash it with crew and actually say there's no ice on HQ, but with Timely Public Release, there's going to be some ice on HQ. Do you think you Nisei this, or you just say, I can get rid of 4 cards, I don't care?
A good question, because you have to decide now.
Yeah.
If you let Balramu have the encounter timing window, then Leech plus crew could happen right there and then.
Well, you can still do it after the ice is destroyed.
It's last click.
Yeah.
True, you could do it after the ice is destroyed.
If it's the last click and you have a Spin Doctor in hand, you're relatively okay. I think sabotaging and like making HQ more protected and R&D, putting the agendas in there. So like sabotage last click always gives the corporation a lot of decisions if they know they're holding a recursion card. Any immediate actions? Yeah, this is important again.
So this is asking on approach, correct? This is where you have to. Well, actually, no. The TPR could come out later than this, but this is. Are you using the Nisei before I encounter?
Yes. So crew says you can trash the ice you are encountering. So during approach, the corporation has a window here, and as soon as you encounter, the runner has priority, and they can do all their paid abilities before handing priority back as the active player. Haas is thinking about it, possibly. Now, I think of
one thing that actually is nice about using the Nisei here is you can deny a Steve trigger, which becomes another Chistushka potentially.
Yeah. I wonder if you just
So
TPR
I
behind
might
this. I think you
spend.
do. Yeah, magnet. There
Yeah,
you
okay,
go.
TPR behind this. Right, you have 12 credits. So, if you res, okay, this is a
Oh,
magnet.
magnet.
Yeah.
Magnet's interesting because you can still break magnet. Like
Yeah,
Crew
that
Leech
is
breaks magnet. If you go for the MIC, like 4 strength is actually the big difference as much as it is twice as expensive. So Bot can still get through this. He has to just break the Tattoo Bola
Yeah.
and then destroy with Leech, Crew, take a tag, the magnet. And if the Nisei doesn't get used, we get Steve here.
Hold on. Yeah. Magnets, it's 3 strength.
Yeah, exactly.
So it would require ending the turn with attack. So you could at least trash the Steve, I guess. But that means you've spent 5 credits rather than just installing an MIC for 6 credits.
Yeah. I think trashing the Steve is not the biggest concern for Ba here. I think if it fires once to return to Chestushka, you're happy. It's an interesting board state. Again, we still have the Nisei counter. We have used Ag Infusion already, but Ba understands exactly how much he can force out of Thomas before having to do the Nisei. Even like bouncing up the Tattoo Bola might be correct, but if you go through the Tattoo Bola and then force the magnet res, the Tattoo Bola only gives functionally 1 credit as opposed to 4.
This is the second to last Crew that can be played this entire game. There's one more in hand.
You can buffer drive one
that's it.
back if you want to.
Buffer drive has to come from Rip or Stack, right?
From heap. And it puts it on top of the stack.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. You can pop the buffer drive.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah. Which is an important thing to do. I don't know if Ba has an Ashen in hand. Maybe. I don't know if we counted influence.
I can. Give me a second.
Oh, no tattoo swap. Maybe that means no
Ooh,
ice in
okay.
hand. Very importantly, if you want to use the TPR, it installs ice. You can't add to hand. So magnet to Leech and to Crew. Ba's going to go for the line. So we'll see if the Nisei comes through here. Again, sometimes Chestushka is not as good as accessing cards. But Sabotage 4. There's only 14 cards left to play with. So we'll see here. Nisei getting used.
That is the Nisei counter. So that's both of the agenda counters used this turn.
Yes. A lot of
That's
resources.
A lot of resources.
Ice, agenda counters.
Only 9 credits. Okay, hold on. Before Thomas Haas installs.
May have an action. I don't know what
So
it'd be.
Is this
It'd be-
potentially popping the buffer drive?
But if
that's the
you-
only instant speed thing I see on the board.
But if you do the buffer drive, Lagu trashes and then draws. So you lose the card, don't you?
Yeah.
I think the order on Lagu is you trash then draw. So I don't know.
Yeah, so
I think you lose that
okay,
Chestushka.
yeah.
Wait, does that not work? Oh no, because you trash it with Onacom, you draw it, maybe? I think that might be the interaction. I don't know how this works.
I am confused, yeah.
We'll find out together, I reckon. I thought Lagu would trash this, but maybe Lagu Onacom doesn't trash it, untrashes it. That doesn't make a lot of sense. We'll find out.
Lagu is also optional. You don't have to use it.
Yes, but then you don't need a buffer drive at first click.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no buffer on the table, so we can't like bottom it after it's trashed and then redraw it, which technically you could do with a buffer drive. You can trash the card and then draw the card if that's the only card, but we have no buffer anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, not sure. If Bod does that, it's totally fine. It just shows your hand before the corporation spends any clicks, which you want to avoid doing. But Thomas is in a tricky spot. Only 9 credits. The remote server looks like it's a Tattoo Bola with no ice swap in hand. Anoetic costs cards and credits, and we still have at least a Chestushka coming if we're not mistaken. Yeah, that's the card and stack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and only 9 credits on Thomas Haas's side. That's maybe the limiting factor right now. Probably need to res something that costs at least 6 on server 1 if you really want to be safe.
Yeah.
And that might not even be enough necessarily.
So we've only seen 2 so far, actually. That's a big deal. But like just the thimble rig is going to be a big enough problem for Ba on the remote. Lagu declines to use. Okay.
Decline.
Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense. Okay. So we're not missing anything there. But putting a card in server 3, we're assuming that's a spin doctor saying, I don't care. You can go ahead and you can just Chestushka me. But you really need to consider pushing in the remote server. We don't have that much time left in the round. But push in server 1. We'll see if we get the pre-advance. Again, you're assuming you need 2 pre-advances if this is a 5-3.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're resing the spin doctor after the install. If you can find a Lacosta that can help you, there's only one more.
Ice for HQ.
Yeah, that'll
Ice
deal.
for HQ, only 8 credits.
It's just a deal with Chestushka, right? Like if bot Chestushkas, you just throw the ice.
Yeah.
Crew coming down from hand again.
And
We
the
know
crew does come down.
it's Crew, Chistushka, and a Buzzsaw, one unknown card. So now we're forcing this.
Mhm.
We know the Tattoo Bola is only a credit, might have ice in hand now. If you want to use this ability on, it doesn't do much for Ag Infusion. So we're just going to touch a card here, get the Hoshiko flip. Hoshiko didn't even flip, which is interesting. We didn't touch a card because we went for Chistushka. We didn't touch Archive. So we didn't actually draw the Chistushka.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an Anansi.
Oh, that's all of the money for a Nazi.
That's good game, isn't it?
Now, no.
Oh, we can take a tag. Yeah.
Take a tag
We have
to lower it to
credits.
3.
Yeah, fantastic. Now that means you're going to have to jack out here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or bounce off of Tattoo.
Yeah.
Either way.
So we have taken 2 tags. Unfortunately, that was a 5 credit play. Thomas Haas has no money here. You're 1 click short of spending a credit and running server 1, which has a chance of finding an agenda, maybe even just a Rashida.
A nice guy like you wouldn't play Mindscaping.
We haven't seen one yet. That is 2 net damage. I don't know how you get a clip credit here. We're checking archives. Again, the purge doesn't really
Running
matter.
Archives.
But this will interact.
Yeah, not anymore.
Potentially with the spin doctor.
No leech counters that matter.
Rashida was discarded. What's in server 1 is better than Rashida. Thomas has no money though. Ba is holding on. The problem is the outermost now res is an Anansi, so if you can't get bounced into it. Install server 4.
So install in server 4, credit.
Could be the
What is in
third
server
spin?
4? The third spin? Is it the third Rashida?
Yeah, the last spin is a possibility. Third Rashida is also an option here. Ba also has to be careful to run every single turn to ideally deal with the subliminal. That's a lot of money for Thomas.
Yeah.
The problem is anytime you run now into face down ice, it gets thrown into the Nancy, and you do not survive a Nancy with 3 cards. You need 4 cards unless you have exactly 3 credits to break it with Mimic while taking a tag.
And it starts to get dangerous to take well, I guess we're already at that point. It's
Yeah,
no longer dangerous
it's
to
already
take tags
dangerous.
because you already have. But notably, Crew is a resource. Thomas Haas could theoretically spend a turn to trash that. That's a pretty heavy cost right now, though, because Thomas Haas does have to win the game before R&D runs out.
I think there's an agenda in their mode server. I don't know if Ba has the time to contest it safely.
So it doesn't seem like it currently.
Ba trying to figure this out. Again, the last
I've
card.
been wrong before.
We know it's a Buzzsaw. We know it's a Chistushka. The $1 million question is, what's the last card? It could be a third Banhar. I don't know what else. Another Leech, maybe?
All the gambles are in the bin.
We're checking server 4. It is Rashida. You can trash that for 1. As much as drawing 3 cards might be a disaster, it's more so Thomas Haas needs the money. 4 cards left in R&D. It's technically 6 with Spin Doctor. We're going to trash the Crew and just click for credits and say, hey, that's good enough for me. Now Mimic is going to have an issue. You cannot deal with the Anansi with a Mimic.
It has to be an influence-free. It has to be an influence-free card because we do see 15 from all the revealed cards currently.
Hoshiko going to get that flip. We're charging the Spin Doctor. With 2 credits, you can force the shuffle. The problem is the Mavirus and Archives.
Okay.
I don't know what Ba can do here. Ba needs a way to deal with Anansi. Ba really needs a way to deal with Anansi. A Mimic is just not going to cut it. That is the 3rd Crew. 3 labor rates out. Can't be an Ashen if the influence count.
Hedge fund and hedge fund.
Checking archives. It's a Lacosta. What's in hand if the Lacosta doesn't end up? Maybe we know one of the upgrades is a defensive. It can't be a Lacosta. Mystic. She leaves the area. Again, we might not have any more events to play cheaply.
Managarm would be another void.
I think it's void.
Another void would make sense.
Yeah, we saw 1 void on HQ, and it would probably go in the server. So that's probably the 2nd void.
Yeah,
we're just trading credits.
Just clicking for credits.
Ba probably
getting the APM up a little bit.
I don't know what Ba can do.
Subliminal messaging.
Ba can't run because Ag Infusion throws you into Nancy and you flatline.
And there's the advance.
Ba needs like.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
GG.
Ba is saying GG.
Yeah, you need a divide and conquer. Otherwise, I don't know how you can touch cards.
Yeah.
It's a Charlotte. Any run flatlines, server 1 flatlines, R&D flatlines, HQ flatlines. Mimic does have a downside. Unfortunately, we can't get those counters. Mavirus in the bin. We're going to score out to 7.
Advance, bacterial.
Well played.
Well played by both. That was an incredibly tense game.
Yeah.
Like honestly, down to down past the natural limit of the resources in Bahrain-Wu's deck, even.
Yeah, I imagine that's going to be like parts of it are a good matchup because he can destroy ice, but then landing Chestushkas into a deck with like Timely Public Release, Nisei, and the Ag Confusion ability is really quite tricky, hoping that there's enough
Very
disruption.
Tough. Very tough.
For what it's worth, again, only
Bahrain-Wu is saying
9 cards left.
Yeah, potentially could have landed a last Chestushka and gotten a Steve trigger, which could have turned into another Chestushka. Was very, very close at the end there.
But well played, Thomas Haas. Again, Thomas Haas saying they're just getting back
absolutely.
into the game in the last year. I think playing on the West Coast, but doing great in this tournament. So well played to both players. I think that was
he's doing well today. This is a 5th win for Thomas Haas. So
let's go.
I believe I don't don't quote me on my tournament math, but I believe that is if Thomas Haas continues to win, may potentially be in, but like definitely needs to continue winning, but is very live for next weekend.
Now, looking at some of the rounds that just went on there, Arzon still undefeated, not going for those IDs, just playing against TXP. Now, I want to shout this out. Arzon basically cashed in the CBI to get into this event. His CBI was from winning Worlds. Technically, he had another CBI, but it couldn't be cashed in because ABR was down. It got passed down, so it was hard to validate. So the only way he got into the tournament was saying, I won Worlds. Can I get in, please? Which technically wins you a CBI, which is kind of sick. Otherwise, Janked there, not losing a lot of games still. Outfit pulling a game off against Kid. I think that matchup is probably messed up if you ever end up Trojan horsing a big old Lobisomio. I wonder if that happened. Speaking of Wayland wins, just across the board, Benvelopment and Seb K on different op lists. Ben on Tempo, Seb K on Venti, taking some wins across a couple runners. Of course, Fire Island Changeling still playing it off. We didn't see, but Janktivist taking a win off Ag Infusion against Larea. We saw some really good Ag Infusion play from Janktivist there. So Larea taking an uncommon loss from that Dow deck. And of course, we did see that Thomas into the bot matchup. We're just about to hit the final round here. Again, making the top 5. We have all our reports besides one is really quite difficult at a tournament of this size. This is more than twice as big as Friday. So much harder to make that top cut. Again, 5 players from each round are coming in, and this final round is going to really matter for just about every player besides Alex. And Alex can really do whatever he wants. He just can't get disqualified from the tournament, and he'll be playing next weekend for sure. Oh, cool. Part of Logibomb. That's sick. Shout out to,
nice.
to Thomas Haas. Very cool. Okay, well, hey, we only have a couple seconds, maybe a couple minutes before we go on to our final round of today. Thank you so much for watching. If you've been enjoying the 2025 Circuit Breaker Invitational, we're going to be throwing it to a break. We'll probably be about maybe 5 minutes, maybe less.
Probably a very short one. I believe the last round has been paired, so
it'll
probably just be a couple minutes.
Then I don't think we break if we haven't. Oh, yeah, we're up. Okay, let's check the standings out really quickly. No break, fake break, not real break. 21 points, Alex undefeated. We have 3 players at 18. Now, they really need their strength of schedule to hold on. There's a chance that they can intentionally draw and end up on 19 points, which will guarantee them to the top cut. So depending if Dranked, Seb K, or Benvelopment play each other, they can decide to ID, which table 2 might be that question. Even table 1, Alex can ID against Ben. The question is whether it's offered and whether it's accepted. You still want a high seed because there will be a zipper merge of sorts when it comes to the top 16, and the higher your placement in a double elimination, it is quite important, but I think those 4 players are relatively safe if they want to use their options.
We're seeing 2 IDs offered. We're going to see if they're accepted, but
very cool.
We're seeing 2 IDs offered at the top tables.
Now these 15
looks like one's been accepted.
I imagine table 1.
Actually, table 2 ID was accepted and offered and accepted, and then table 1 ID's been offered, but not seeing one yet.
I think they're safe, Alex and Ben. However that plays out, I think that's okay. Yeah. But 15, this is where things really matter. You need to win your game, and you need to hope that all the players that you played today also win their games, because your strength of schedule is going to matter when you're competing against these 18s and 19s. We know we have 3 players locked in, so there's only 2 slots left over largely. So you really need to go.
So if the top 2 tables, it looks like our IDs are either happening or potentially happening. So let's look at the tables right below that and see if we can potentially find.
So table 3 Cold Lava has risen through this tournament against Janktivist. That's Essa versus Op. That's an interesting matchup. We haven't seen excuse me, what else would be here? Augie and Pete, we've seen a lot of these players. I think it would either be Knack, I think is playing combo as Mari versus Essa. Or actually, no, it would be probably table 8 or I think table 3 are options. Table 3 is probably the option if you want to maybe jump it and check.
Let me see if that is up, and let me see if they are
Thank you.
willing to.
Oh, I feel like I'm losing a bit of my voice. We've been casting all day. I'm sound different. 7 o'clock. We'll get there.
So we do not have both players in the table yet, but I will ask as soon as the second player joins the table.
Perfect. For those who don't know, maybe this is your first tournament you're watching. Firstly, thanks so much for participating and watching organized play. It's a fantastic thing to do. It's a reason why tournaments like this exist and streams like this exist. For those who don't know, you can do an intentional draw, which is before a round starts. You call over a judge and say, hey, we don't want to play this game. And instead of one of us getting 3 points and one person getting 0 points, we just tie. This is something that's supported by organized play to ensure there's no collusion from teams, and it's a risky play sometimes. Sometimes an intentional draw is an upset, and it means that you can't win 3 points, but it does keep you above. We got confirmation from Radiant. Table 1 has also ID'd, so Alex is taking a rest as well as B Blum. So those players are locked in. It looks like we're just...
So we're looking for who gets the last spot then, right?
Yeah. I think it's just one last spot we're fighting for, and I think Cold Lava Janktivist
is win.
You have to win it in and
win your game and pray.
Oh no!
Win your game, pray, and believe in your breakers. Believe in the heart of the breakers.
So all these 18 players are at 19 and the 21 is at 22, which means the best you can do is one of these 15s can win their game and get on 18 and have good strength of schedule. Again, that means you have to win your game. You have to have high strength of schedule, but also you have to hope that your strength of schedule improves. And your strength of schedule is calculated by the average score largely of everyone else you've played today. So you're hoping the players that you played in the first 7 rounds will all win their matchup, so your SOS goes up. We probably are going to have a really close finish here for that 5th place slot. Good luck, everyone. These strength of schedules are pretty good. 1.5 is average strength of schedule. So like currently Thomas Haas, unfortunately at 1.3 is going to be in a really difficult spot to make it. Fire RL as well. Cold Lava 1.6, basically 1.7 plus. Those are competitive. But
we are good to stream table 3.
Awesome. Thank you. I think
players joking about we're going to do a 2-for-1 in this game.
That's what
Obviously,
it comes down to.
Single-sided Swiss, that doesn't really exist anymore. I guess actually that's technically not true. You can technically 2-for-1 throughout the course of a tournament if you believe the other player will actually do it. But
both players think this might be a for funsies match, and it does all entirely come down to strength of schedule. Both players,
it does,
from the Eastern Seaboard. Cold Lava playing from, I believe, New York State, maybe Jersey, playing some op, and Cold Lava's been grinding op for a long time now. I'm imagining we're going to see tempo op. I don't know if we're going to see assets. Across the table, this is Janktivist. We saw earlier before, also fantastic player, has done quite well in huge events to date, playing Essa. I think Janktivist just been enjoying Essa, playing Essa casually and competitive grinding for the last little while. Just a very easy to play identity. So we'll see how this matchup lines up. Again, barriers, very important. Those tricky sentries, whether the Lamb and the Begema line up, we'll see that go through.
Yeah, I think this is a bubble game. Janktivist is calling out that he thinks that the cut math means that they're both out, but I think it's not certain. I don't think that they're both locked out. Like they're definitely not the top of the current strength of schedule.
That's a possibility.
Strength of schedule does have a round to change.
Yeah,
and yeah, so I believe they are both win and pray currently.
Janktivist going to go for the mulligan, followed firstly Cold Lava went for the mulligan. So both players just hoping that they get a brand new good 5. Essa has some disruption. We'll see how well Cold Lava ices up HQ against the Chastushka. A lot of times Op will just put something good on their remote server, a border control, an envelopment, something that's hard to deal with in the early game, and then push out an early Rashida or score an Eminent. The problem is that play, you have to slow down in Essa because just an early Chastushka, if you don't ice HQ, is a disaster. That's followed or preceded by a Marrow or a Ghost Tongue. That is 6 sabotage on turn 1, which is not an easy thing to recover from. Oh, we have 4 minutes before the round starts. Okay. So we have some time here, actually.
Did not realize we had that much time.
All right, I'm going to just look back at the standings really quickly just to try and parse this out. So it looks like,
I think we did get confirmation from someone behind the scenes that Cold Lava is New Jersey.
Yes, yeah.
So again, New York area. Yeah.
So Davs on the high strength schedule is playing against Fire. That's going to matter. Holly against Thomas Haas. This is the thing that sometimes happens with single-sided Swiss. These are both players on the same standing, and strength of schedule I don't think cares about standings when you're pairing together. It just cares about side balance and your current standing. So Holly is playing, I think, one of the biggest ranges of strength of schedule in this final matchup. But Davs and Holly, I think, are the two that are the most likely if they can win it in based off of their strong strength of schedule, followed by Pete and Augie. Again, these numbers do change every round. It depends on your opponent. And if your opponent has, like, say, left the tournament, if they've, folded and walked away, like, I don't know how that hurts. It probably isn't good for your strength of schedule. So you're hoping again.
It's not good for you.
It's probably not great. Yeah, I can't see that being good for you. And this is a stacked tournament. We've had a lot of fantastic players, and you assume so. It's a CBI thing.
Right. I mean, even if we look at people who, didn't have the best day today, things didn't break in their direction. We've got people in this tournament, near the bottom of the standings, just didn't have a great day, who've won continentals.
Yeah.
Who've won nationals, who've gotten, top 4 at worlds. Like, this is genuinely an incredibly stacked field, amazing players. Just some people have to lose games.
Yes.
So
with the cut being as aggressive it is, I know I've heard a lot of players who were very competitive minded. Their first 2 or 3 games did not go well, and they just, unfortunately fold. But so standings are going to be very volatile. That's for sure. Again, 1 slot for all these 15-point players. I don't envy their position. Everybody else too, mind you, in terms of prize support, top half gets some great prize support. That is going to be the if I'm not mistaken, the Gachapon with the Tuno on it, which is a really charming piece of art. So still a lot to play for.
It's a wonderful piece of art. I agree. Oh, we have the good luck, have fun. Looks like we are starting now. Do we know what this op list is? Have we seen this particular one on stream today?
We haven't seen it so far. My guess is it's Reg Op. Maybe with a bit of assets. I don't think Asset's fantastic at dealing with assets, and we see that HQ respect, whether that's a Crisium or just a Mavirus to build a Regolith. Looks like Janktivist just going to call, safe, res it. So we'll see what this ice can be. Range Ops is going to get card draw. Otherwise, we can flush out a Mavirus, no problem. Going to access Archer.
Going to continue.
To
finds an Archer, finds a
Malapert.
Interesting.
Now, this Malapert, you can technically install it anywhere. I didn't know that it was now remote server only. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It's more so.
I did not realize that was.
Yeah, it's an option. And the reason here is not only a bluff, but now you can extract that into a Spin Doctor, a Rashida, and that gives you some flexibility. You don't want to just jettison it. Ghost Tongue, going to install, get the moshing out of hand, and we're going to go for 1 from R&D, 1 from HQ. I think we've seen that split most today. A bit of random, a bit of known. There's the Malapert. We're going to extract this.
And sure enough,
and
that is an extract.
Let's see if we get a Spin Doctor here,
and,
or we're going to ice up a Rashida.
Card.
My guess is a Rashida and get some ice
That's
up
a Rashida.
Yeah, really fun line. Now, Banhar has come down, so the Rashida won't be safe if you want to trade cards. You always have to watch out for envelopment, which can just be 5 net damage, as much as that ice isn't super common.
And sure enough, we see a draw on click 1. We see a draw on click 2, respecting exactly the line that you're talking about.
The Archer in hand is also like slightly cursed. That's a card you want to grab from your deck with Eminent.
Yeah.
Well, you can always res that after you score the Eminent. You're allowed to do that. Forfeit the agenda. It is a card that ESA does have to respect a bit as soon as the breakers come down. Or programs in general. So we'll see. The Janktivist just sent it saying, I can't let you get the Rashida because card draw is how you get back into the game. Sandstone, 1 net damage.
Sandstone. Oh, that's so much better than envelopment.
Super reasonable trade.
Just some moshing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Rashida goes down for 1 credit. So Janktivist definitely behind on credits right now compared to Cold Lava, but starting to get set up. The Mara coming down, getting an additional sabotage, getting an additional draw here. Already at 2 core damage. So the Begemot, when that comes down, is going to be at a reasonable strength.
So that was 2 from R&D off the Marrow. Now we saw 1 card from HQ. I'm assuming that was the Archer, but now we're going full random from the top of the deck. Unless you have a Spin Doctor in hand, you want to avoid that. And we're going to call this here. SDSs are safe. Looks like a Naziev and a Spin Doctor. That is unfortunate. The Archer was the face down from HQ, but we're just going full random off the top and 2 points. Janktivist will take that. Server 1, we're not checking it. It's not a Rashida. Looks like it's an upgrade of some sort. And this is still not a safe server.
This is where you say R&D has betrayed me and just continue going on with your day. So what could server 1 be? You know this is not a safe server. You know it only costs 1 actual card to get through server 1. What do you put here if you're the SOB? Potentially a Mavirus?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. If you're on Arella, that can stick. If you're on Tucana, sometimes you can sacrifice a 1-pointer for some sort of Tucana tempo. You do need ice on the table, let alone cheap ice. It looks like it's just an agenda.
Oh,
Janktivist
Tucana.
not biting. It is an eminent
Okay.
Tucana. That's like the worst case scenario
Oh, and it's
for the
eminent
runner.
domain?
Yeah, that could have been checked there. And Cold Lava just saying, if you run it, you get 1 point, but I get an ice. So Archer on the table.
That's an Archer at no cost.
This was from Eminent, which reses from the deck at no cost. Not no credit cost, no cost. And Op is going to use
Tucana grabs a Thimble Rig.
Yes, so this can be moved around.
Huh.
That is a huge change of fortune for Cold Lava that seemed to be struggling with a rough start. I imagine there's agendas in hand if we're taking those aggressive lines. And now Janktivist needs to figure out how to deal with that Archer. The answer right now is Banhar, and 4 damage is relatively sustainable. The question is what happens when another ice comes on top? Spark, finding the Begamot.
Oh, Begamot.
We're going to see some cards from the deck. Nothing too surprising.
5 strength right now. That is not enough to get through Archer. Obviously, also need the Lamb to get through Archer. So there's a couple pieces that need to happen, but not quite at the point where you can actually deal with this Archer yet, unless you want to tank it with your face.
But Cold Lava is still ripping cards from the top of R&D with 4 cards in hand after a fair bit of sabotage. You're assuming a fair bit of those are points, maybe an Audacity, but cards are just entering archives without interaction.
Mm-hmm.
You see the bit more of the deck again. Steelskin, Strike Funds, Raindrops. No real surprises there. Gonna get that swap. Thimble Rig there.
Okay.
Gonna require a decoder. This is actually a really good card. You probably want to swap the Thimble Rig into the Archer in the near future. That will be the start of turn trigger. And then from there, even if you don't have a breaker, you do Thimble Rig, pass it down, Thimble Rig, and make it Thimble Rigs the whole way.
This is potentially threatening server 1 to be just like an extreme value engine when you score an agenda, because this could be another Malapert in there along with the Tucana, right?
So last year, Cold Lava was a big proponent of playing Hollowman and Op, and then using that to score out something like that's gonna be good. Just finality, just sending it, saying I'm gonna see 4, sabotage 2. You break the sand zone for 1.
Oh, that's one way to get Begamot up to strength for Archer. And the Lamb does come down.
So this trash.
Okay. Well, the
from the
remote's
R&D.
not very safe anymore.
This sees functionally 6 cards. We have 4 unknown in archives. It looks like we've gone through 4 and not stealing an agenda.
Is this a full whiff on finality?
I think Cold Lava is flooded.
Wow.
There's no way that he doesn't have a lot of points in hand based off of how we're sabotaging. Archive still can hold some cards. That's 4 unknowns. And each score also does fire a marrow. Last card here, we're thinking whether
thinking on the last card here.
It might be an SDS.
It could potentially be an SDS. Yeah.
It is.
And it is an SDS.
One
the
game
Begamot
point
goes down.
Janktivist might just check archives here.
If you find another Begamot, you can install it. You go up to 7 strength on Begamot and 5 core damage.
I wonder if
that is hard though, because it does mean you can't challenge server 1 now.
I don't know if you.
Oh, actually, you couldn't anyway, because Lamb can only paint once.
Oh, we're pinholing. Going to take the Tucana down.
Pinhole. Okay, yeah, taking the Tucana. There you go.
There is still
removing some of the value.
There's 4 face down in archives, 5 I think off of R&D sabotages, and Janktivist not touching them, just saying you can score out. Mavirus.
Oh, a Mavirus.
Gonna get another Tucana?
Tucana, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yep, Tucana. There you go. And is this potentially an Azief? Is this just an Atlas? Is it a second eminent domain?
I don't even know what you'd be excited about here. Above the law, trashing Banhar is pretty good.
It's above the law. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Limiting Janktivist's option. Now, the issue is Lamb does break any ice for functionally 7 credits, largely in the format. There are face down cards in archives. You do have to do a sabotage here with the Marrow, so we're going to lose a card probably from HQ. I don't know if Cold Lava can take too many risks, and still has to score 4 points, but that is a good remote server. So Banhar getting trashed with above the law.
Cold Lava on 2 credits needs to spend some time to get money back up, but this is a very good position other than that, I would say.
Magnet on HQ. Again, the points are in HQ.
Okay, there we go.
We do know the next 3 on R&D did whiff. Very importantly, too, here, Op just shuffled the deck. Oh, Retrieval Run.
Oh, Retrieval Run.
For 2 credits, going to bring back the Begamot. Going to sabotage.
That's the Begamot.
Ignoring all cost? Oh, it is ignoring all cost. That's kind of wild.
That's cool. That's why you don't get the access. unlike Katorga Breakout.
Wait, but we got sabotage, so it's not ignoring all costs. What is the text on the raccoon? Ignoring
It's
all
when you
costs.
install suffer 1 core.
Oh, it's not a
Yeah.
cost. Very cool.
So it isn't a cost.
Yeah. We're running R&D here. These are all new cards. We sabotaged more off the top of R&D. There's 8 face down in archives. No spin doctors. Janktivist is
One
finally
credit
checking
credit
it. Easily could be game
All
here.
right, archives.
SDS, that's the game.
SDS, that's game. Wow. This is the power of throwing all of the cards in the trash.
Yeah. There's an eminent
Look at
too.
that.
Yeah.
There's another point in there. Yeah. Wow.
That's a really rough matchup, but Cold Lava pushing it back with
Yeah.
the Tucana to the Archer. Great run to both these players. Again, we'll see if the strength of schedule does hold on there, but Janktivist is going to be on 18 points. It comes down to the SOS. We'll play to both players. Fantastic
does.
players from the East Coast.
Yeah. Very, very well played. Extremely good game. Very, very happy to see. Happy we got to see that matchup here. We do have time to switch into another game.
Yeah, we might
Um,
jump into Holly's
should
game.
we, should we
I think
see
it's
if table
important.
5? Yeah. Let me jump into table 5 and see if Holly and Thomas are
If you don't
amenable
mind.
to us spectating.
Yeah. Again, Holly is the other high SOS player to be able to potentially crack 18 if she can take the win. She is playing punitive against Ken. Ken wants to touch cards, has class act, so has some tech there.
We
With
are
ex-
good to stream.
Thank you. Let's jump in.
And we're coming into a pretty advanced board state. So Thomas Haas is on a Fuji and a Regenesis. We've got ice set up on the RH side.
Oh, this is
Some
huge.
face downs. Yeah. This is it looks like Hermes has probably done some work this game. There's also a twinning that's ticking with Paladin Puemu and Mystic Mamie. So it looks like this game's in a pretty advanced state at this point.
So being on 4
And,
points
you
is massive because punitive doesn't matter anymore,
Yes.
which means Holly has to score to
Exactly.
7. It's definitely possible. In fact, on this board state, Regenesis on archives into 5-3 will tie the score area. We're going to be running here, probably seeing 2 cards. Carmen, the only breaker, but that's good enough. We're going to see 2 with twinning.
Okay, here's 2 cards.
No steal
Trash
trashing.
Spin Doctor.
A Spin Doctor. We're assuming another Spin Doctor server too. So this Spin Doctor is really important because if you don't use the Spin Doctor to shuffle the 5-3 back from archives, Thomas might just be able to run archives with an inside job potentially. But if you do
Right.
shuffle back the 5-3, you're not going to have the ability to score out the Regenesis maybe in server 1. So Holly has to make a big decision here on what is shuffled back.
Choosing not to. So Spin Doctor goes down, choosing not to shuffle back.
There's 2 Spin Doctors in the
So
bin.
2 Spin Doctors in the bin now. And we see a punitive counterstrike in the bin, subliminal. We also see Your Digital Life, one of the best ways to just make a bunch of money at once to throw into something like a punitive. Only
Thomas,
on 19 credits. Could certainly res a decent amount of ice to try to score out.
Thomas has the ability here just to run archives, say Tattoo Bola or Bust,
Yeah.
and the runner Bust. Now, inside jobs, pretty common in Ken. We've seen no so far. Oh, this deck is on Abraxas. Love it. 1 inside job in the bin so far. Whether it's even like a boomerang.
Have we seen this RH on stream?
Yeah.
already
Holly.
today. Do we know what the ice suite is like? Are there any like is there any MIC in here, for instance?
Oh, it's boomerang run archives, I think.
Oh, boomerang. Is that's going to HQ? Okay,
going to HQ.
It's going to HQ.
In the matchup we saw, the punitive came relatively quickly, so we barely saw ice, but we're assuming it's the spikier stuff. So Sai Santan, Boto can show up. Sometimes a bit awkward because of the threat text. It gets to 4
Yeah.
quickly with Regenesis. But you're assuming Vampiranasa, sometimes even a teeny ends up in these lists.
It looks like that was a misclick on where the boomerang's going.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it is actually supposed to go to archives.
I think Archives has a chance to find the last 3 points. I think Holly has to make an aggressive play here with Regenesis.
Yeah.
This orange card was just installed last turn, and there's cards in Archives. I don't know how they got there. Boomerang getting reinstalled. It's on
Okay,
Archives.
It is archives. It is archives.
Thomas
see it.
is making the
Is
call.
it over? Okay, and we
Vaya.
got the Baya bands coming out.
It is a Botu.
That is the Boto.
Now you
That
can,
is 3. It's 3 subs, but
only 2 of them really
one of them
matter.
doesn't matter if you win.
So you're going to take 2 net damage here, but Baya's going to redraw back up. And if you win, you don't care about Fuji text. You don't care about punitive. The question is, did Holly make the bluff? Not shuffling back with Spin Doctor. GG, Holly did make
that's
the
a
bluff.
GG.
And the boomerang is perfect.
Oh, wow.
Finding the bacterial that was set up for the Regenesis. Thomas
Wow.
taking it up to
GG.
18 points. Holly, great run this tournament. Both players, a fantastic play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well played to both. Now, unfortunately, Thomas Haas's strength of schedule is the lower of the 18s or the
low.
15s going into
Yeah.
this round. So it's going to be hard to make the top cut. But unfortunately, I don't think Holly has a chance to make the top cut either. So both players knocking themselves out of contention. Pretty unfortunate they end up in those situations. I reckon here we should jump to table 6, which is Augie against Pete. It's Essa versus Egg. That's a fun
Yeah,
matchup.
because Texas Pete is also very high on strength of schedule,
Yeah.
so that's a potential win and in.
Augie is no
That's table
slouch
5,
either.
you said?
It's 6.
Sorry.
It's just like 7 down. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Let me jump in and ask if we can stream.
Appreciate it. Yeah, very tricky. And the strength of schedule is going to matter. Top 5 cut from 59. I don't think I've seen anything like this.
We are good to stream.
Thank you.
We also just saw a Vampira Nasa res recently.
Very cool. Very good card. Hard to deal with. A lot of subroutines. Essa doesn't really play decoders besides maybe a Buzzsaw, so let's just review the board today. Ag Infusion. Augustus has been playing so many fantastic Ag Infusions over the last 2 years, whether it's punitive or just tempo score out. I think we'll find out. Big Deal shows up in some of those lists as well. This looks more Glacier than anything. We see Sadaka and Sprint, and the remote server Anoetic Void holding on. Essa getting down a pinhole in the bin. We have a Banhar on the table. We've seen no breakers so far, no Chastushkas. We have found none of our cybernetics as well, so there's going to be a lot of sabotage to come. No running hots either. We haven't seen a lot of running hots been played.
Looks like potentially ran into a virus a few turns ago. Yeah, I see one in the bin, which is why there are 2 fermenters both on the same number.
There's the Marrow coming down.
You see the Marrow come down.
Now, Augie is going for that conservative play.
2 from HQ.
Yeah, 2 from HQ. So trying to keep control of the sabotage. Now
Yeah, probably not much in HQ, I would guess, just given that Anetic Void is actually an important thing right now, and if you go too low, you can't use that.
Now this is
but
huge.
Charlotte Castador does help you draw.
Yes.
So.
And a very impactful card is Subliminal. If you're not running, that's a card back. And that is a card you might see Augustus not play. You see, holds it in the hand to be able to sabotage. It's just trivially sabotaged. So if you're not running, that is just free hit points to deal with S's disruption. That's a really tricky thing to work with. Now ice on every server. We need to get one of these ice res to force the Ag Infusion to be a relevant face check redirect. Ooh, Hush coming down too. I wonder why that happened. What are we hushing this matchup? Tattoo Bull is probably the biggest target. You can actually deal with that in Anansi as well and just say it has subroutines that are good, but it's not going to do 3 net damage.
Oh, true. Yeah. Especially if it isn't on R&D, so they can't stack R&D when you're running into it.
Yeah, otherwise it does get awkward when they set up the agendas or the non-agendas. Pete getting the Ghost Tongue there, losing the 3rd Fermenter. We'll see where the sabotage comes from. 1 from HQ, 1 from R&D. You want to guess what that HQ card is? It's a Subliminal. It's going to come right back.
Yeah.
Notice it. You're going to reveal it, bring it back.
Tough guess.
Yeah, it's so good against Sabo if you're not being able to run consistently.
It's really good. Yeah. That's where we have to get the a manual purge just to get those fermenters back down.
Yeah, straight into the purge.
Actually, spending a turn to manual purge, it seems like you're just giving up so much tempo to do that. Notably, you have Charlotte Castador and Lacosta Grid ticking the whole time. You're continuing to gain tempo while you basically deny tempo from your opponent.
Yeah, no, you can take the purge almost every turn and just wait until you draw a hand that makes sense. Every sabotage, if it's uninteractive, you just give 1 card and the Subliminal. Augustus playing this as good fundamentals as Augustus does play. Now we're getting some interaction here. Raindrops into a Anansi,
that is an Anansi. Oh,
this if you don't have a steel skin in hand,
you love to see it.
This is 6 damage if you don't have a steel skin.
It's pretty bad for you. Yeah.
Luckily, we have 2 steel skins, but otherwise this is 6 damage. So that is 6 card loss. And now this is res as the outermost. Pete going to jack out, understanding Sai Santan is lethal there. Potentially you're afraid of that interaction, but actually with Hashim, maybe it's not lethal. It's just rough.
Yeah, so obviously raindrops on that run, so you do draw back up afterwards, but losing a decent amount to the bin, notably 1 Chastushka going into the bin from that interaction.
Laborites getting ripped.
1 of the 3 steel skins, so there are now 3 steel skins going back.
Notably the Begamot is
not
going back. That was trashed off the Laborites. So while the steel skins give you safety, the Begamot is a breaker that does do a lot of work into this matchup. It breaks the bronze and the tattoo bullets, obviously, but the bronze for free, it matters a lot. I think we've seen a lot of these ag decks.
I wonder if it's already in hand.
Yeah, there could be a second one. Sometimes these decks run 2 cats.
Yeah.
Now the code gates are a lot of times the more taxing part, and this is where Essa can struggle unless you're working on Lamb and Begamot to paint and break. But having 4 cost code gates, not great if you want to deal with MICs and Vampire Nasas.
Yeah, and I guess at the moment you're not especially close to put to getting your fermenters.
Yeah, you have to let these
So-
ride for a bit.
Yeah.
Now, simulchip into Begamot, that's a cheaper way to install it on the turn that you do crack the fermenter. That's probably what the simulchip is for. So maybe not too concerned about getting the labor rights Begamot back in. Charlotte,
Oh, true. Yeah, that's a good point.
we're going to advance Charlotte and use Charlotte. So better than clicking for credit. And it looks like Augie is going to be jamming into this remote server. Now with the Anansi resed, it's much harder for the face check because you get the redirection Hansei, and looking like we want to push out our first 4-2. Ideally, a Nisei Mark II does so much against a run-based disruption runner.
Yeah, especially one where you are potentially using a once per turn ability like Lamb.
Yeah.
You force them to go through your server and then you Nisei them. They can't Lamb again when they run back.
Trading back to Pete. A lot of credits locked into those fermenters slowly cooking away. We do have hand sides. We do have good events with Ghost Tongue and a Nuka to draw. The question is, where do you put the Banhar? The issue is with Banhar, again, if you find another Anansi, you're going to be in a tough spot, taking 6 more damage. But we do know a lot of this deck is actually Steelskin Scarring still. Server 1, we might challenge.
It's difficult to run anywhere right now because you have to go through the Anansi no matter where you go.
Yep.
And at the moment, how do you get through it? I mean, there's not even much MU to try to solve that problem right now.
Yeah, sometimes these decks run a Noom as like a, panic Sentry Breaker. I think I've seen that less and less. Now, you can face check this, and if Augustus spends the ice to throw you into the Anansi, you are going to take 6 damage, but you can still contest server 1. The question is, how many times can you actually fire Anoetic Void? Anoetic Void is even more expensive when you're dealing with the likes of Essa, where keeping extra cards in hand is super important. And we still have the Subliminal hanging out there, so we have some free Sabotage, some free Anoetic fodder. Again, don't click one, play the Subliminal. This is another good reason to keep it in hand. Pete, thinking through, understanding, has a very narrow line to walk here. If the Nisei goes through, the game does change pretty drastically. Pete is also playing Egg Infusion, right? Was that the last round we watched?
I believe
is that
that's
the
case.
like
Let me check.
bacterial one? That was Thomas.
Pete's on PE.
Yeah, that was Thomas Haas.
Yeah, Pete's on PE.
So trying to figure out how to get through this. Again, Ag Infusion says once per turn, instead of resing an ice, you can trash it to force the runner to encounter an ice on a different server on the outermost. Now, of course, encounter means that the ice has to be resed for it to have an effect. And this is why having an outermost Anansi, unless you can destroy this, and it doesn't often run ice destruction, this Anansi is going to be relevant basically on every single server, including the Anansi server. Pete, starting with the draw, not using the Nuka. Now, sometimes you'll keep the Nuka for burst draw in potential situations where you just need banner cards. So that does make some sense. And we'll see whether we're going to pressure server 1 here, where the Banhar is positioned, and just say, I'm going to eat an Anansi, or whether we can produce some sort of breaker. Just getting on the Lamb, if you do have it, means you can simulchip the Begamot and deal with the Anansi in response to the face check redirect.
And obviously, it's not fun to run through Vampire and also multiple times in a turn, but you do at least have 2 Botulus counters, so you can break the net damage sub.
Funny enough,
so you can theoretically run through it.
The card draw sub for the corporation is actually really important because it basically, this is the issue.
Right, because of it makes the Anetic Void free. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah, Vampy Void is kind of rough.
This is tough. Yeah, this is tough because basically you need a way to get through these ice, and at the moment, ESA does not have a sustainable way to get through these ice. And no real clear path to it because you've got 4 MU used up. It's not clear that the tools that you need are actually accessible. You do see a running hot.
Things are heating up. 1 from HQ, 1 from R&D. It's definitely that Subliminal. But Pete at least here has some extra clicks to get some pressure on. I think that remote server is going to be quite tricky.
With the running hot.
Yeah. Not the easiest card to play.
2 of those in the bin now.
But that is losing a bit more pressure here.
Especially not right now with that Anansi sitting there.
Pete needs to touch points.
An extra 2 clicks this turn to worry about it.
One of the most difficult things about Ag Infusion is if you can't liberate an earlier bacterial programming, once that's scored in the mid to late game, it does so much to set up against
Lamb comes down.
Any pressure. Yeah, Lamb great. Can break on any ice.
And does crack a fermenter to get there. So we are now live for potentially cracking a simulchip to bring back Begamot.
Did you see how fast Augustus res that Anansi just had his mouse over it as soon as the run started? Bam!
I've been waiting for this all day.
There's a Nazi res. So if this doesn't go to, you don't want this to do lethal 6 damage, you have to either paint this with Lamb, which is expensive. You have to paint it and boost and then break, or you can simulchip for the Begamut, which costs you 2 credits after the simulchip refund, and then that will be 3 to break, and then you won't deal with any damage there.
Crucially, because of you have to either trash your fermenter or your botulus.
Yes.
I assume you're trashing your hush.
Ooh, fire all. Looks like we have steel skins here, so this 6 damage is going to be absorbed.
Okay.
Oh, we're down to no cards to hand. Going to draw with the steel skin.
Whew.
Now this botulus.
Then raindrops will draw some more at the end of this run.
It's going to draw a lot at the end of this run, I imagine. We're going deeper through the Vampire
Actually, quite a
Nasa.
few, yeah.
So what are you breaking here? Losing 2, fine. Corp gaining 2, okay. 2 net damage can matter. Draw 1 or 2. You need to make sure the Corp isn't drawing when you're playing Sabotage.
Definitely matters. Right,
Yeah.
both of those. So breaking 2 net damage.
I imagine we're going to get the card. Oh, runner loses 2.
Oh, interesting. Breaking loose 2.
So this gets Augie cards, and Augie loves cards with Anoetic.
Yeah.
So Pete wants to keep the
like,
cards in hand
this is
and
a
the credits.
Anoetic trigger here.
Yeah. So Pete wants to keep the credits up to be able to contest, maybe with the Lamb on a different server. We might see an HQ run, but it's going to be 2 cards and 2 credits. That's exactly what came
Draw
from the
5
Anoetic.
cards off of raindrops. Wow.
That's a lot of cards. You got to deal with them this
There's a lot
turn.
of cards.
Now we'll see if we run a central server finality. We've already asset this turn, but the problem with Finale and Chistushka is you want to wait for a turn where Augie has used the Ag Confusion ability. That's not yet this turn. 9 cards in archives. Again, some of these have been off the top of R&D, but they've only been like small. It's been like 1 card off R&D, 1 card off of R&D. But that's still a server you can check. You're still totally safe.
Yeah,
as long as
there easily
you
could be points there.
Yeah. You have to worry a bit about a virus into the purge of the fermenter, but you are totally safe if you get redirected into the Nazi. It just forces you to chase out the Lamb, or the Begamot, which maybe you want to hold off to Begamot on a turn where you have S's text be relevant. Yeah, that's actually kind of tricky. Yeah. Pete thinking this through again. We only have about 10 minutes left in the round, and it's just still no points to be seen in a score area. Running archives. Egg Infusion is alive and well here. If it's something like a Sadaka, you can still deal with it.
Infusion?
Yeah, you probably do, I imagine.
We see the boop. I imagine we see the boop, yeah.
This opens up a server if you want to pinhole the
Unless it is something
Lacosta.
like a Sadaka to trash Bangar would actually be pretty nice.
Yeah,
but I guess Lamb
you can Lamb it,
interact with
yeah.
Sadaka.
It is expensive, though. It's like 7. Nothing.
Yeah.
Archives, nothing.
Nothing. Queen.
So
and Mavirus purges out the fermenter.
a lot of those cards were from HQ.
Wow.
I guess this will a couple times, but not finding anything. There's 20 cards in archives, just about 15 left in R&D.
Now that does mean the agendas have to be somewhere.
My guess HQ kind of,
and it's certainly looking like I'd imagine a number in R&D, but there's probably at least 1 in HQ right now, potentially 2.
I imagine 2. We haven't seen a lot of filtering. 2 spin doctors out.
No agendas for you.
Peace still has 11 credits.
2 spin doctors out. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of cards in hand. You don't want to discard these cards if you've been using them for hit points. And Pete has, I think, spent 12 cards for hit points against the Nazis.
Yeah.
Now, if you have a fractor,
that's not especially sustainable. I think you can only do it once more.
Yes,
plus or minus labor rights.
Plus or minus Ashen, I think would be a huge one here.
Yeah, true. If there is Ashen, though, I see a decent amount of influence already. Let me counter.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to run a count, it's always tricky. But there might still be an Ashen. Augustus getting the Lacoste advancement, drawing up, not going for the push out. Advancing to 3. Having confidence in the server. Now 3 means that you can score out any agenda next turn and push the following agenda, which is a very important thing you see the great players who play Lacoste do. They don't just Lacoste score out. There can be 1 Ashen.
There could be 1 Ashen. There's enough influence that there could be 1 Ashen, but that would require it to be exactly 1 simul chip.
Yeah, it's often.
I imagine you probably want to run 2.
I think often you see 1 simul chip.
Okay. Well, in that case, it could be 1 Ashen.
There's a chance of Last Influence. Sometimes these decks play the Spark of Inspiration, but with the Nuka versions, it's hard to tell. Wait, did we lose Ashen to damage? No.
Oh, is it in the bin? And I'm just
no, it's not.
I don't see it in the bin.
Yeah.
No.
So triple advance.
It'd be funny if it were the exact last card in the stack.
Yeah. You have pretty good confidence there. Oh, it came back in with labor rights, so it is in the stack or the deck. Apparently we missed it.
Oh,
Thank
okay,
you.
okay. I missed that earlier. Okay.
So it is exactly, oh, I can't find it in chat. I don't know. I'm not sure. We're running R&D, Banhar's R&D. This is going to be a Tattoo Bola swap, no matter which way you cut it. Whether you want to break this for 2 or whether you want to take a net damage. It looks like we're going to pay 2 to keep the cards in hand. Deeper down the server we go. Now this is just a single axis. The density of agendas on centrals has to be relatively high. I think HQ is probably a bit more dense here. Accessing. No immediate steal, but it looks like we're trashing a clearinghouse. I might see what that triple advance in the remote server is. It might not be an agenda.
I don't see an Ashen on the labor rights that was played.
Yeah, I mean neither.
It
might,
is, the
might not,
JNet chat saying Ghost Tongue, Mystic, and Begamot.
It might not have been
off
this
of that
game.
labor rights. Yeah.
Now this is influence, and this is a card that you can just put in the remote server in advance.
Secret tech.
Whether this is tech or win condition.
We're getting to the point of the game where clearinghouse is very relevant. There are not very many cards in grip or stack.
No.
For Essa.
If you can hit the Ashen, you can buy yourself a window, but it looks like
if you hit the Ashen, the game might just be over.
It is a bacterial. Speak about the game being over. This card just does so much if the runner can't shuffle, and the runner doesn't really know how to shuffle in standard. This is going to be looking at top 7. Now, this usually takes a while, but Augustus is a very seasoned bacterial programmer player. So it looks like 1 card to HQ to jam the remote server, 6 cards on top of R&D. So now Sabotage is totally safe. It means that touching the top of R&D to finality is probably useless. And so Augustus just needs to put into the remote server, Mario going to sabotage 1 card from HQ. We were over hand size anyways, and install advance, threatening to score out another agenda and push the final just the following turn. Score and to push with Lacosta. Pete has a lot of work to do. R&D no longer makes sense. HQ might still have points in it, but server 1 is clearly where the game is at. Hush was moved over for the Nazi. That's pretty cool. Not too good on the remote server than Nazi.
No,
does
not especially.
Bit of card draw, which Anoetic does care about, but Pete might be able to run this down. Oh, we're running R&D though, but this is
running R&D though, so that can boop into the HQ Anansi, which does not have a hush.
But these are known cards. This is the 6 arranged on top of R&D. I don't know what Pete's going for the run here. I don't expect a deep dive.
I'm quite surprised by this.
But Augustus doesn't have to do anything here. This is just an axis. Trashing a Charlotte.
Okay, trashes a Charlotte Cossador.
So the next 5 are known.
Yes.
Still pretty good. You expect maybe not a trashable there, but it's just a Charlotte. Pete here has 3 clicks left, has made a run, so you're not going to get that subliminal padding to come back over and over again. Clicks for a credit here. And just going back again, these are known cards. I wonder if Pete has missed the rearrange on top of R&D. We didn't miss that, right? There's 6 on top of the deck. Trash to spin, Doctor.
It is 6 on...
Slowly working down.
I think what this might be is just Pete is betting that there are so few cards that can't be scored or trashed left in the deck that even stuff on top of R&D is going to be relevant and worth running in for.
This Sisyphus got scored?
Be the bet here.
That's not good is definitely an understatement. So the problem with Sisyphus is...
Right, so Sisyphus Protocol, it's a 5-2, right?
Yeah.
That sounds pretty bad until you read the text on it. The first time each turn the runner passes a rezzed code gate or sentry, you may pay 1 or trash 1 card from HQ. If you do, the runner encounters that ice again. So Anansi, for instance, you can force re-encounters with Anansi, potentially force the encounter when past trigger multiple times. Oh Lord!
I don't think this deck has
very difficult.
I don't think it has a killer. So the best you can do is put the hush on the Anansi and say I'll take 2 damage. But if you don't have a killer, this is tricky.
You can get the Begamot out.
But you can only do it once.
How long does Lamb last?
Until the encounter.
It lasts for the encounter. Oh no. So even the Sisyphus trigger gets you to go into it twice and you can only Lamb it once.
Yeah, because it says you encounter that ice again. I'm assuming that's a second encounter. This means running HQ is nearly impossible.
Yeah, if you pass, then the encounter's over. So
this means running R&D
and running
doesn't make sense.
With a face down ice is basically impossible. So I think Augustus Caesar can basically just throw an ice down on the outside of server 1, throw an agenda down in server 1, and click for credits until he's ready to win.
This seems very hard.
It seems very, very hard. Okay, this might be game.
Well, you can still panic
might be
break
game.
this with simulchip into Lamb.
You can.
But Augustus doesn't
we're
have
not
to
seeing
do
the-
anything here because Augie knows the top of the
yeah,
deck.
This it doesn't matter.
Okay, now we're
Currently.
sending
Okay,
it.
we do see the boop. So saving the outermost dice. The outermost dice must be relevant.
So Lamb is going to make this a barrier.
Okay.
And we can break this once. Now this
Pay-
means we're going to be
pay
sent
5.
back into the Nancy. So we can't even spend 2. So this will be
And
4
Sisyphus
damage.
Protocol.
Yes. Augie pays 1.
Yes.
And so Sisyphus says, welcome back. Now there's a Nancy you have to break once more. And you can't make it a barrier because Lamb is used. We're just going to fire these subroutines. Now the top of the R&D was still well known. But this is going to be 4 damage.
I think there might be 1 card that was not known, or 2 cards off the top.
I think
of
you're going to
R&D
see
that
2
were not
new
known.
cards from this. I think it's 3 that were known on top
Yeah,
of R&D.
I
Maybe
think
just
2
2
new cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can draw through this. Augie will draw a card, rearrange 5, getting a steel skin, going to draw a bit deeper through the deck. We're going to see the whole deck here, I think.
Yeah.
Just about. And if you want to go deeper here, Augustus can't really res much threatening on 3, so you will get a good access here. And Augustus padding the hand means you can still points.
I mean, Augustus could. I guess Augustus, if there is an anemone in here, that's potentially GG, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know if there's an anemone.
I don't think there is. Yeah.
It would be a little. It would be a
Jacks
little
out?
different. Oh, right. Can also jack out.
Why wouldn't you go for the axis? You got 3 credits. I think you have to. I don't know how you win now. Pete has a line here, wants to stay safe,
seems very
maybe
difficult.
hoping to play
Yeah.
the Ashen. That seems to be either the card in grip or the card in stack. But you have to touch cards to win there. Maybe you're playing around Fuji and you don't want to flatline to damage here, but it's going to be very hard to make any run. 5-minute warning, clicking for credits. Ashen is still very quite expensive as much as it gets you hit points back. Augustus doesn't really have to do much here besides just make sure you can continue to fire Sisyphus every single turn. Just feed face down ice. Maybe push in the remote server if you really want to.
Yeah, what Augustus needs to do is make sure that Augustus is able to win before the deck runs out.
Yeah.
Which should be as simple as install an agenda in server 1.
Advance.
And make sure that you have at least 3 credits left at the start of the next turn. So I think this game should be locked at this point, assuming that's not the Charlotte Castador.
Pete can't do enough disruption again. You can always reinstall Marrows and Ghost Tongues to get Essa, play Running Hots. The problem is you don't have enough
There
cards.
are enough cards in HQ.
Yeah. Ben are going to say no server here. Pete can't make a run at this point, taking a lot of money off Fermenter. You can challenge the Anoetic. Again, technically, if you can force credits off Augie, can't score it. But the problem is you're still behind 5 points when time is going to be called. It looks like we're going to go simul-chip in. Now, the problem is we've drawn. So if you simul-chip for the Begamot, you have a 50% chance to play the Ashen if that was your strat. So it looks like we're instead going to go for the Fermenter. And we'll see if we get the hand reset here. It still might be a bit too little too late.
Ashen?
I think there is. I hope there is.
It would make sense for there to be an Ashen.
Yeah, I can't tell what the last influence is. There's 2 influence exactly missing. We're on 3 laborites, 1 played, 2 in the bin. It is an Ashen.
Okay, there it is.
So we got
and Begamot is not one of the removed cards with Ashen, which is probably pretty important.
Always an exciting thing to check out. And again, I think this confirms the deck does not have a killer. So there's just no good way to deal with Anansi besides cards in hand.
Yeah, Sisyphus Protocol is a very difficult agenda to deal with when it is in the score area across from you. Now, here is a pinhole.
You're still going to get
pinhole
Sisyphus.
Run can just go straight into the Anansied.
Yep.
And yeah, you go into the Anansi and you get re-Anansied.
So Augie can even just throw this on server 1. As long as, oh, no, you still need credits. So this is tricky. But here you can throw it into HQ or you can throw on the remote. The thing with the remote server is you can't access cards.
Onto the remote.
So this is entirely safe. Yeah. Yeah, this is a problem with Pinhole. With the Ag Infusion, you can just throw them into the server, and it's not an optional replacement, it's a mandatory replacement, but most importantly, it has to be on a different server.
Oh, yeah, it does say if successful instead of breaching. Yeah, it doesn't say may.
Pete probably is just going to get the flatline here. Oh, actually, no, Anansi's hushed. You can't even flatline.
Because of the hush.
Yeah.
Because of the hush, yeah.
But Augie
this does mean you have...
doesn't have
This does mean 100% knowledge of what the top of R&D is. Okay, Jack's out. So I believe this is probably an agenda.
Yeah.
In server 1, so this is probably GG.
Send a message. Scored 8. Good
GG.
game.
Well played. I think this was a very long, drawn-out battle. I think it was a very tough position for Texas Pete. After kind of a few of those, really just not having a real killer is really, really tough in a matchup where there are such strong sentries like this.
Yeah, not having killer is going to be a problem. The once per turn interactions, we didn't see Nise's. We saw something that turned out to be a fair bit worse. And cards like Bacterial and Anansi, if they're firing, you see the top of the deck, and that can't be too easy, especially when you're behind points before even touching your first Bacterial. It's really, really hard to lock the game out. But well fought for Pete, getting through the deck almost, working on the second round.
And a fantastic run as well.
Yeah, very great.
Fantastic run. This almost made it all the way through to the end. And to Caesar, I think this is again a win and pray situation for Augustus Caesar.
And it looks like we're having some of the final results. We actually have all the results in here. So if the standings are correct, we should be looking at some players on 22. These are the final results. It looks like Davs is the last player on 18 to make it through its strength of schedule. Augie off by like 0.04.
Off by what?
Yeah.
Wow.
Very, very close.
That's
but
so close.
This is
Injunctivist right behind as well.
Yeah,
wow.
and Thomas Haas too, also a relatively new player making it, but all these players on 18 just fighting the hardest they can for strength of schedule. But at some point, again, he's just hoping that the players you played earlier won games.
Yeah.
But shout out again, these 5 players will be returning in just a week. Arizon, our world champion, undefeated. Dranked, that is, mind you, a Smurf playing a really mean outfit deck, and Sable, the outfit overperforming 13-6 with a Corp +2 bias. Very rare to see that. Seb K, also playing the Venti Ob, and an Arasana we didn't get to see, and Ben Velobin playing Op and Kit, both on 19, Wayland and Shaper, and then Davs we didn't get to see on stream, but playing as Mari. Not sure what combo style. I'm imagining it might be a re-education kill, but then a Hoshiko there. The only Anarch in our top 5 cut. Well played to
fantastic play by everyone around. Yeah,
all
this
players.
This has honestly just been so much fun netrunner to watch. So many games that came down to the very last couple decisions, and really that's what you love to see in high level play, right?
Yeah, very exciting games. We see a lot of different archetypes, which is great. Looks like this is going to be sending a lot of Waylands to the finals next week, which is super exciting to see. And mind you, this is only leg 2. It is going to be starting in, I think, less than 12 hours. If you haven't got enough Netrunner, whether you're playing as well, it is going to be the EMEA time zone scheduled for me. It starts in like 4 a.m. or something tonight. So if you want to watch more Netrunner, if you're getting involved, there's going to be more Netrunner coming up in just about 12 hours. Now, well, we're at the end of the stream here. We've been here for about 8 hours. We're going to wrap this one up. I just want to give a huge thank you to all the folks who came out today to play. Again, organized play only happens if you show up. And all these players obviously are invested in the organized play circuit, getting that circuit breaker invite and then celebrating it today. While we're focusing on the top 5, there's a lot of folks who came out today and yesterday and tomorrow, and it would not happen without all your support. Huge thank you again to all the organizers at Null Signal Games for getting the stream together, for doing all the organized play stuff, the judging. It takes a lot of people behind the scenes to make an event like this run well. Pants, thanks so much for joining me.
Of course, I do. While I'm on, I want to give a definite thank you in that organizers group. Thank you to Juniper. Obviously, was on for most of the day today. Basically, did all of the work behind the scenes to actually organize the streams that you are seeing. So, huge shout outs. You would not be watching this right now if it weren't for her. So, thank you to Juniper.
And that will be me. I'm Andre from the Metropolitan Grid. I go with he, him pronouns. If you want to drop by and watch some YouTube content, some streams, you can find me. Search the Metropolitan Grid. Super excited to be here on the Null Signal Games channels. And we'll be, again, back in about 8 hours with some European Netrunner. And again, next week, don't go anywhere. It starts at about like 2:30 in the morning for my time zone, but you can find more information on the Null Signal Games website about the finals. That will be 16 players battling it out. Again, also, if you want to check out on Null Signal Games, an article has just gone up on, I believe, Friday to talk about the upcoming set, codenamed Dawn, classically now named Elevation. So if you're excited for some new cards, that is just around the corner. And with that, thanks so much for watching. We'll sign out here. Congratulations to all the players at the Circuit Breaker Invitational. We'll be back for leg 3 in just a couple hours. Cheers.